आवाज आना चाहिए। हाँ, hi, good morning, everyone. This is just a video and mic testing. Thank you.
के सम्मान से देखती रही और कैसे आस्था का विभाजन
Hi, good morning, everyone. We are checking from Mayfair Lagoon. Hope my voice is loud and clear, and you can see my video also. Thank you. We will start the session in some time, very soon. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. We are checking from Mayfair Lagoon. We will be joining live soon from Mayfair. I think my audio and video are very clear for all the audience. Hi, good morning, everyone. We will start our session shortly.
Good morning, everyone. Once again, my advantage is I'm Shrestha. I am with the International Forum for Environment, Sustainability and Technology. We are from Delhi, but we are very much in Odisha as well. In fact, the team has been working, all of us of iForest in Angul and in Odisha for about more than 15 years. So Bhubaneswar is like our next home. And we are extremely fortunate that you all have shown your support to join us today for this important event, because the topic we will discuss and the report we will release is a public report. Across technicalities, it is talking of climate crisis, it is talking of clean energy transition. There are technical details, but at the end of the day, it is also how people react to it, how people engage in it, and how people plan for it. And that's the reason we have all of you today, as I said earlier also. We have public representatives, we have industry, we have administration, we have civil society organizations, we have labor unions. And without all of your support, I would really like to say the study would have not been possible. In fact, the kind of help we received from each of you with respect to our data, with respect to capturing people's perspective, it's immense. And on behalf of iForest, I would like to thank you all once again for your continued support over the past 1 year. With this, I will start inviting our guests for the inaugural session on the stage. We are waiting for the deputy speaker who is on his way. But anyway, starting to get introduced also takes time. So I'll start with it. I'll start with Braj Kishorji, if you can please come on the stage. There's no hierarchy in this. I'm just looking at people and whoever I can call first. I'm looking at tables and calling. Siddharth Sankaswainji, Deputy Collector of Angul District. Yes. Very unusual name. Chandrabhushan, CEO and President iForest. We are waiting for 3 more people. In fact, PK Jinaji, as most of you know, that Odisha is currently experiencing flood and he is supposed to join in, but we'll wait for a little while. Bhupendra Singh ji, my colleague, is trying to confirm, but I would request Chandrabhushan, anyone from the crowd, because we received many confirmations last minute. If Chandrabhushan, I'm leaving him the liberty now if he wants to share his thoughts and call upon any of you for that matter.
I think, Shrestha, I'll take first of all, Jai Jagannath, good morning to all of you. हम हिंदी, इंग्लिश, ओडिया तीनों में बात करेंगे क्योंकि यहाँ पे लोग सिर्फ अंग्रेजी ही नहीं जानते हैं, लोग हिंदी भी जानते हैं. यू आर कंफर्टेबल इन ओडिया, तो आप जिस लैंग्वेज में भी कंफर्टेबल है प्लीज टॉक, क्योंकि this is a gathering where we are going to discuss a very important topic. So my first request is language should not be a barrier for communication today. आज के दिन में language barrier नहीं होना चाहिए. In whichever language you are comfortable, please talk. Having said that, आज का program iForest के लिए, for iForest it is very important. We are doing 2 things today. We are launching a website for India Just Transition Center, and we will show you the website, what that website looks like. And then we are going to release Angul report, which we think is an important report, not only for Angul and Odisha, but also for this country. Ye report ke jo findings hain, wo bahut districts mein, they are as important in other district as they are in Angul and for Odisha. So let me, Orpo, if we can show the IJTC website first. Okay, kahan pe, please. So this is India Just Transition website. I'll tell you what is the idea of this website is to put all information which is available across the world and in India on just transition. कि ये जो transition है, how do we move from a fossil fuel economy to a renewable energy economy, उसके बारे में सारे information, our effort is to put all the information together. The key part of this website is a database. So this is a database of coal mines and thermal power plant, which we are putting together. So I just want to show you how is this database going to look like. So this is the database of all the coal mines in India. हिंदुस्तान में जितने coal mines हैं, उसके बारे में आपको यहाँ पे डेटा मिलेगा. और मैं जैसे कि आप ओडिशा जाइए और आप डिस्ट्रिक्ट जा सकते हैं और आपको इमीडिएटली पता लगेगा कि आज के दिन में there are 13 mines in Angul, 4 underground, 9 open cast, 97 million ton coal production. और अगर आप उस माइन के ऊपर if you want to know वो माइन क्या है, तो ये बलराम माइन है जैसे कि अंगुल का. कितने साल पुराना माइन है, कितने लोग एम्प्लॉयड हैं, प्रोडक्शन कितना है, फाइनेंशियल स्टेटस क्या है, everything you will come to know. So our idea is to put, and this is not only for Angul, but this is for all the coal mines across the country. Similarly, we are putting database on thermal power plant, or similarly, you can see we have data of about 194 power plant across the country. State government के कितने हैं, private के कितने हैं, central government के कितने हैं, you will get to know. You can choose any district in India. Jharkhand, for example, district Bokaro, and you will know that Bokaro has one thermal power plant. So our idea is to put information for decision making, for discussion, for debate. The other key feature of this website is a knowledge hub, which is, as I said, which is putting together knowledge from across the world. आपको Asia, Africa, Europe, Latin America, anything that is related to transition, किस तरह से बदलाव होगा climate change और पर्यावरण को लेके, उसके सारे information we are putting एक जगह. Unfortunately, आज के दिन में सारे report English में, but I am sure going ahead there will be a lot of report in Odia as well, और हिंदी में भी. So Angul report, for example, we have translated it in Odia. The summary we have translated it in Odia because 95% of the people are more comfortable in their mother tongue, and you will be able to express what you want in your language. So first of all, I just wanted to show you this website. We have launched this website today. There is no formality. हम लोग कोई बहुत formality करते नहीं है launching में, but this is what. But I would expect a big hand for this website. Okay. Now, so this is what the website is. Now, I would like, as Shrestha said, I see Jagadanandji here, or I'm so thankful he's here. He was here yesterday for our renewable energy meeting as a head of civil society organization. I would like to request Jagadanandji also to come on the podium, please. Please do come. It is your perception and perspective is important. Please आ जाइए. Shrestha, Jagadanandji को please. Yeah. Please. Okay.
Just one small announcement, because you all have the agenda. CMD Mahanadi Coalfields Limited, he is joining us from Bhubaneswar along with his team. He is joining in online. He was supposed to travel, but because of immediate meetings after this, so Mahanadi Coalfields Limited, has already sent their representatives in person, but the CMD himself is joining online for the inaugural. Thanks.
So please expect some changes in the program. आज बारिश का दिन है और it's something that we should we have planned for, so that the meeting is smooth and we fulfill the agenda for which we have come. Now, I want to give you a presentation on this report. By that time, I'm sure Deputy Speaker will be here. Then we will release the report and we will start with the program. Presentation. Yeah. Okay. It's going to be about 20 minutes. I'm going to take your time for 20 minutes to explain what we have done. हमने किया क्या है और इस report का मुद्दा क्या है. What are we trying to say? I'm going to take about 20 minutes. पहले ये just transition, ये शब्द क्या है? What is just transition? I will take some time to explain to you कि ये transition है क्या and why we should discuss just transition. ये just word क्या है? Just word मैं आपको हिंदी में ओडिया में भी translate करके बताऊंगा, but I want to spend some time explaining why are we discussing justice in transition. Just is justice, न्याय. Why are we discussing just transition? I think it is important to understand कि लोग कुछ भी बोलें, climate change को लेके कोयला खराब है, renewable energy अच्छा है, we need to get rid of coal very quickly. I think we need to understand is that आज के दिन में coal is central to India's energy and economy. ये बात समझना जरूरी है. Whether you like coal or do not like coal, okay, is besides the point. But the point is, it is backbone of India's energy sector today, with close to 50% of our primary energy coming from coal. Primary energy. 70% of our electricity coming from coal. तो अगर कल कोयला नहीं है तो ये बिजली नहीं है. So I don't think we have to be hypocrite about it. The fact of the matter is, in the 75 years of independence, we have built our economy based on coal. Okay, and we have built our economy based on coal from Eastern India, Jharkhand, Odisha, Chhattisgarh, parts of Madhya Pradesh. Okay, they have been the energy basket of this country. The second is, coal is also important for jobs. Okay, close to 25 lakh people are directly employed in coal. उसमें से 8 लाख लोग have formal employment, about 18 lakh people have informal employment. Okay, may I request all of you to also switch off the phone, please, in this room. Thank you. Okay. Coal also provides a lot of revenue to the state and central government. 82,000 crore rupees goes as revenue from coal to central state government. 2.3% of the state revenue of Odisha comes from coal. It's not a very, very big number, but not a very small number either. Okay. And in 25 districts of India, 25 districts इस देश के कोयला पे dependent हैं, which is about 5 crore population, 50 million people. तो अगर कोयला climate change के लिए खराब है और हमें कोयला खत्म करना है over next 20-30 साल, we have to plan for it. Okay, we have to plan for it. It cannot happen like this. जो लोग को लगता है कि कल कोयला खत्म कर देंगे, उसमें it will be chaos in this country. It will be chaos in this state. So therefore, we have to transition from clean to green energy. No one knows better than Odisha. Climate change is impacting you the most. आज के दिन में. Anyone, अभी मैं MLA साहब से बात कर रहा था, he was telling me कि तालचेर में बारिश ही बंद हो गई अब. He was explaining how climate change is impacting many parts of Odisha. Flood, cyclone, drought. Odisha is one of the most vulnerable part of India as far as climate change is concerned. So this has to be planned well. Otherwise, you are going to create chaos. So that is point number one. And as I said, ये transition होगा because we are now dealing with a climate crisis. Okay. And I want you to focus on this. ये graph है 120 साल के India का तापमान का. India's temperature over the last 120 years. Watch, the circle is explaining how the temperatures have increased since 1901. आप देखिए इसको. and see what happens after 1990. 1990 के बाद क्या हो रहा है? You can see the way temperature is increasing. So data Excel sheet में और data visually makes a difference. You can see how temperature is rapidly increasing in last few years. तो ये कोई scientist का report नहीं है. Now it is a reality. Climate change is a reality that we see today. और इसी कारण से extreme weather events are increasing. In the first decade of our independence, 1950 to 1960, there were only 27 extreme weather events. 27 bus. In the last decade, there was 210 extreme weather events. So you can see how the number of extreme weather events, flood, heat wave, and drought have increased over the last 70 years in this country. Tenfold, almost ninefold increase in the extreme weather event. And it is now costing the economy. India lost about 3.25% of GDP due to natural disaster in 2021. If your GDP is growing at 7%, think about it like this. अगर हमारा GDP 7% से बढ़ रहा है और उसमें 3.5% हम खर्चा कर दे रहे हैं natural disaster को लेके, then our GDP is effectively growing at 3%. Cyclone Fani के कारण Odisha lost 5.5% of GDP that year. You practically wiped out your GDP growth of that year. One cyclone more or less wiped out the growth. Odisha is growing at about 8-9%, but nevertheless, 5.5% of a state GDP was wiped out by one cyclone. So it is now, climate change is not only about people dying, livelihood, it is also hitting the very basic of our economic growth system. ये भी समझना जरूरी है. And as I said, अगर आप इंडिया का मैप देखोगे climate change पे, the eastern and northeast is the most vulnerable to climate change. All coal producing state and northeastern part of India is most vulnerable. This was a study done in 2020 by Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. And they said this is the most vulnerable part of the country. So climate change is a reality. The second reality is green energy. आज से 10 साल पहले मैं आपको ये presentation नहीं देता, क्योंकि 10 साल पहले technology was not economically viable 10 years back. Today, that is not the case. Today, in last 9 years, renewable capacity in India has increased by 400%. Last 9 years, please internalize it. In last 9 years, our GDP has grown by about 80%. Our renewable capacity has increased by about, our GDP has grown by about 45-46%. Our renewable capacity has increased by 400%. Okay. Today, 40% of India's electricity is renewable. Or by 2030, we will have twice the amount of renewable power than coal power. Or aaj ke din bhi, and I will show you in my Angul analysis, solar during 6 hours is the cheapest source of energy. How do we make that 6 hours to 24 hours is then going to be the next game changer? And we think that that is going to happen very soon. Because last round mein SECI, Solar Energy Corporation of India, did a tendering for 24/7 renewable energy. The tariff was 3 rupees, 2 rupees 90 paisa, which went to renew power. तो अगर आज के दिन में companies are now saying कि मैं 3 रुपया 4 रुपया में 24/7 renewable दे सकता हूं, then it is a big pressure on coal to maintain that price. Okay? So there is now economic reason also. Climate reason, environment reason is one. There is now economic reason. And therefore, it is important to discuss just transition. और मैंने जैसे कि बोला, we can translate it into any Indian language. आप उसको न्याय संगत परिवर्तन बोलिए, न्यायिक परिवर्तन बोलिए. We should be talking about now, how do we do this? This transition is coming. The question is, how do we plan this transition? And the transition is about how do we progressively get more green? How do we improve socio-economic and environmental condition in coal area like Angul? How do we create more decent work opportunity? How do we build a better world than before? This is what transition is about. आज से किस तरह से बेहतर जिंदगी बनाएं लोगों के लिए, वो जस्ट ट्रांजिशन है. जस्ट ट्रांजिशन का मतलब ये है. और मैं आपको ये बताना चाहता हूं कि जस्ट ट्रांजिशन कल नहीं होने वाला है. It is going to take time, and it is going to take a lot of time. So everyone knows about industrial belt of Germany, Ruhr Germany. Everyone knows. ज्योग्राफी के किताब में पढ़ाया जाता था हम सभी लोगों को. तो ये 1950s के रूढ़ का पिक्चर है और ये भी 2020 के रूढ़ का पिक्चर है. So they have gone through a just transition. Okay. आज के दिन में रूढ़ में कोई कोल माइन नहीं है. But it has taken them 60 years. 60 साल लगे हैं उनको. Their coal peaked in 1957 with 500,000 job. 5 लाख लोगों को नौकरी थी 1957 में. उनका लास्ट कोल माइन 2019 में बंद हुआ है. तो अगर आप ट्रांजिशन करना चाहते हैं तो उसका प्लानिंग अभी करने की जरूरत है. उसका प्लान 2040 में नहीं होगा. तब तक रेल निकल चुकी होगी स्टेशन से. Therefore, जो अंगुल की स्टडी है, द अंगुल स्टडी दैट वी आर डिस्कसिंग टुडे is not, the transition is not going to take place tomorrow. We will have to put a plan and start working on that transition for next 2-3 decades. If we want a good transition, a transition which is not chaotic to take place. और ये रिपोर्ट वही है. How do we plan a smooth transition over the next 2 to 3 decades? And as I said, the planning has to happen now. अगले 4-5 साल में वो प्लान करके हमें आगे बढ़ने की जरूरत है. और इसीलिए हमने अंगुल की स्टडी की है. मुझे बताने की जरूरत नहीं है. Everyone from Odisha knows. For those who have come from outside, just to give you a brief, this is a district with 14 lakh population, 80% rural, 20% urban, heavily forested district. One of the most forested district of Odisha, with 45% forest cover, 40% agriculture. 85% of district land use is agriculture and forest. Okay, this is what this district is. But it also has a huge coal economy. In fact, the biggest coal economy of India, Angul is going to have. The current production is about 100 million ton. लेकिन जो नए माइन खुल रहे हैं, जो प्लान में हैं, it could increase to 300 million ton. So it's a growing coal economy. It is not a shrinking coal economy. It's a growing coal economy. और भी challenging है, how do you plan a transition when coal is increasing? No one has done it in the world. एक और चीज बता रहा हूं. People have started planning transition in the world when coal has started shrinking. Okay, we are looking at a growing coal economy. How do we plan a transition? It also is a hub of thermal power, steel, aluminium. काफी industries are also there. हमारी जो study थी, it took us about a year to do, and we are really thankful. A lot of you are here. मैं labor union के leadership को देख रहा हूँ. Everyone contributed to this study. Data को लेके, perception को लेके काफी लोगों ने सहायता की to get this study done. It was a household study. Okay, so one of the things is this is not a secondary research based on Google data. Oh, Google आजकल बहुत famous है, but it was a pure primary survey done based on household study, based on focus group discussion, based on review of government data. It was a proper scientific primary study that was done. Quickly, I will tell you what are the key findings. First finding is 1 in 3 worker in Angul is dependent on coal directly. There could be more indirect dependence. वो दुकान भी चल रहा है क्योंकि वहां कोयला है आज के दिन में. तो उसको estimate करना difficult है. We have estimated direct dependence. And direct dependence is about 1,70,000 people are directly working in coal mining, coal transport, coal washery, fly ash brick unit, steel, cement, aluminium, thermal power plant. 1,70,000 लोग in Angul. So 1 in 3 workers are directly dependent on coal. Out of this 1,70,000 worker, only 30% is a formal worker. जिसको कि मंथली सैलरी मिलती है, एक तिहाई 30%. 70% is informal worker, which is not surprising. Indian economy is an informal economy. So I'm not surprised with this data that about 70% are informal worker, low paying job. 30% is the best job. Coal mine provides you the best job in Angul today. NTPC ke plant mein, if you are employed, you have the best job. So, and the problem is that this informality will increase. So, the informal portion of labor force hai, that is going to increase in Angul as we increase our coal production, install more industry. We are now hiring, coal companies are getting MDOs to operate. So, formal job बहुत ज़्यादा नहीं बढ़ेगा, informal job will increase. Or how do we plan for better work quality for informal worker is something that we have to think about. The second is that 60% of GDP from Angul is based on coal. Agriculture and forestry only provides 9% of the GDP. So 85% land contributes only 9% GDP. There's a huge potential to increase job, income, value addition in agriculture and forestry sector. आज के दिन में forestry sector contributes very little. Agriculture is a very small part of economic growth in Angul. तो बहुत potential है वहाँ पे. Angul आज के दिन में today provides 600 crore rupees as DMF, royalty and cess. Coal cess, royalty and DMF तीनों को मिलाएं तो Angul gives 6,000 crore rupees to the state and central government as revenue. और जितनी तेजी से कोल बढ़ने का है, this will triple. It will increase. It will triple. Now, what is the scenario of coal phase down? So we have done two scenario, दो policy scenario we have done. ये थोड़ा मैं scientific. I'm trying to give you the data. We have done two scenario. एक तो current policy scenario, जिसमें कोई change नहीं है, जिस तरह से कोयले के खदान आ रहे हैं, that can increase. And second is a net zero scenario. If we have to control temperature increase to 1.5 degree, then उस scenario में क्या होगा? So in the current scenario, there will be no change in coal in Angul till 2040. कोई change होने वाला नहीं. Coal production will increase till 2040. 2040 के बाद there will be some reduction in coal. In net zero scenario, we will have to, if we have to end coal by 2050, who knows? If the climate change worsens, in that case, जो नए mine आ रहे हैं Angul में, which is going to operationalize from 2025, 2030 onwards, they will have to forego a lot of coal. 30 to 60% of the coal they will have to forego. वो निकाल नहीं पाएंगे. क्योंकि the coal will have to come down very steeply to meet a net zero 2050 target. ये दो scenario है. Thermal power plant Angul में are getting quite old. Some of the thermal power plant are getting old. They will not be able to meet pollution standards. So you will see some of the thermal power plant closing from 2025 onwards. Units, not plant. Some of the old plants will start closing. I think there is just one NTPC Talche's ultra super thermal power plant which is coming. Other than, if no other thermal power plant comes, then because of age, most of them will become very old by 2050. So thermal power plant is not a problem. As far as phase down is concerned, coal mine is. क्योंकि हम अब नए coal mine खोल रहे हैं. Now here I want to show, we did a detailed modeling study. We did a detailed modeling study on cost of energy in Angul. तो आप देखिएगा, we did this analysis till 2030. और हमने super critical thermal power plant, integrated gas power plant, solar PV with 25% storage, solar PV with 50% storage. Different technology को हमने, we did modeling exercise to understand cost क्या है. As you can see, solar PV for 4 hours is still the cheapest in Angul also, 3 rupiah. Pithead supercritical thermal power plant is about 3 rupiah 60 paisa. Rest is quite expensive. But by the time you reach 2025, solar PV with 25% storage is as cheap as supercritical thermal power plant. Okay. And by the time you reach 2030, solar is the most cheapest even with storage. So आपके पास 10 साल, there is only 10 years window of opportunity to invest in coal. After that, it will not be very economically viable. That is quite clear. So there's a small window of opportunity that is there to invest in coal power as far as Angul is concerned. Now, these are basic facts. Baki session mein there will be detailed discussion which my colleagues Shrestha and Chinmay will present. But just I want to touch upon, तो हम planning के लिए करें क्या? What do we do? अगर ये, if these are the facts, how do we plan a just transition? 5 things will be required. हम उसको कहते हैं 5R of just transition. First is restructuring of the economy. We have to start thinking about how do we restructure the economy. Second is repurposing of land and infrastructure. अभी का जो land infrastructure है, how do we repurpose it to build a new economy? Reskilling and skilling of workforce. जो coal mine में काम कर रहे हैं, कल software में नहीं काम करने लग जाएंगे. You have to think about how you are going to skill the workforce. Revenue substitution. आज के दिन में 6,000 crore रुपया अंगुल देता है as revenue. How do you get alternate revenue? And last is how do you do responsible environment and social practices? From mine closure to pollution control, किस तरह से करेंगे? So these are the 5 R's of just transition that we have to discuss. Quickly, in this report, we have discussed how do you move from a brown economy to a green economy. So we have given a plan. How do you do an economic transition, which is from a brown economy, which is a coal-based economy, to a green economy, which is renewable, hydrogen? How do you do that? So we'll have to develop a plan for this transition from a brown economy to a green economy. Our suggestion is use coal to build the backbone of the green economy. Do not use coal to continue the brown economy. अगर कोयला सस्ता है तो उसको यूज कीजिए ग्रीन इकोनॉमी के बैकबोन को बिल्ड करने के लिए. Whether it is investing in solar PV manufacturing, electric vehicle, storage, green steel, use coal to build the backbone of the green economy. Land repurposing. 33,000 hectare जमीन will be there with mine and thermal power plant. 33,000 hectare. It's a real estate. जो कि जहां पे आज माइंस हैं, पावर प्लांट हैं, इनको आप किस तरह से रिपर्पस करें? How do you improve mine closure? Mine closure is not, practices are not very good in this country. It is improving, but how do we repurpose 33,000 hectare of land to build a new economy? ये बहुत बड़ा मुद्दा है. Workforce transition, as I said, we have to start thinking about skilling, reskilling. I'm looking at Siddharth ji. DMF can be used extensively. DMF का पैसा to reskill, skill, technical education, vocational education. How do we build the workforce for the future? ये बहुत बड़ा important चीज है. Environmental practices, scientific mine closure की जरूरत है. Fly ash management is a big issue. Angul में. How do you manage fly ash? आज के दिन में everyone is thinking of taking fly ash and dumping it in the mine pit. There is no problem in putting it in the mine pit, but it has to be done scientifically. ऐसे सिर्फ डालने से it will create more environmental problem. So there has to be a scientific method to dispose fly ash. That is a big issue. Circular economy. I'm so happy that district is already thinking about a circular economy program. How do we build on that circular economy program? Angul has to improve its social and community infrastructure, from healthcare to education, drinking water, clean cooking fuel. There's a big agenda to improve socio-economic condition in Angul. And financial resource is not a problem. Frankly, पैसे की कमी नहीं है. You have a coal economy. अगर आज के दिन में जो coal cess, which is used as GST compensation cess, अगर वो coal cess divert हो जाए state को, then just transition में पैसे की कमी नहीं होगी. There's a lot of resources that we give through taxes to the coal. DMF हो गया, coal cess हो गया. You will have huge amount of money. Okay. My hope and our recommendation to the central government is how do we make sure कि जब ये GST compensation cess खत्म हो जाए, coal cess can come to the state and district to build the green economy. So this is what our report is, and we will have more discussion in the next few sessions. Lekin this 30-year period has to be planned in 5-year block. आज 30 साल का plan नहीं कर सकते हैं, लेकिन 5 साल जरूर plan कर सकते हैं. We can plan. So let's plan for 5-year block. We have a roadmap कि 30 साल में करना क्या है, but we can plan for 5 years. And this is what we think we can do, Angul can do, district administration, state administration, industry, civil society, all of them can come together to do. The अगले 5 साल में the big agenda is how do we do responsible mining and environmental practice. Mining is fine, but it has to be done now in the best of the class mining. Business as usual नहीं चलेगा. आप अगर इतना mining इतनी तेजी से बढ़ेगा, the environmental impact is even going to be much worse. अभी 100 million ton है, आप 300 million ton की बात कर रहे हैं, 3 गुना. तो business as usual will not work. So we have to think about scientific mine opening, reclamation, fly ash management, cumulative assessment of environmental impact. One study is required to do cumulative assessment. That is very important. Okay. Then promoting circular economy. ये अगले 5 साल में हम कर सकते हैं. This is a short-term agenda. As I said, green manufacturing को promote कर सकते हैं. Actually, Odisha already has industrial policy resolution of 2015, which is a very progressive resolution. How do we use that resolution to build the backbone of green industry? वो हम काम कर सकते हैं अगले 5 साल में. Odisha climate action plan is going to be renewed in 2023. How do we bring just transition in the climate action plan? It's going to be very important. Yesterday we had a meeting on renewable energy policy for 2022. How do we do a comprehensive renewable energy policy for Odisha? Okay. How do we develop a just transition policy for Odisha? So let's take next 5 years to plan, to bring policy. And then after 5 years, lot of things we can do in 5 years in implementation, planning, and uske baad we can take it forward. This is what our recommendation in this report is. And our hope is that you all will read this report. There will be a vibrant discussion in the state to take this report forward. Thank you very much. Sresha, we are releasing the report, please. Yeah, Sresha report le aana. No, we'll release the report, please. Okay. So we will just wait for 2 minutes. As a report, de do. Let's take it. Okay. So, Manvi, what is the? Okay. Please come. Okay. Come. Namaskar. Sresha, come, we'll release the report. Chinmay, come, we'll release the report. You can announce the report. Leave it, whoever is coming.
So we are about to release the report, but I just want to thank some people from Angul, because the survey, as Chandrabhushan said, is based on primary research. And we had very good support from Angul. There are 6 surveyors who helped us with the household survey. And today they are with us. So I would kindly request them, आप थोड़ा खड़े हो जाइए. At least we would like to thank you. आप आ जाइए, please. And a big hand for them because this study would have not been possible without them. आ जाइए, please. Some. आ जाइए. अभी मैं invite कर रही हूँ अपना जो now we have all our special guests and as I said CMD Mahanadi Coalfields Limited is online, but I'll first request our guests who are with us here to start, and then one by one they'll share their observations on the report, but more importantly on the issue. Siddharth ji, I would like to call over Sri Sridhar Sankar Swain, who is the Deputy Collector of Angul District. Thank you, Siddharth ji, for facilitation of the research, the confidence in us that we can do a good work in the district. Please come over. Collector, yeah, District Commissioner. Acha, Collector. Please, sorry, please आ जाइए सिद्धार्थ जी.
No issue at all. The similar jinso gale confusion हुए. Actually, collector is also known as deputy commissioner in a lot of states. So I think that is why the confusion. Yeah. But yeah. तो समस्तों को नमस्कार. A very good morning to all of you. आजी मंचरे उपस्थित honorable deputy speaker sir, honorable MLA Talcher, Chandrabhushan ji and his team, guests on the dais, my colleagues, senior colleagues and colleagues in the government of Odisha. I see all the senior leadership of MCL, I think all the industries from my district and the state. And I see a lot of eminent people from the civil society, friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I would like to thank iForest for having invited me to this wonderful, I would say, tone setting for just transition. I think they have started a very good endeavor where they are taking this just transition thing throughout all the affected districts of the country eventually. But I think it's a matter of privilege for the district which we represent, Angul, that it has happened. The study has happened initially for Angul in the district, so definitely it's a proud privilege, and we take it as a feedback session. Like just as in administration, administration is the process of improving yourself based on continuous feedback. It's a ever-growing process. So we take feedback of public representatives, feedback of people, and definitely civil society and organizations like iForest. Their feedback also plays a major role how we grow ahead as a district. So first I must set the context. Definitely, as rightly pointed out by Chandrabhushan ji, climate change is a reality. So just yesterday, like coincidentally, I was going through a lot of articles which got me worried about climate change. I read a couple of articles like Germany is going to lose all its snow cover in 15 years. I heard the Swiss Alps are going to lose its sheen, and a lot of Indian tourists will miss out on that. and we just yesterday we heard in Antarctica they are going to prevent, they're going to cap the number of visitors every year. Greenland is they are gaining temperature of 1.5 degree every decade, so which is a major concern. Even if we look back home in India, so I was fortunate enough to visit the Siachen glacier. So even there we found the snout of the glacier, the entrance is slowly receding. So what was we interacted with the soldiers as a part of the MOD, and we found what was 15 years ago. Obviously, Siachen is known as a different context vis-a-vis the conflict between India, Pakistan, and China on the other side. But climate change is visible every year, and we keep feeling that we'll do something about climate change. But I must tell you, the climate change is on our face. Be it like for our state, recently we are going through a bout of floods, unfortunately, in the district. People are suffering as we speak in this room. And you know, our state is a cyclone prone district. No doubt, under the visionary leadership of our honorable CM, we have come a long way from being seen as a victim of the super cyclone to the state which is a pioneer in disaster management and which pioneers the concept of zero casualty. And at least the endeavor always is ki, in spite of the high cost which it puts on the economy and the GDP, people are at the forefront of the administration and government under the visionary leadership of the honorable CM. So that said, definitely it's a reality and it's on our face. So I must say that the time to take action for climate change is now. In fact, I would say we are already delayed, but it is now. So coming back to just transition. So I was just thinking while I was traveling early morning, so a lot of thoughts. So I was just thinking while we are speaking of just transition of coal, but Angul is actually just transiting into the next phase of peak coal production. As we are speaking, we are just moving from Talcher coalfields and its prominence to the coalfields of Chendipada. So just a couple of days, I was just discussing with my colleagues in the various departments of the district. So we have around more than 50 mines which are either ready to be mined, or either they're ready to be auctioned or ready to be surveyed. So it's definitely, we are just transitioning. And in the same breath, if we speak of industry, I think JSPL is going to increase its footprint, and it's trying to become the largest single facility steel manufacturer in the country, if nothing less is the endeavor. And as we speak of thermal power, so I think our district will have the very last 2 units, if not the last, but I think it is almost the last couple of units of new thermal energy which will come up. And as rightly pointed out, hopefully we in the future we'll see operation starts to phase out. The TTPS definitely phased out, but we see new units coming, which is definitely in the current context it's good. Like people who have lost livelihood will again get the opportunity of livelihood, and we will get cheap energy. And as you know, like even for the grid which feeds into southern India, so our TTPS super thermal is a major source of ensuring energy sufficiency for the country. And also speaking of transition, even as not only per se coal, like even in industry we're in a transitional phase, because a lot of downstream activities which now happen with aluminum park coming up in Angul. We'll shortly have a park around a 300-acre park in Chendipada. So a lot of transition actually is happening. But now coming back to just transition, definitely as Chandrabhushan discussed. So what I was thinking of, definitely just transition is not going to happen tomorrow, but we definitely have to start today, is the mantra which I think Angul district has to follow. And regarding coal, I completely agree. Even our, I think previously, I think couple of years back, there was this discussion that 2030 is the year when coal is going to peak. But recently we saw last year, so due to the coal crisis, I think it was MCL and Talcher coal fields which rode the country out of the coal crisis, and we had record production. And we are happy in the short term, like a lot of revenue for the government, and definitely some improvement in funds in the DMF, which will be used for the development of the people who are affected by the coal mines. But definitely in the long term, we have to think of alternatives. And our thought process and my thought is how cheap the alternative energies will be. Like solar, I find the biggest issue is we have a lot of aim. Like, I'm not trying to crib about anybody or an industry. It's very good that we have a lot of startups, lot of people who are OEMs, but that OEM is restricted to uh, getting parts from some other country and assembling it to a large extent. I would not say everybody, but it's also very heartening if people are taking to this industry, and we hope there is more R&D in the near future. It's already happening, but we hope that solar energy is so cheap that coal ultimately phases out. So that is the, I think, final goal. And we foresee like with coal mines which are starting off in the next 2-3 years, all have a assured mining life of minimum 30 years. So hopefully we hope that in the interim, while we are speaking of solar energy and EV, and our state is a pioneer, our state has the EV policy as well. It promotes startups. We have people, I think, even from startup Odisha. I also met with a couple of startup entrepreneurs who are working in solar and green energy. So it's all good and charged up in the context of Odisha, but we hope that the technology is viable. It is there are starting issues like we hear of a lot of issues, teething issues like fire accidents in EV vehicles. Like solar energy, obviously it is not prohibitive as it was in the past, but it's still very costly. So we hope that these technologies become feasible vis-a-vis cost. And as rightly pointed out, we hope that they come soon so that we don't transit in 2060 or later. And definitely we cannot plan per se, but definitely hope that in the coming decade, we will have maybe even new technologies. And at the same time, also heartening, let me put in context, there are a lot of, even the industries are putting in initiatives like NTPC is going after a solar arm of its own. So we hope, as was being discussed about reutilization or repurposing of the land. So we hope that they use it for solar energy or wind energy wherever feasible. Like MCL, we are coming up with an interesting concept, obviously with the support of Honorable MLA and the local leadership, where we are planning. It's a plan, but yeah, we are confident we'll do it. So it will serve two purposes. We are planning to have solar electrification of the whole town of Talcher. So something for which I think CMD Saab is also here. So we have spoken to him and he has assured all support, and MCL cannot back out now. But yeah, the idea is, jokes apart, the idea is that we will have a model where we can actually do it. And we have an assessment, so we'll require around 80 to 100 acres of land. So we have a coal mine which is closed. So it will be both efficient utilization of that land. We'll set up the grid there, and at the same time we'll have clean energy for the city of Talcher. That is the endeavor. So already I must inform that we are already completed, almost done with the first part of the survey, and hopefully by the end of the year we will plan an estimate, and with the help of MCL we'll start the work soon also. So there are a lot of initiatives that rightly pointed out about skilling. So I would say definitely currently the objective is about skilling the people in the avenues available in the district. So definitely we are doing that. So we have a tie-up with the National Mining Skill Corporation. I think even some of the people are here. So already we have trained the first 2 batches, I believe, but there are many trades which we are doing it. And obviously the outlook is to train people who are employable in the mining. Since we have so much of mining coming up, it is only prudent that we immediately focus on the skill set which will help in the mining sector, and the local people get employed gainfully without any issues. So that is the idea. But as rightly pointed out, we are also looking into the future. So definitely we are doing a gap analysis and aspiration survey for the 3 affected blocks in my district, which includes Talcher, Kania and Chendipada. Chendipada, in this case, is a very interesting case, and I would also request iForest and all other organizations who are present here, they should look into it, because mining is going to start. Maybe in a month's time now, we'll have the first mine starting its operations, but it's a very interesting case. And I will tell you how we are also looking at, like, trying to preempt, like just transition, how we can start from the very beginning of mining in Chendipada. That is the outlook, and maybe which will be even our plan for the next 5 years. So we are also doing this circular economy thing, but it's not only circular economy. So we have started something called growing with grace. So grace, obviously, we bureaucrats are very obsessed with acronyms. So grace stands for government driven response for achieving circular economy. So it sounds good as well, but the idea is to achieve circular economy, resource efficiency, and sustainable development. So we are working on a few core areas like water and mines regeneration. So we're working with IIT Kanpur. So I think the MOU is done now and they will start work shortly. So the whole idea is to get a clear picture. Like, so they have the database of the 60s, which coincidentally is called Corona. I don't know how. So of the 60s. So a lot of coincidences. So they are going to map that data with the current status, and they are going to help us see how we will maintain our water systems. We have two major river systems. So to protect them is a major part of, I would say, any transition, because preserving our air, water, environment is I think it's a very, very important part of sustainable development and transition going ahead. So they'll be looking into that. We also have a tie-up with, thanks to United Nations Environment Program. We are also going to look at an interesting pilot, which will be doing I don't get the exact name, but it's the UN Convention Against Desertification. So we also sent few proposals. So they are also going to work on one project. And given the example, since Ruhr, Germany was example which was cited. So I was speaking to MCL authorities, I think a year back. You should look, one of the important aspects post, like even the abandoned mines in Ruhr were converted into very attractive tourist facilities. That is what I was trying to mention. So definitely the discussions are on. I would not say that we have done something very concrete, but I would say we're in the right path. Also, we are looking into infrastructure. We spoke about fly ash. At the same time, I would also say not only coal, but if you look into the steel industry and as the slag and lot of aggregates. So we are also planning to mainstream it, because if you speak today, we are not able to use it in any good civil work because there is no estimate. It is not in the OPWD code. It is not in the CPWD code. So that is something we are working it. And I must share with you, coincidentally, the Ministry of Environment and Forest, Government of India has I would say they've appreciated what the discussions which we have started in Angul. In fact, tomorrow we have a meeting under the chairmanship of Additional Secretary, Government of India, to discuss what initiatives we have taken, how they can help us, and how we can take it ahead. So I think that is something welcome. We are also working on textile sector. We are working on industrial waste, like not waste per se, but circularity in industry. For example, JSPL is going into a lot of interesting initiatives where they will also take what is disposed steel and somehow process it and get into the system again. That is very interesting. Even aluminium sector, I found a couple of very interesting startups where they are going to take the waste of the boiler lining, retreat it, and again make it a input for the boiler. So I think the interesting times, interesting activities. So a lot of efforts are on, and hopefully with all the feedback and all the stuff, I think we have all the stakeholders. In the morning, I was trying to remember who all will be stakeholders, and I saw the agenda and I see everybody's there, be it people from the environment background, be it civil society, be it the public representatives, be it the people, be it the labor unions, people who are working in the coal industries, the PSU, and obviously administration, everybody is here. So hopefully with everybody's active support, inputs, and actualization of what we plan to do in the future. So definitely we'll be able to kick off just transition in Angul. I think definitely we are in that process. I would say we have started it. And so definitely I think we'll take this whole exercise and this whole feedback in a positive way to further strengthen our endeavor to have a just transition, not only for the district of Angul, but definitely hope that it works as a model for being, not if not replicated, but at least it can help to have a climate conscious population throughout the country, and hopefully we start talking and taking steps about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Siddharthji. And, I didn't get chance to, actually thank, Honorable Deputy Speaker who made time to come for this meeting. And it is our pleasure that you are here. Sir, aap aaye yahan. Bahut, so I will now request, please. Up, iske baad. So I just wanted to thank you for. मैं आपको धन्यवाद दे रहा था कि आप आए, मुझे मौका नहीं मिला आपको धन्यवाद देने का, आपको आते आते बुक रिलीज करा दिया आपसे। सो मैं आपको धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं। मैं हमारे साथ एमएलए हैं तालचेर के, So, sir, please do come. आपके लिए, please. Thank you.
आज एक शुभ मुहूर्त ए शुभ दिवस अवसर रे आईफरेस्ट द्वारा आह्वान करा जाइथिबा पर्यावरण एवं किभଳି भाବରେ आगामी दिन रे कोयला क्षेत्र रे हेउथुवा पोल्यूशन टू आरंभ करी ग्लोबल वार्मिंग ए बाबद रे आज विशेष बैठक रे आम गण रे उपस्थित अछंते हमर प्रिय उपवाचस्पति श्रीयुक्त रजनीकांत सिंह महोदय, हमर प्रिय जिलापाल सिद्धार्थ शंकर स्वयं महोदय एवं आम आईफरेस्ट अनुष्ठान सीईओ एंड प्रेसिडेंट श्रीयुक्त चंद्रभूषण महोदय एवं मंचासीन अतिथि एवं मो सम्मुखर थिबा प्रत्येक अनुष्ठान आस्थिबा व्यक्तिगण एवं उपस्थित मोर पीआरआई मेंबर्स गण समस्त को मो स्वागत करुच्ची, धन्यवाद ज्ञापन करुच्ची। जहाँ एक समग्र भारत वर्ष पाई एक चिंतार कारण जे किभली भाबरे मनुष्य समाज आकु तिष्ठिबा पाई ग्लोबल वार्मिंग किभली भाबरे दूरेबो ता पाई गभीर भाबरे चिंता करिवार आवश्यकता रही समस्त। कोल माइन्स चली ता भितरे लक्ष लक्ष टन कोयला राज्य को एवं देश भितरे दिया जाउची विभिन्न इंडस्ट्री को, हेले एहा द्वारा एभली एक प्रभाव आसुची, विभिन्न प्रकार प्रभाव आसुची। प्रथमतः लोक मानकु तांकर स्वास्थ्य प्रथमे नष्ट होउची से अंचल लोक मानकर। गैस्ट्रिक कथा कहंतु, अल्सर कथा कहंतु, हार्ट डिजीज कथा कहंतु, कैंसर कथा कहंतु, लंग्स प्रॉब्लम कथा कहंतु। एवं विशेषतः गोटे सर्वे होईची जे कोयला खदान एरिया रे जो अंचलवासी अछंती मैक्सिमम कैंसर पेशेंट से अंचल, तो एभली एक प्रभाव रहुची जा द्वारा कि लोक मान मुझे आसेस करुथली समस्त जदि आयुष्य मिसई दिया जाए ताले 55 वर्ष गोटे लोक बंचुची। एवं यार कारण है जो अनुसार आमको प्रिकॉशन नवा कथा से प्रिकॉशन टा निया जाई पारुनी। कौन ना मात्राधिक वायु प्रदूषण, जल प्रदूषण एवं शब्द प्रदूषण, ताकू डस्ट को सप्रेशन करा गले वायु प्रदूषण को रोकी परिबा। एवं जो शब्द होउची ताकू भी हमें मध्य प्रिकॉशनल रोकी परिबा। ये जो ड्रिंकिंग वाटर सीधा सड़क कोयला माइन्स रो पानी आम ब्राह्मणी रे जाई की पड़ुची, अन्य नदी नाल रे पहुंची, से पानी को पुणी आम ग्रहण करुचे एवं माइन्स पानी को भी डायरेक्ट लोक माने पिउचंती, जार ए भली प्रभाव रहुची जा द्वारा कि विभिन्न प्रकार रोग मध्य ग्रास करुचे। ता सहित एमसीएल कथा कहंतु, तापर एनटीपीसी अछि, तार आसपानी सीधा सड़क ब्राह्मणी रे मिसुची एवं तांको सुरेज वाटर टा सीधा सड़क ब्राह्मणी रे से होजी डिस्चार्ज करूचंती। नालको अछि, नालकोर फ्लोराइड गोटिया समय रे खेती हेतिबो, सेठी एककालीन गछ थिबो, धान गछ थिबो, किंतु आपण हाथ मार देबे से सब झड़ी पड़िबो। फ्लोराइड रो एते प्रभाव सेठी। एवं सेठी जो गाई गोरु अछंती किमा मनीष अछंती, आंटू पेन कथा कहंतु किमा गाई गोरु ताको खुरा जो अछि गोड़ सेपटो है कि पूरा हाड़ भीतर को से फ्लोराइड रो मध्य प्रभाव रहुची एवं अल्प दिन रे से गाई गोरु भी मध्य नष्ट हो जाउछंती। एनु जदि आमे चिंता करिबा जे आमे 2030-40 पर्यंत ए कोयला रहिबो किंबा कोयला को बंद करा जिवो एवं ता पय हमको अल्टरनेटिव कोन करा जिवो एबे थारु हमको चिंता करिया को पड़िबो जे हमें कोन करिबा दरकार एक्शन प्लान ना हमें जदि निर्धारण न करिबा राज्य सरकार को तरफरु किंबा केंद्र सरकार को तरफरु हमें बहुत आसीबा बसीबा उठीबा कथार्ता होबा चलीबा किंतु किए रेस्पोंसिबिलिटी नबो का ऊपर रेस्पोंसिबिलिटी ता फिक्स होबो एटा रेस्पोंसिबिलिटी नबा दरकार केंद्र सरकार एवं राज्य सरकार जे हमें आगामी दिन रे जो ग्लोबल वार्मिंग पई जो पर्यावरण विभिन्न परिस्थिति रे वर्षा न होबा एवं अचानक वर्षा होबा जुगु एठी बन्या बात्या आसुची एवं लोक मानकर धन जीवन नष्ट होउची एवं विभिन्न प्रकार लोक माने असुविधा पाउचंती ताको आखिया रखी आमे जदि एबे ठारू सचेतन न होबा ताहले आमे केबे हेले से लक्ष्य स्थल रे पहुंची परिबा नै आमे एभली भाबरे आलोचना करतबा ए आलोचना रे ही रहि जाउची आपण मानकर एमसीएल रे कोयला खोली दे सारला परे तांकर अछि जे रिक्लेमेशन करिबा कथा रिक्लेमेशन न करिकी ताको कोन करूछंती सिमदे आर्टिफिशियल पहाड़ जो अवगुण अछि ताको खोली देकी ताड़ी दे सारला परे से बली पहाड़ ता ऊपरे ओबीडीसी तरफरु किछि अनाबना गछ जोडा कि 50 वर्ष 60 वर्ष 100 वर्ष गला बली आंबो हैला पणस हैला बर हैला अश्वत्थ हैला कि जो गछ लगेबा कथा से गछ लगा जाउनी जो गछ लगा जाउची आकाशिया एवं करंज अन्य गछ लगा जाउची गोटे हाउल रे से गछ भांगी नष्ट होई पड़े गोटे पवन रे जोर से पवन आसिला से भांगी जाए किंतु क्लाइमेट को कंट्रोल करने पाई जो परमानेंट गछ आंब पणस बर अश्वत्थ एवं अन्य जो गछ अछि जोटा कि 100 वर्ष पर्यंत से गछ सिंध स्टैंड हेकी रही आज दिन रे भी मध्य हम भारत वर्ष रे से गछ को लगा जाउनी कोन ना रिक्लेमेशन तार अछि रिक्लेमेशन टॉप सोइल जो 2 मीटर 3 मीटर ताको प्रिजर्व करके रखिया कथा पूरा पहाड़ करके प्रिजर्व करके रखिया कथा जेतोले कोल संपूर्ण भाव ताड़ी सारले कोयला डेसवा चाहि सारला तापर रिक्लेमेशन करके टॉप सोइल को पकेकी तापर गछ आमे लगेबा कथा ताले जो क्लाइमेट जो आसुची आम पई एक परिस्थिति आसुची ते परिस्थिति को हमें सामान्य मात्रा साइड कर दे परिबा से परिवेश परिस्थिति को एते कोन होची रिक्लेमेशन करा गलानी एनटीपीसी आसपॉन्ड अछि जहा कि 50 मीटर 100 मीटर हाइट रो भी आसपॉन्ड अछि जो आस खरा दिने पूरा आस स्नोफॉल भली आके तक 5 किलोमीटर 10 किलोमीटर से होची उड़ी गोटे स्नोफॉल भलिया गोटे आकृति आसे एवं प्रत्येक लोक घरे एवं खाइबा जो भात हांडी थाए से मध्य पड़े एवं एनटीपीसी गोटे नुआ उपाय पाई राज्य केंद्र सरकार को कही कोयला खदान लोक माने सैक्रिफाइस कले कोयला पाई पुणी आस्था आनिके एनटीपीसी रो पकाउची से माइंस रे जादरे कि ये जो माइंस रे पानी न रहुतला हमर से पानी रहते मिनरल्स रहुतला विभिन्न प्रकार मिनरल्स रहुतला से पानी रे मिसी की किंतु ए आस पसिला परे ए परिवेशटा मने करदु से पाखरे कि उठे बोरवेल करिवो से बोरवेल रो पानी जो आसीबो से उठे विषाक्त पानी सेटा मनुष्य पई जमा आदो सेटा होची ग्रहणीय एवं क्षतिकारक मनुष्य समाज पई एटा उठे क्षतिकारक एनो ताको फोन करिया कथा साइंटिफिक मेथड रे माइन भरेस जो अछि पूरा चारि पटे ताको कोन करा कथा सीमेंट एवं रोड दे आरसीसी रो ताको पोखरी तयारी करबा कथा जहां कि ए जो रास्ता ऊपर पानी पड़ुजे एवं तळ को भी जे पूरा ग्राउंड को जाउची से पानी ता जीवनी एवं अफेक्ट करिवनी से पानी ता लोक माने जो व्यवहार करते पीवा पई करंतु खाइबा पई करंतु ये करंतु से होबा कथा न किंतु सीधा सड़क भाव रे एटी गोटे जंगल राज भलिया मो ए शब्द एति भाई प्रयोग करूची जे सरकार कर सब योजना थिले भी मध्य आमे ताको अडॉप्ट करूने अत्यधिक लाभ करबा पई कंपनी को मनुष्य समाज को आमे सब बेले बारंबार मारिबा पई योजना करूचे डायरेक्ट नुह इनडायरेक्ट ए भाई भाव रे प्रदूषण को केबे भाव रे आमे रोकिबा ता होती मनुष्य हाथ रे अछि मैन मेड मार्वेलस मैन मेड डिस्ट्रॉयड they will go and destroyed ଆମେ ପଇସା ପଛରେ ଦୌଡୁଛେ ଦେଶ ହୁଅନ୍ତୁ ରାଜ୍ୟ ହୁଅନ୍ତୁ ସମସ୍ତେ ପଇସା ପଛରେ କେତେ କୋଲ ପ୍ରଡକ୍ସନ ହବ କେତେ ଡିସ୍ପାଚ ହବ ଏବଂ ସେ ଅନୁଯାୟୀ କେତେ କୋର୍ସେସ୍ ଆସିବ କେତେ ରୟାଲିଟି ପାଇବେ ଏବଂ ଆପଣଙ୍କର ଆସିବ ଆମେ ବି ଟିକେ ଲୋଭ କରୁଛୁ ଯେ କିଛି ଡିଏମ୍ଏଫ ଆସିଲେ ଅଞ୍ଚଳ ଲୋକଙ୍କର ରାସ୍ତା ହବ ଗୋଟେ କଲ୍ୟାଣ ମଣ୍ଡପ ତିଆରି ହବ ଇଏ ସବୁ ଠିକ ଦେଶରେ ଠିକ ଅଛି କିନ୍ତୁ କାହା ପାଇଁ ତିଆରି ଗୋଟେ ରାସ୍ତା ଆପଣ ତିଆରି କରୁଛନ୍ତି ଗୋଟେ ଯିବା ପାଇଁ କାହା ପାଇଁ ତିଆରି କଲେ ଯେ ଟ୍ରାନ୍ସପୋର୍ଟେସନ ଅଫ ମିନେରାଲ୍ସ ଏଇଟା ହଉଛି ଅନୁଷ୍ଠାନର ଲାଭ ପାଇଁ କରୁଛେ ସେଠାରେ ଗୋଟିଏ ରହୁଛି କଣ ନା ପାରିପାର୍ଶ୍ୱିକ ଲୋକମାନେ ଯୋଉମାନେ ହୁଆ ମାନେ ଡିପେଣ୍ଡ ଅନ କୋଲ ମାନେ ସେଠାରେ ଗାଡି ମାଲିକ କଥା କୁହନ୍ତୁ କିମ୍ବା ଡ୍ରାଇଭର କଥା କୁହନ୍ତୁ ଖଲାସି କଥା କୁହନ୍ତୁ ଯୋଉମାନେ ଚାକିରି କଥା କୁହନ୍ତୁ ସେମାନେ କରୁଛନ୍ତି କିନ୍ତୁ ମେଜର ଲୋକମାନଙ୍କ କ୍ଷତି ହଉଛି ୟାକୁ ନଜର ଦେବା ପାଇଁ ଯଦି ଆମେ ଗୋଟେ କଥା ଅଛି ମନୁଷ୍ୟ ଦେହ ଦିବ୍ୟ ଜ୍ଞାନ ଦେଖି ସନ୍ତୋଷ ଭଗବାନ ମନୁଷ୍ୟକୁ ଭଗବାନ ଦିବ୍ୟ ଜ୍ଞାନ ଦେଇଛନ୍ତି ଏଇଥିପାଇଁ ଯେ ବୁଝିବା କରିବା ଏବଂ ସମସ୍ତ ପ୍ରକାର ତାକୁ ବିଚାର କରି ନେଇପାରିବା ପାଇଁ ମଣିଷକୁ ଭଗବାନ ଜନ୍ମ ଦେଇଛନ୍ତି ଯାହାକୁ ଦୁର୍ଲଭ ଜନ୍ମ କୁହାଯାଏ ଏ ଦୁର୍ଲଭ ଜନ୍ମ ପାଇଲା ପରେ ଏ ଶିକ୍ଷିତ ସମାଜରେ ଆମେ ଅଣଦେଖା କରିବା ଯୋଗୁଁ ଆଜି ସମାଜ ପାଇଁ ମନୁଷ୍ୟ ସମାଜ ପାଇଁ ଏକ ବଡ ବିପଦ ଆସୁଛି ଆଗାମୀ ଦିନରେ ଆଜି ଆପଣମାନେ ଚିନ୍ତା କରନ୍ତୁ ଏବେ ଛୋଟ ପିଲାଟି ଇରିଟେଟ ହଉଛି ସେ କିଛି ନାହିଁ ଇରିଟେଟ ହଉଛି କହୁଛି ନାଇଁ ଯାହା ଜିଦି କରୁଛି ବାପା ମାଙ୍କୁ ମତେ ଆଜି ଏଇଟା ଦରକାର ଦିଆଯିବ କାହିଁକି ନା ଏ ପରିବେଶ ପାଇଁ ଠିକ ସମୟରେ ବର୍ଷା ନହବା ଏବଂ ଆପଣମାନଙ୍କର କେମିକାଲ ୟୁଜ ହବା କଥା ଆଗ କେମିକାଲ ୟୁଜ ହଉନଥିଲା ଆଗ ଖତରେ ପନିପରିବା ଧାନ ଚାଷ ହଉଥିଲା ଏବେ ସେଇ ଅନୁସାରେ ପ୍ରଡକ୍ସନ ହଉନି ଏବଂ ୟୁଜ କରାଗଲା ଆପଣମାନଙ୍କର କେମିକାଲ ଫର୍ଟିଲାଇଜର ଯାହାଦ୍ୱାରା କି ସେ ଯୋଉ ସାର ଜିନିଷ ଖାଇକି ମନୁଷ୍ୟ ତା ଦେହରେ ଯୋଉ ଥିବା କଥା ରେଜିଷ୍ଟାନ୍ସ ପାୱାର ସେ ଆସୁନି ବିଭିନ୍ନ ପ୍ରକାର ରହୁଛି କେବଳ ପ୍ରଦୂଷଣ କୁହନ୍ତୁ କିମ୍ବା ଆମର କ୍ଲାଇମେଟ କଥା କୁହନ୍ତୁ ଏହା ଦ୍ୱାରା ବିଭିନ୍ନ ପ୍ରକାର ପ୍ରଭାବ ଆସୁଛି ଏ ପ୍ରଭାବକୁ ଆମେ ପରିବର୍ତ୍ତନ କରିବା ପାଇଁ ଆମମାନଙ୍କର ବିଧିବଦ୍ଧ ଭାବରେ ଆକ୍ସନ ପ୍ଲାନ ଆମେ ଆଜି ଆରମ୍ଭ କଲେ ଯଦି ଆଜି ଆରମ୍ଭ କରିବା ତାହେଲେ 40-50 ବର୍ଷ ପରେ ଆମେ ଏହାକୁ ସକ୍ସେସ କରିପାରିବା ଏକା ଦିନରେ କେବେ ହେଇନି କି ହେଇପାରିବ ନାହିଁ ତା ପାଇଁ ମନେ କରନ୍ତୁ କୋଇଲା ଖଦାନ ବନ୍ଦ କରାଯିବ ଲକ୍ଷ ଲକ୍ଷ ଏମ୍ପ୍ଲୟି ଅଛନ୍ତି କଣ୍ଟ୍ରାକ୍ଚୁଆଲ ୱାର୍କର ଅଛନ୍ତି ସେଥିରେ ଆଖପାଖ ଲୋକମାନେ ଯୋଉମାନେ ଖାଇବାକୁ ପାଉନାହାନ୍ତି ସେ ବି ଗୋଟିଏ ବସ୍ତା ଯୋଡ଼ିଏ ବସ୍ତା କୋଇଲା ନେଇ ତା ପରିବାରକୁ ପ୍ରତିପୋଷଣ କରୁଛି ଏବଂ ଗାଡି ମାଲିକ ଅଛନ୍ତି ଟ୍ରାନ୍ସପୋର୍ଟେସନରେ ଏବଂ ଅନ୍ୟାନ୍ୟ ଲୋକମାନେ ଏ କୋଇଲାରୁ ସିଧାସଳଖ ଏବଂ ଅନ୍ୟ ମାଧ୍ୟମରେ ମଧ୍ୟ ଲକ୍ଷ ଲକ୍ଷ ଲୋକ ବେଘର ହବାର ଚାନ୍ସେସ୍ ଅଛି କିନ୍ତୁ ଆଜିଠାରୁ ଆମେ ତାଙ୍କ ପାଇଁ କଣ କରିପାରିବା କଣ କଣ କରାଯିବ ମନେ କରନ୍ତୁ ଆମର ସୋର୍ସ ହେଲା ମାଇନ ଏରିଆ ଏବେ ଯୋଉମାନେ ସେ ଅଞ୍ଚଳରେ ରହୁଥିଲେ ଚାକିରି ପାଇଲେ ଜମି ପଇସା ପାଇଲେ ଘର ପଇସା ପାଇଲେ କିନ୍ତୁ ଯେତେବେଳେ ତାର ଚାକିରି ସରିଯାଉଛି ସେ ଲୋକ ତାଳଚେରରେ ଖାଇବାକୁ ପାଉନାହାନ୍ତି ଇଣ୍ଡଷ୍ଟ୍ରି ଯୋଉଠି କଣ ନା ଚାକିରି ସରିଗଲା ପରେ ଏବେ ତ ପେନସନ ସ୍କିମ ସରକାର ଉଠେଇ ଦେଲେ ଏବଂ ଯଦି ବି ଅଛି 5-7 ହଜାର ଟଙ୍କା ପାଇଲେ ଯାହା ଧନ୍ୟବାଦ ମ୍ୟାଡାମ କମ ସମୟ ଦେବା ପାଇଁ କହିଛନ୍ତି ଏଣୁ ମନର କଥା ଆମେ ଅନ୍ୟ ରହୁଥିବା କଥା ଆଜି ମନୁଷ୍ୟ ଆଜି ଯଦି ଆଜି ଆମେ ଯାହା କିଛି କରୁଛେ ଆମ ନିଜ ପାଇଁ କରୁଛେ କିନ୍ତୁ ଆମେ କେତେଦୂର ଏହାକୁ ଠିକ କରୁଛେ ଭୁଲ କରୁଛେ ନିଜକୁ ଅନୁଭବ କରିବା ଦରକାର ଏଣୁ ଯୋଉ କୋଇଲା କ୍ଷେତ୍ର ଅଛି ତାକୁ ଲେବଲିଂ କରିକି ଯଦି ସେଇ ଲ୍ୟାଣ୍ଡ ମାନଙ୍କୁ ଦିଆଯାଇଥାନ୍ତା ସେମାନେ କିଛି ଚାଷବାସ କରନ୍ତେ ସେମାନଙ୍କର ଲାଇଭଲିହୁଡ ପୁଣି ଜୀବିତ ରୁହନ୍ତା ସେ ଜିନିଷ ହେଇପାରୁନି ଏବଂ ସେଇଥିପାଇଁ ମୁଁ ବି ଥରେ ସିଏମଡି କୁ କହିଥିଲି ଶୁକ୍ଲାଜୀ ଥିଲେ ସିଏମଡି ଯେ 14-15 ହଜାର କୋଟି ଟଙ୍କା ବର୍ଷକୁ ମୁନାଫା କରୁଛନ୍ତି 2000 କୋଟି ଡିଷ୍ଟ୍ରିକ୍ଟ ଆଡମିନିଷ୍ଟ୍ରେସନ ରେ ପାଖରେ ଆପଣ ମାନେ ଜମା ଦିଅନ୍ତୁ ସେଇଥିରୁ ଯେତେବେଳେ 30 ବର୍ଷ ପରେ କୋଇଲା ସରିଯିବ ଯୋଉ ପଇସା ଗଚ୍ଛିତ ଥିବ ସେଇଥିରୁ ଲୋକମାନେ ଯୋଉମାନେ ଜମି ହରେଇଥିବେ ସେମାନଙ୍କର ଲାଇଭଲିହୁଡ सेई भितर कोन किछि अनुष्ठान करी लोक माने प्रतिपोषण हेबे एवं दाना पानी पाइबे। तो एभଳି जदि आमे चिंता न करिबा ताले आम मनुष्य समाज पई आगामी दिन रे बहुत मूल्य दबाकू पड़िबो एवं मनुष्य धीरे धीरे कहीं कि ना मु जदि कहिबी चाइना रे तांकर जते लोक मले भी तांकर किछि फरक पड़ेनी सरकार को, किंतु ये भारत वर्ष संस्कृति परंपरा रो देश संस्कृति परंपरा राज्य आमर, किंतु एठी समस्ते स्नेह आदर रे समस्ते बंधा। किंतु चाइना रे जो भली भाव रे चिंता करंतनी तांको लोक आसीबा दरकार पड़ले तांको गोली मार दियंतु, तांको कोनोसी पॉइजन दे दियंतु, किछि करंतु तांको सरकार किछि होबार नाही। किंतु आम ओडिशा किबा आम भारत वर्ष रे यह संपूर्ण अलगा जे मनुष्य समाज को कौन कौन दरकार तापाई नीति नियम जहाँ अच्छी ताको आमे फॉलोअप करिया कथा, किंतु सरकार याको फॉलोअप एथि बाई करि पारु नांती जे आज जो प्लानिंग करा गला काली सकाळे याको रेस्पोंसिबिलिटी का मुंडरे फिक्स करा जीवो। समस्त आमे निज निजर टाइम पास करिया पई आसी जे मु मो क्षेत्र रे ठीक भाव रे काम करि देबी एवं मोर 2 वर्ष कि 3 वर्ष अछि ए जगह रे काम करिवार अछि, तापरे मु मोर चली जीवी। ए जो मानसिकताटाकू हमको परिवर्तन करिया को पड़िबो एवं मानसिक स्तर रे जो प्लान प्रोग्रामिंग होबा दरकार से प्लान एवं प्रोग्रामिंग को पूरा स्टैंड स्टिल एतिकी नहले एतिकी से व्यक्ति ऊपर रेस्पोंसिबिलिटी फिक्स रहिबो। से जो न करिवे तांको ऊपर एई एक्शन करा जीवो। जदि एभली भाव रे व्यवस्था करा जाए ताले निश्चित भाव रे आज जो मनुष्य समाज प्रति आगामी दिन रे विपद आसुची खाली ओडिशा नु भारत नु समग्र विश्व रे ताहला हमें एको चैलेंजिंग भाव रे करि परिबा एवं लोक मानकर एवं भविष्य निश्चित भाव रे आगु भलो हबो। एनो आज आई फॉरेस्ट ए कार्यक्रम रे मु धन्यवाद ज्ञापन करछि श्रीयुक्त भूषण महोदय को, से मते शामिल करछंती एवं मोर उपस्थित समस्त साधु मंडली गुरुजन मंडली समस्त को मु धन्यवाद दौची। आपण माने मोर 2 पद कथा सुनिया पई मते सुजोग दैछंती एवं परिशेष रे मु आशा करिवि निज देश पई मनुष्य समाज पई आम समस्त कर दायित्व रहिछि। आमे समस्त मिली मिसी ए दायित्व को जदि बहन करिबा निश्चित भाव रे आगामी दिन रे आमे एवं आम समाज मनुष्य समाज तिष्टि रही परिबो। एतिक मु आपण मानको पाखरे प्रार्थना करी मोर वक्तव्य एठी रखुछि। जय जगन्नाथ, जय मां हिंगुला, वंदे उत्कल जननी।
I think Shri Pradhan has made it very clear, and I think Siddharth ji also said that the beginning of just transition is Angul is going to be how do we improve the environmental quality today and tomorrow. पहला जो काम है कि पर्यावरण का सुरक्षा किस तरह से अगले कुछ सालों में how do we improve environmental practice, and I'm sure industry is here, and improving environmental practice is also important. If you want to expand production capacity, it will give you the social license to operate. ये बहुत जरूरी है कि पर्यावरण को किस तरह से अच्छा किया जाए, और इसी में now we have CMD of Mahanadi Coalfield Limited who will give his remarks, and I'm requesting now Shri O.P. Singh ji, Chairman Managing Director Mahanadi Coalfield Limited, for his remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sorry. No. Yeah.
Yeah. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Fine. सभी को नमस्कार. On this occasion of release of the study made by iForest, report on planning and just energy transition and a new green economy of Angul district, Honorable Deputy Speaker Shri Rajnikant ji, Honorable MLA Talchir, Shri Pradhan ji, District Collector Angul, Mr. Swai, and other dignitaries present on the dais, and Sri Chandra Bhushan ji from iForest and his team, and other industry people available present in the hall. It's a very good initiative taken by the organizers to think of studying the future of the district, making plan for the just transition, and seeing that the economy also grows, and at the same time, the people of the locality are given their due well in a planned way. So as my earlier speakers have already spoken, that the role of coal is very high in our economy. And as it has been told that by 2040, the coal is going to be continuously increasing its production and share in the economy. So we need to think of doing things which are eco-friendly, which are people-friendly, and which help the economy to grow, as well as to see that environment is also protected and the welfare of the people is also taken care. So in this respect, on behalf of MCL, I want to put few words and the plan of MCL. And first of all, I would like to congratulate the team of iForest for their diligent study conducted in the Angul district and coming up with such an informative piece of work in the form of this report that it will help all the stakeholders. As far as MCL is concerned, we have a very detailed planning of increasing the production and handling that increased production in such a way that it is done in an eco-friendly way. As it has been rightly told earlier, that the current level of production of MCL is about 100 million ton. And by 2030, it is going to be nearly 200 million ton from MCL side. And from other stakeholders who are going to operate their mine in the district and in the coal field, they are going to add another 100 million ton. So about 300 million ton coal production is going to come from there. As far as MCL is concerned, we are going to produce about 180 to 200 million ton. For that, we have already planned and we are under the process of implementing the first mile connectivity projects of about meeting the whole requirement of the coal produced. Means whatever coal will be produced, it will be loaded into wagons mechanically. There is a system of MGR available with NALCO and with TTPS Kania. There is a system of belt transport also. So all eco-friendly way of transporting the coal is planned and it is under implementation and it will be done. This is the action plan for MCL side. And we will keep only those much amount of coal which can be transported by road, depending upon the local requirement. जो लोकल में जो इंडस्ट्री चलती हैं उनके नीड को मीट करने के लिए ही जो रोड की आवश्यकता होगी हम उतना ही अलाउ करेंगे. अदरवाइज हमारे पास इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर हम डेवलप कर रहे हैं कि कंप्लीट कोल को हम मैकेनाइज्ड वे में ट्रांसपोर्ट करके यूजर के पास तक पहुंचाएं. दूसरी बात है कि कोल का प्रोडक्शन भी हम इको फ्रेंडली वे में करते हैं. वी हैव डिप्लॉयड सरफेस माइनर्स इन अवर 97% ऑफ द कोल प्रोडक्शन इज थ्रू सरफेस माइनर. सो द environmental care is taken at the time of production also, and at the time of loading and transport also it will be taken. Few more things I would like to add, that we are going to do a comprehensive development plan of Talcher coal field, for which the study work has been assigned to IIT Kharagpur. They have already taken much time because of the COVID period. They could not deliver their study report, but they are in the process of doing it. This study report will definitely help in the just transition, which the iForest has made a study to implement in a planned way. We are making the study, and after outcome of that study, we'll submit this report to state government, and depending upon the stakeholders involved in this, whosoever is assigned the work, I think they should do, and MCL also promises to do that as our part. Another thing I would like to point out, that this coal mining in Talcher and anywhere creates one of the very good reservoir of water. ये जो अंडरग्राउंड माइन है, इट्स अ वेरी गुड रिजर्वायर ऑफ वाटर. ओपन कास्ट माइनिंग करने के बाद में आपने देखा होगा कि तालचेर कोलफील्ड में जो वाटर बॉडीज बनी हैं, बहुत बड़ी वाटर बॉडीज बनी हैं कि देश में क्लाइमेटिक जो भी चेंजेस होंगे उसके लिए जो रिजर्व क्रिएट करके होना चाहिए पानी का, वो क्रिएट किया हुआ है. अब उसमें देखना यह है कि हमने जो अभी प्लान करके फ्लाई एश भरने का गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया के डायरेक्टिव से कर रहे हैं, उसको तो हम कर ही रहे हैं. उसमें थोड़ा एक पुनर्विचार किया जा सकता है कि पूरा का पूरा वाटर बॉडी को पानी से भरने की बजाय हम एक सर्टेन लेवल तक भरने के बाद में उसको छोड़ दें. जैसा आपको मालूम है कि करीब 6-7 मीटर हाइट तक के डेप्थ तक के वाटर बॉडीज में ही लाइफ सर्वाइव करता है. उससे ज्यादा नीचे का पानी होने से उसमें लाइफ सर्वाइव नहीं कर पाता है, क्योंकि एरेशन ऑफ वाटर नहीं होता है. तो जो 6-7 मीटर का वाटर बॉडी है उसको हम प्रिजर्व करें और उसके टेस्ट भी कर लें, प्योरीफाई भी कर लें, और उसको हम उस लोकेलिटी के यूज के लिए प्रिजर्व करके रखें. जो अंडरग्राउंड माइंस भी है वो भी बहुत बड़ा रिजर्वायर है वाटर का, कि कंटिन्यूअस पेरेनियल सोर्स ऑफ वाटर है, वो भी हमारे लिए एक एसेट है, उसको भी हमको प्रिजर्व करके रखना चाहिए. डेफिनेटली जो फ्लाई एश, जो सैंड फिलिंग करना है सर्टेन पोर्शंस में, वो करने के बाद में बाकी चीजों को हमको अगर हम प्रिजर्व करके रखेंगे तो लॉन्ग टर्म में भी जो भी वाटर क्राइसिस आने का संभावना बनता है ग्लोबली, उसमें ये हमारा जो लोकल वाटर रिटेनिंग स्ट्रक्चर है ये हमारे लिए बहुत यूजफुल होगा. दूसरी बातें जो मेरे पूर्व वक्ताओं ने कहा कि रिगार्डिंग प्लांटेशन, सर्टेनली हम प्लांटेशन करते हैं, और जो लोकल नेटिव स्पेसीज और फ्रूट बेयरिंग ट्रीज को प्लांटेशन करना चाहिए, दैट वी हैव आल्सो शिफ्टेड. We are doing with as per the directives of the MOEF. So we are doing it, we are practicing it. So regarding this air pollution, water pollution, certainly जो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया के नॉर्म्स हैं, जो MOEF के गाइडलाइंस हैं, उनको हम फॉलो करते हैं, और कहीं अगर कोई कमी है तो डेफिनेटली हम उसको इम्प्रूव करके बेहतर वे में करना चाहते हैं. इस इन्वायरमेंट प्रोटेक्शन और वेलबींग के साथ में एक बातें जो बहुत अच्छी ऑनरेबल MLA साहब ने कहा कि ये जो प्लान हम कर रहे हैं इसमें लाइवलीहुड ऑफ द लोकल पीपल इज आल्सो वेरी मच इम्पोर्टेंट. कोल को हम जस्ट ट्रांजिशन फेज में हम इसको फेज आउट करेंगे, हमें ये देखना होगा कि यह किस तरह से लोगों के लाइवलीहुड को भी सस्टेन करता है. जैसा आई फॉरेस्ट की टीम ने बताया कि करीब 66% और अदर 69% ऑफ द वर्कर्स, इनफॉर्मल वर्कर्स, आर एसोसिएटेड विद द कोल. सो इस कोल के बिजनेस के साथ में बहुत सारे लोगों का लाइवलीहुड जुड़ा हुआ है. इसको अगर हमको समय के साथ में चेंज ओवर करना है तो वो भी बहुत प्लान्ड वे में करने की आवश्यकता है. सो डेफिनेटली ये अच्छा इनिशिएटिव है, और इन सब स्टडीज से जो आउटकम आ रहा है उसको इम्प्लीमेंट करने में डेफिनेटली MCL का जो रोल है वो बहुत ही पॉजिटिव और प्रोएक्टिव है. साथ में ही अगर कोई नई चीज सामने आती है, कुछ उस लोकेलिटी में अच्छा करने का जो स्टेट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन, डिस्ट्रिक्ट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन चाहता है, उसके लिए MCL is always ready to come forward and do what best can be done in the locality. With these words, I thank to the organizers for organizing a very good workshop and study done by them. I wish them a very good work, and I hope that the work study done by them will certainly add to the growth of the locality and for the well-being of the Talcher coalfield. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I have Jagadananji, and I'll request Jagadananji for a short remark. For your short remark, Jagadananji, before I request Honorable Deputy Speaker for his Chief Guest address. Please, Jagadananji.
Thank you, Chandrabhushan. Thank you. We have Honorable Deputy Speaker Sri Rajnikant Singh ji, Honorable member of the Legislative Assembly, Sri Pradhanji, our young dynamic collector, Angul, Sri Swai, ladies and gentlemen. You see, there are 4 things I want to share very briefly and close there in 4 minutes. First thing is, the natural resources are not unlimited. That is, these are all limited commodities, and this is going to end one day. And that end is, in some mines can come this month, some mines may come after a few years, but it's going to end. So therefore, people who are dependent around it, we have to really think through, and this just transition is a reminder for all of us. ଆମ ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କ ପାଇଁ ଏଇଟା ଗୋଟେ ମନେ ପକେଇ ଦେବା ସମୟ ଯେ ଆମକୁ ଏଇଟା ଗୋଟେ ଅନିର୍ଦ୍ଦିଷ୍ଟ କାଳ ପାଇଁ ଏମିତି ଚାଲିପାରିବନି ଏବଂ ହୁଏତ କିଛି ଜିନିଷ ଆମ ଜୀବନ କାଳ ଭିତରେ ଆମେ ଦେଖିବା ଚାଲିଥିବ କିନ୍ତୁ ଆମ ପଛ ନେକ୍ସଟ ଜେନେରେସନ ପାଇଁ ବେଳକୁ ନଥିବ କିଛି। ତେଣୁ ଏଇ ଯୋଉ ଅବସ୍ଥା, ଏଇ ଯୋଉ ବ୍ୟବସ୍ଥାରେ ଗୋଟେ ପରିବର୍ତ୍ତନ ଦରକାର। ଆମର ମାନସିକତାରେ ପରିବର୍ତ୍ତନ ଦରକାର, କାର୍ଯ୍ୟକ୍ରମରେ ପରିବର୍ତ୍ତନ ଦରକାର, ପଲିସିରେ ପରିବର୍ତ୍ତନ ଦରକାର, ଆକ୍ସନରେ, ଚିନ୍ତନରେ ପରିବର୍ତ୍ତନ ଦରକାର। ଏଟା ହେଲା 1। ଦ୍ୱିତୀୟ କଥା ହେଲା, ଅନୁଗୁଳ ବା ଆମ ଦେଶ ଖାଲି ମାଇନିଂ ରେ ସାରା ପୃଥିବୀରେ एकमात्र ଜାଗା ନୁହଁ। ସାରା ପୃଥିବୀରେ ବିଭିନ୍ନ ଜାଗାରେ ବିଭିନ୍ନ ମାଇନିଂ ଚାଲିଛି। ଅଷ୍ଟ୍ରେଲିଆନ ମାଇନିଂ, ସାଉଥ ଆଫ୍ରିକାନ ମାଇନିଂ, ନରୱେଜିଆନ ମାଇନିଂ, ସବୁ ଜାଗାରେ ଚାଲିଛି। ତେଣୁ ଆଇ ଫରେଷ୍ଟ ଯେହେତୁ ଇଣ୍ଟରନ୍ୟାସନାଲ ସ୍ତରରେ ସେମାନେ ଦେଖୁଛନ୍ତି ଜଷ୍ଟ ଟ୍ରାନଜିସନ ର ଯୋଉ ଜର୍ଣ୍ଣିଟା ଅଷ୍ଟ୍ରେଲିଆରେ କ'ଣ ଆରମ୍ଭ ହୋଇଛି, ସ୍କାଣ୍ଡିନେଭିଆନ କଣ୍ଟ୍ରିଜ ରେ କ'ଣ ଆରମ୍ଭ ହୋଇଛି, କାରଣ ଏଇଟା ସାରା ଦୁନିଆ ପାଇଁ ଗୋଟେ ବହୁତ ବଡ ଚ୍ୟାଲେଞ୍ଜ। ତେଣୁ ଇଣ୍ଟରନ୍ୟାସନାଲ ଏକ୍ସପିରିଏନ୍ସ ସବୁ କ'ଣ ଅଛି, ଭଲ ବେଷ୍ଟ ପ୍ରାକ୍ଟିସେସ୍ କ'ଣ ଅଛି, ଆଇ ଥିଙ୍କ ୱି ସୁଡ୍ ଅଲସୋ ଲାଇକ୍ ଟୁ ନୋ, ଏବଂ ସେଇଟା ଜାଣିଲେ ହୁଏତ ଆମେ ଆଉ ଟିକେ ତତ୍ପର ହବୁ, ଆମ ପାଇଁ କିଛି ଖୋରାକ ମିଳିବ। 2 ତୃତୀୟ ହେଲା, ମୋର ମନେ ଅଛି when Odisha budget present hoye, we have a budget center. We always tell the government je kon darkar, what is people kar need ta kon. 2 ବର୍ଷ ତଳେ finance department, our finance department was there in our budget consultation, and I had pleaded very passionately, very strongly that our state, which is dependent on mineral resources, we must create a corpus fund. And that corpus fund has to be something in the line of Norwegian, what I would call their sovereign debt fund, something like that. So there is a reserve fund available. And I'm very happy that this year's budget, 10,000 କୋଟି ଟଙ୍କାର ଗୋଟେ corpus fund ତିଆରି ହେଇଛି ରାଜ୍ୟରେ, and this corpus fund is from these kind of resources which will grow actually. It has made a good beginning, so I will request the government and all of you to pressurize the government also. This 10,000 crore should exponentially increase to 1,00,000 crore this year, and then so on and so forth, so that we have a big reserve fund. The mining resource au nathibo rajya chaliba aji jota honorable member legislative assembly kohutile. Third hela, aji dinare local action kichi darkar, local action pai panchayat starare tike planning hova darkar. Panchayat starare, if we cannot do planning at the panchayat level, the state plan, national plan cannot solve this problem actually. So we need local planning at the panchayat level as a unit, and once that unit starts planning about the economy, about livelihood, about skilling in that area, I'm sure things will start changing actually. And to do that panchayat level planning, as part of the just transition, civil society has to come in a big way. District administration has to make it supportive also, because it's a real planning. It's not a rhetoric planning. So that is my third point. And my fourth and last point is, Whether we like it or not, the country is committed. Globally, there is a commitment. Fossil fuel based energy will come to a halt at one point. So we have to look for alternative energy. We have to look for green energy. Since it's already agreed, there is no debate about it. We don't have to debate about it. It's all agreed. Commitment is made. There is a complete consensus around the world. So therefore, as citizens of the world, as citizens of the state, as citizens of Angul, we have abundant responsibility to ensure that this global consensus, this global commitment is translated into action. Thank you so much.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, sir, may I request you now for your address?
First of all, I'm sorry that I came late. But because during my discussion and while this Mr. Panda had been to my house, I had insisted the time should be 11. 10 is too early. I do not know whether in Delhi the meetings will start at 9:30, 10. I do not know. Anyway, ଆଜିର ଯୋଉ 2 ଦିନିଆ ଆଇ ଫରେଷ୍ଟର ଭୁବନେଶ୍ୱରରେ ଯୋଉ ୱାର୍କସପ୍ କରୁଛନ୍ତି, ଗଲା କାଲି ଏନର୍ଜିର ଥିଲା, ଆଜି କ୍ଲାଇମେଟ ଚେଞ୍ଜ। ଡାସ୍ରେ ଅଛନ୍ତି ମିଷ୍ଟର ଚନ୍ଦ୍ରଭୂଷଣ from my forest, my MLA colleague Mr. Pradhan, our collector Angul, the youngest one, ଏବେ ଜଣେ କିଏ ବୋଧେ ତାଙ୍କଠୁ ଆଉ କମ ବୟସର କଲେକ୍ଟର ହେଇଛନ୍ତି ବୋଧେ, ଯାହା ମୁଁ ଶୁଣିଥିଲି, ମିଷ୍ଟର ଜଗଦାନନ୍ଦ। ଜଗଦାନନ୍ଦ ବାବୁଙ୍କୁ ସାକ୍ଷାତ ପ୍ରଥମ ହେଲା, ଏ ଚାରି ଥର ଏମଏଲଏ ହେଲା ପରେ ବି କୌଣସି ମିଟିଂରେ ସାକ୍ଷାତ ହେଇନଥିଲା, କିନ୍ତୁ ଟିଭି ଡିବେଟରେ ଦେଖିଛି, ପ୍ଲସ୍ ଆଉ ଗୋଟେ କୋଉଥିରେ ଥିଲେ। ତ ମୁଁ ଯାହା ଜାଣିଛି ଯେ ସେ ଜଣେ ଏନସାଇକ୍ଲୋପିଡିଆ ଅଫ ନଲେଜ ଆମ ଓଡ଼ିଶାରେ ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ଅଛନ୍ତି, ଆହୁରି ବହୁତ ଲୋକ ଅଛନ୍ତି। ତ ଆମେ ଏ ଯୋଉ ଆଇ ଫରେଷ୍ଟର ଯୋଉ ଏଣ୍ଡ ସାମ୍ନାରେ ଯୋଉ ବସିଛନ୍ତି, କିଛି ପିଆରଆଇ ମେମ୍ବର ଆସିଛନ୍ତି ବୋଲି ଯାହା ଖବର ମିଳିଲା ଅନୁଗୁଳ ତାଳଚେରର, ସେଟା ପଣ୍ଡାକୁ କହିନଥିଲେ ମତେ କିଏ କିଏ ସବୁ କାହାକୁ ଡକା ହେଇଛି, ଏଣ୍ଡ ଦି ଅଦର ଗେଷ୍ଟ। ଅନୁଗୁଳ ଉପରେ ଯେତେବେଳେ ଆଲୋଚନା ଜିଲ୍ଲା, ଏ ବ୍ରିଟିଶ ସମୟରେ ବି ଜିଲ୍ଲା ଥିଲା, ପୁଣି ଆଉଥରେ ଆମେ ଜିଲ୍ଲା ଫେରି ପାଇଲୁ 1993, 1 ଏପ୍ରିଲ 1993ରେ ଓଡ଼ିଶାର ସେତେବେଳେ ମୁଖ୍ୟମନ୍ତ୍ରୀ ବିଜୁ ପଟ୍ଟନାୟକ ଯାଇକିରି ସେ ସମୟରେ ଆହୁରି ଟୋଟାଲ 30 ଜିଲ୍ଲା ହେଲା, ଅନୁଗୁଳ ଜିଲ୍ଲା ହେଲା। ଆମେ ସମସ୍ତେ ଜାଣିଛେ ଯେ କୋଇଲା ରିଜର୍ଭ ଅନୁଗୁଳ ଜିଲ୍ଲାର ମାନେ ତାଳଚେରରେ ଅଛି। ତ according to CMPDI report, there is a large plateau covering Angul district and Sambalpur district up to Redakol. ମାଟି ତଳେ ତଳେ କୋଇଲା ପ୍ରବଳ ଅଛି, ବହୁତ କୋଇଲା ଅଛି। ତାଳଚେରର କୋଇଲା ସେ ଟପିକ ଏଥିରେ ଆସିବ କି ନାହିଁ କହିପାରିବିନି, କିନ୍ତୁ ପଣ୍ଡା ସାଥିରେ କଥା ହେଇଥିଲୁ। ତାଳଚେରର କୋଇଲା ହଉଛି 40% ଆସ୍, ଯୋଉଟା କି କଲେକ୍ଟର ସାହେବ କହୁଥିଲେ, ମିଷ୍ଟର ଜଗନ୍ନାଥ କହୁଥିଲେ ଯେ ବାହାର କଣ୍ଟ୍ରିରେ ସେମାନେ କୋଇଲାକୁ ସେଠି କଣ ୟୁଜ କରୁଛନ୍ତି ନ କରୁଛନ୍ତି, ସେମାନେ ବେଶୀ ଏକ୍ସପୋର୍ଟ କରୁଛନ୍ତି। ହେଇପାରେ ତାଙ୍କର ଏନଭାଇରନମେଣ୍ଟକୁ ଆଫେକ୍ଟ ନ କରିବା ପାଇଁ। କିନ୍ତୁ ଆମେ ଆଜିର ଏଇ ଯୋଉ ଓପନିଂ ସେସନ ଅଛି, ୟା ପରେ ଆପଣ ମାନେ वर्कशॉप हम दिन सारा क्लाइमेट चेंज ऊपर किसी ना किसी निर्चास बाहरी बोली मु आशा करूची तो पंडा को साथ आउट इंसिडेंट कहते जे आज निहाती भाव में क्लाइमेट चेंज मिनिस्टर आसवा कथा जेहेतु मिस्टर चंद्रभूषण को मध्य कहबी जे henceforth जेते बेले whenever you plan to have such meeting in Bhubaneswar or any other place, means there are industrial hubs in Odisha, so many. And I will also request to have this type of meeting in Burla. The person, Mr. Singh, sitting there as CMD at Burla. So there are huge reserve of coal in Dasuda district and Sundargarh district. So setire jaha पंडा बाबू कहउतले से किछि किछि जानि छथि से रिसर्च करछथि बोली कहउतले फॉरेस्टर पंडा शाश्वत पंडा इज एन ओरिया फेलो जे इवन भुवनेश्वर में 45 डिग्री काहे होउछि इ समस्त कंसर्न से या ये अनुगुल रे लागोड रे प्राय तो जगह रे समस्त कहउछन इंडस्ट्री आसला ये हला से हला किंतु मिस्टर प्रधान आ मु से तालचेर जन्म होइछ मु अनुगुल जन्म होइछ तो हमर डिफरेंस हार्डली 15-20 किलोमीटर भीतर हमर गां तो हमें पिला दिन देखिलो देवबड़ा कॉलेज थिला डेरा थिला देरा टू कॉलेज नेम देवबड़ा एंड अनदर डेरा चंपापची इसु थिला से अंडरमाइनिंग जो कोला खड़ी थिला open cast asla pare after this open cast concept adopted by government of India after Chasnala of Bihar से धीरे धीरे जो भरबटा नाला ये हला निया जोड़िला ए जोड़ा एटा गुटे नॉर्मल ताले पिला मो जो पर्यंत मिस्टर पंडा के साथ रे कथा हले से गले कोइला रो गुटे अनदर गैस बाहरुची कोइला कोइला को कोइला एम छोदिले एम तो जळिबो से जळिबो गैस बाहरुची जोटा कि 3 डिग्री 3-4 डिग्री डेफिनेटली अधिका करोच से गैस रो मिशन किमिति हमें ओ उपाय करबा कोन करबा तार उठे आलोचना हमर एठी हबो और साइंटिफिकली गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया चिंता करिवो कि गवर्नमेंट ऑफ ओडिशा चिंता करिवो कि जीव चिंता करो तर भुवनेश्वर काहे होछ हमर आलोचना हला तले मिस्टर अमात को घरे अधघंटा आलोचना करू क्लाइमेट मिनिस्टर फॉरेस्ट एंड एनवायरनमेंट अंगर सुधी अलगा यू आर हैविंग सम अनदर engagement for today otherwise he would have come तो मैडम मत आज सकाळ मते रिक्वेस्ट कर देले तांको नै गिरा सब नॉट ए कमोडिटी दैट आई शुड कैरी ही इज ए मिनिस्टर तो तांकर निजर इज हैविंग अनदर प्रोग्राम आपको नै ड्रैग इनटू दिस प्रोग्राम तो से को henceforth don't impose any debt upon us you call your other officers at any time they can come anyway तो क्लाइमेट चेंज रो फोकस रहिबा दरकार नै इखनी ओडिसा रे कोहंतु कि बाहर कोहंतु जिंदी जगदाब कहले जे नै इंटरनेशनली आपण माने काम करछन तो इंटरनेशनली जदी काम करछन if iForest is working internationally your full form so internationally how they are mitigating this climate change काहे ना Angul border रो 7 के 8 टा इंडस्ट्री अछि स्टील प्लांट अछि टाटा रो आगु सन तना थिला पावर प्लांट अछि जीएमआर आउट पावर प्लांट आसी थिला लांको बंद हे गला अब किसी छोट छोट इंडस्ट्री अछि जो दर के निश्चय हिट जनरेट होछि किंतु नालको प्रथम जत्र 1982 रे आसला एवं 86 रे पावर प्लांट आसला 88 रे नालको स्मेल्टर आसला फ्लोराइड एमिशन रो इफेक्ट जोटा प्रजाव कहउतले मोर कलीग तालचर मेले फ्लोराइड एमिशन रो इफेक्ट छी एबे भी अछि से तोड़ को से फिल्टर बैग इकरे थौ नथिले जोटा देकरी फिल्टर हेकरी ऊपर ये गैसटा जीव वर्षा दिने जेहेतु ओपन एयर रे मिस पार नथिला तुम वर्षा दिने एटा चारियाडे खेली जाउतला एतिटे तो एनवायरनमेंट कमिटी 2-3 थर मु जाईची से मानको ताकि भी करा हितला वी हैव क्वेश्चन 45 मीटर पर्यंत गोटे लोक जेहेतु लिफ्ट नथिला गोटे लोक बोहिकरी ऊपर सीढ़ी चढ़ी चढ़ी जीवा कष्ट चढ़ू 45 मीटर ऊपर फिल्टर बैग दौ नथिले स्मेल्टर रे लिफ्ट तैयारी हैला तापर धीरे धीरे कमिलानी स्टैंडर्ड आसी से माने कहउछंती किंतु मझे मझे सोलर डिमेंशन इफेक्ट आसुची तो दैट इज व्हाई जोटा कलेक्टर साहब कहउतले एल्युमिनियम पार्क आसुची एल्युमिनियम फ्यूचर मेटल बोले हम कहूचे एल्युमिनियम पार्क आसुची स्मेल्टर आउ फिल्टर प्लांट आउ एल्युमिनियम पार्क में हैबिटेशन से माने भी बहुत टॉर्चर है टॉर्चर इन द सेंस हीट जो फ्लूइड एमिशन जो तो दे आर बीइंग डिस्प्लेस्ड ऑलरेडी भी इंटरेस्ट नहीं जति तो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ ओडिशा इज आल्सो हेल्पिंग नालको तो कह आसी नहीं नालको इज नॉट हेल्पिंग कुछ नहीं कुछ करना एनीवे क्लाइमेट चेंज रो मेन फोकस सर हो आज रो वर्कशॉप रे क्लाइमेट चेंज इवन क्लाइमेट चेंज कहीं होची अनुगुण वंस अपन ए टाइम जेतबेले 1947 परे स्वाधीन पाइना हमें ओडिशा रो राजधानी हबार थिला किंतु पानी प्रॉब्लम जुगो हे पालाने किंतु पानी प्रॉब्लम कहले पानी पाखरे ब्राह्मणी नदी अछि 10 किलोमीटर दूर रे कि 20 किलोमीटर दूर रे पानी आसकी रे हे पर जान से तोळ कथा भुवनेश्वर देन दे शिफ्टेड टू भुवनेश्वर मिस्टर महताब then chief minister तो सेतबेले राजधानी हेतले इखणी तोतला राजधानी हेता कोन हेता से दूसरा कथा जुड़ा बिने फ्राई पैन रे बसला भले लागे 35 डिग्री तो अनुगुण ओडिसा रो ये पई आपनगर एसी कंपनी जो हैव आल्सो अनुगुण कोन चारेड पई 50 डिग्री रे केम एसी चालू से तैयारी कलानी तो आमे भुवनेश्वर कथा कहतली पंडा जा कहतले जे अनुगुण टाउन कहतु जे कोनसी सिटी कहतु ये जो गार्बेज से गार्बेज रे मध्ये गोटे गैस बाहर बोली कहतले तो ये सब गुडा को से रिपोर्ट रे I think must have been included the remedial measures that किछि थिबो आई पारे तो इखने एक्सपोर्ट किया आसंती मन तो कहि परिबे नहीं एरे पूरी जो वर्कशॉप पूरा संध्या पर्यंत वर्कशॉप चलियो बोली कहतले पंडा तो नेक्स्ट टाइम मो रिक्वेस्ट आपन मिस्टर भूषण to kindly have one workshop in Jharsuguda and Sundargarh because they are also coal based and Angul and Talcher हमको क्या करना है अंगुल वालों को और तालचेर वालों को ये हमको जाके बताइए अंगुल में थैंक यू
थैंक यू ऑनरेबल डिप्टी स्पीकर एंड आपके सजेशन से अंगुल में भी मीटिंग करेंगे झारसुगुड़ा में भी करेंगे वी विल डू दैट मीटिंग वी विल इन्वॉल्व एवरीवन एंड विल मेक श्योर कि ये भुवनेश्वर में मीटिंग ना रहे लोकल में जाके एंड इसीलिए हमने आई एम सो हैप्पी दैट ऑनरेबल एमएलए इज हियर एंड पंचायती राज इंस्टीट्यूट के भी मेंबर्स हैं यहाँ पे इंडस्ट्री भी हैं बट I think your recommendation we will take forward. We will organize local meeting. So let's give a big hand to our panel and we will break for tea and may I request for a group photograph, please. Thank you. लेट करते हैं। हाँ लेट करते हैं उसको।
नहीं उनको मैं बोला था वो 11 बजे।
चल, come, please.
Names changed. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I will request to please take your seat. You can have your tea and coffee on your seat, please. So we will be starting the next session in 5 minutes. Please take your seats. Shresha ji, Shresha ji. So I will request everyone to please come on their seat with their tea and coffee. We'll start the session in very short time. So good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us back again for the next session. After this wonderful first session, inaugural session, now I will request our speakers and our moderators to please join us on the stage. I will request Mr. Keshav Rao to please come on the dais, please. I will also request Mr. Ashim Goswami to please come on the dais, please. I will request Mr. Pankaj to please come on the dais, please. So this session will be moderated by Shrestha Banerjee. Shrestha ma'am, will request you please come on the dais and start the session. We have one person as a guest online also. He is on the Zoom account. So from MCL, he will also join, please. Oh, so we'll start our session now.
I'll start with the
Registration. Okay, so it will start from a presentation from Shrestha. I will request everyone to come inside, take your tea to your chair, and you can have it here. Thank you.
If the iForest team can call back everyone in the room, please. Shashwat, please call back. I'm starting the session. So thank you, everyone. The presentation, I have a very short presentation, not anything to talk of the report much, but this presentation is most importantly to steer the panel discussion. And Chandrabhushan was supposed to hold the discussion, but he received one call, he has to attend it. So I'll do it, no problem, because I think it is an important opportunity for us to hear the industry perspective. The reason we are starting with an industry session first, we have 3 panel discussions which are very different. The first one is we have industry leaders with us today. The second one is a people's perspective, where we'll be joined by labor union leaders, civil society organization, Panchayati Raj institution members. And the third session is to talk about environment and climate change at large, where we have representation from the Odisha Pollution Control Board. I'm hoping the Environment Department is coming in for that session. And then we have civil society organization as well. So these 3 are very distinct sessions for the very matter, because Angul report was not an easy story like any other coal region of India. मैं ये इसलिए बोल रही हूँ कि अंगुल रिपोर्ट हमारा 3rd रिपोर्ट था. पहला रिपोर्ट था झारखंड, Second report, we are also working in Chhattisgarh, Jothi Korba. And the third one was Angul. जब हमने Angul report पे काम करना शुरू किया, the biggest thing was that how do we deal with a district which is going to produce 300 million ton of coal in the next 10 years. Jharkhand, हम सब बहुत लोग झारखंड के काम करते हैं. I say Jharkhand is a simple story because their mines are loss making, mine बंद हो रहे हैं. और लोगों को डर है क्या होने वाला है. Angul is a very different story. Angul is growing and expanding. But at the same time, the challenge is that climate crisis is also growing. इन दोनों को balance कैसे करेंगे when you do a research? And we cannot not talk of Angul when we talk of a climate crisis and a just transition. It is not an easy job, and this is one of the most difficult reports I did in my 20 years of research career. I should really say that. So we are starting off with industry, as I was saying, with a very basic reason, because हम माने या ना माने, there is a huge number of people, जैसे चंद्रभूषण ने सुबह आप सबको बताया था, 168,000 people nearly are dependent formally or informally on coal mining and coal related industries, including coal transportation, thermal power plants, steel, aluminum, various things. And we could not even capture the entire MSME sector, जो coal पे चलता है. Now, this kind of economy cannot be planned without the support of the industry. Industry चाहिए. Not everyone will go back to an agricultural economy or forest-based livelihood. They are important and they need to be strengthened. But if you are thinking of Angul ka population है 14 lakh, and I am talking of nearly 4 lakh people who are dependent on these industries directly and indirectly. तो ये 2 lakh लोग सारे तो agriculture पे चले नहीं जाएंगे. So that's what the question is, that how industry can play a role in addressing the labor issue, training, creating the future workforce, and also secondly, what will be industry's role in the climate crisis? Because the entire pollution question is related to industrial pollution and industrial activities. So industry has a very important role to play, improving their own environmental performance, but also helping to deal with the labor issues that just transition will have to deal with. That is the focus of my leading slides, and then I'll take forward the discussion with the panel. I have three distinguished members in a panel, and first I'll introduce them before I speak. I have Keshav Rauji, who is the Director Personnel of Mahanidhi Coalfields Limited, and I'm very happy that he has joined us, because nothing like talking of the labor issue. Thank you, Keshavji. I have Ashim Goswami ji, who is the Regional Head of NTPC Limited. NTPC is taking a lot of initiatives to deal with the climate crisis. Recently, in fact, has signed an engagement with Niti Aayog to plan a carbon, net zero target. How do they achieve it? So I'm very happy that Ashim ji has joined in. The head office, Gurdeep Singh ji, the CMD himself, suggested Ashim ji, and we look forward to hear from you, Ashim ji. The third person in the panel is Pankaj Satija ji, and Pankaj Satija ji is a very old friend of ours, in fact. From the industry today, all the people who are sitting, I know Pankaj for a long time, because we have been working on environmental pollution issues. Pankaj is currently the ED of Tata Steel Mining. And it is important because we are not just talking coal. We are talking many other things. And as we also say, we'll make this renewable energy transition. We are going to build this industry, that industry. It will require mining. So mining story and sustainable mining does not end with coal. In fact, मैं बहुत जगह जब काम करती हूँ, लोग बोलते हैं ठीक है, coal तो बंद हो जाएगा, लेकिन आप कितना iron ore खोलेंगे to build the steel industry, and it will also has its own questions of just transition. So the question is much more complex when you look at the industry. Coal is not the end of just transition. And we are also going to work with many industrial sectors because we are talking of a comprehensive net zero, working towards a comprehensive GHG emission greenhouse gas hum jisko bolte hai reduction target. It's not about reducing only coal and coal-based power. So that's the reason I think Pankaj's presence is important equally in the panel. We also have Dr. Shambhu Jha, who is joining us online. Mahanadi Coalfields Limited. He's the technical director of Mahanadi Coalfields. And more importantly, from the morning, we are talking of mines management, mine closure, and I look forward to his intervention on those issues. So with that, I'm starting the presentation and we'll take forward the discussion. So what are the key issues for just transition for the industry? That's the first question. And I highlighted 4 important issues. These are very much related to Angul, but I have been working on now 4 states and I don't know how many districts of coal. And these are very universal problems. First is, we know that Angul Talcher is a critically polluted area. And बहुत दिन पहले Central Pollution Control Board ने Angul Talcher को critically polluted area identify किया था. And in fact, most coal mining areas in India are critically polluted. आप कोरबा ले लीजिए, आप धनबाद ले लीजिए, all of them are critically polluted. Chandrapur le lijiye, Maharashtra, everyone is critically polluted. So Angul is no exception to this. The reason it is critically polluted is there are challenges of air, water, and soil pollution. Air pollution ka source kya hai? Largely, if we look into the reports of Central Pollution Control Board or State Pollution Control Board, it is largely mining activities and coal-based power emissions, but as well as discharges. Thermal power also discharges into the water. So there are 2 key pollution sources from these industries. Second thing is there is also a huge problem of surface water pollution in district mein. Central Pollution Control Board identifies critically polluted river stretches of this country, and out of that 3 are in Angul. So that is another important point. The third thing is that there is higher than permissible level of fluorides in many parts of the district. Groundwater pollution ke karan hai. Or groundwater pollution matters to all of us because it's also potable. Pani hum peete hai. So that is another important point. And the third important point from the industry perspective is fly ash management. जो बहुत बड़ा legacy issue होते हैं. कभी-कभी हम देखते हैं अखबारों में that there has been a fly ash breach, वो fly ash pond से ये हो गया. सिंगरौली का actually बहुत photo होते हैं उसपे. So fly ash management has been a key issue, and recently the government of India has taken out a notification in December 2021 how to improve fly ash management, and it's 100% utilization. So वो ash pond ऐसे ना रह जाए, and in the whole power activity is going. So we don't have land. वो agricultural land पे तो हम dump नहीं कर सकते, तो कहाँ फेंकेंगे उसको? So that is another issue of consideration. I'll come to that in the panel discussion. Angul Talcher is not also about a rural area, it's an urban area. Talcher and Angul municipality is heavily urbanized. So, and it is also non-attainment city under the National Clean Air program. So that is a problem. And right here, in the morning, we were all hearing that the temperature is rising in this district. Finally, the question is upcoming mine. Abhi to hum 96 million ton produce kar rahe hain ye district mein. We are talking of 3 times increase just in the next 10 years. How will the district handle it? Forest land diversion ka kya issue rahega? We calculated that at least 3,000 hectare of additional forest land will be diverted from upcoming mines. And pollution implications are very clear. The second thing is that we are looking into mine land reclamation and repurposing, and anyone who was from Talcher highlighted this morning. This is a mine land, Balanda mine, जो एक खदान वहां बंद पड़ा है, बंद हो चुका है. It was an old mine, and this I was standing in this fly ash. So the mine void has been filled up by this fly ash. क्योंकि तभी ये notification था नहीं. There was a NOC signed between NTPC and Mahanadi Coalfields, and fly ash was put here. But the problem is that can we keep filling up mine voids with fly ash, which actually the government of India has now allowed. And if we do that for fly ash management practices, then what is the way that we can also make that land productive? Basically, fly ash के ऊपर हमें क्या डालना है? सुबह आप सब लोग सुन रहे थे topsoil. How much topsoil? वो topsoil आएगा कहाँ से? So all those questions remain. The third opportunity for industry to start thinking of is how to reuse this land, because industry lagana hai, and anyone from industry knows how difficult is land acquisition and environment clearance. So that is not an easy thing to get virgin land. Industry kar denge, substitute kar denge, all these are very theoretical. Public hearing karna hai, public kyun manenge? So all these questions, industry always likes a land which can be easily procured. And for that reason, we think the best way is to do mine land repurposing. It is a very valuable land which has all sorts of infrastructure already there. Power line hai, sadak hai, pani hai, sab kuch hai. So it is also an opportunity, but it is not in our laws right now. In fact, if I calculate the land that will be available from coal mining activities just in the next 10 years in Angul, 33,000 hectare land will be under coal mining and thermal power plants in Angul in the next 10 years, 33,000 hectare. And 93% of this only related to coal. So this is something we really need to think. And not just we need to think, we are very happy that the Ministry of Coal is thinking about it right now. The third point that is important is labor issues, where we saw that there is a high number of informal laborers in this district. They are low skilled because the way it happens, because the way we are contracting labor. उसको हम short term employment देते हैं, contractor को लगाते हैं, contractor दो और लोगों को लगा देते हैं. It is a very difficult to track. Their wages in Angul are a little better as what we studied earlier in Chhattisgarh or Jharkhand, but उसमें हमें बहुत relief मिलने की कोई बात नहीं है, because coal mining laborers has a different wage structures which is determined by labor unions under a high power committee. And if I compare high power committee का determined wages से ये informal लोगों को कितना मिलता है, it is almost half of it. So we really need to think of that when we go ahead building new industries. The third question is that the labor force participation. Despite this district being big coal mining and industry, the labor force participation weak. तो जो 15 से 59 years तक लोगों को माना जाता है working age group करके, उसमें अगर हम गिनती करते हैं, and this is based on our primary survey data, only 41% are workers. Nearly 60% people are non-workers. And this is an interesting detail because हमारा number बहुत मिलता जुलता है 2011 census से. And when I was thinking that in fact means that पिछले 10 साल में लोग भी बढ़ गया, employment opportunity भी बढ़ गया, but the ratio has not changed. So that is something we need to go ahead and think that how to improve people's employability. Big question because we are in 20th century, हम 100 साल पुराना है नहीं अभी. Women workforce participation is important. जैसे कि iForest में we have a women heavy team and I'm very proud of it. So we want the districts also to build economy in that way that women workforce participation does not remain as 5%, whereas comparatively male is 76% in the worker population. So this is something that can be addressed as well. Finally, the challenge is that अभी के समय में coal looks a win-win, the industry looks a win-win. And in India, we also have developmental challenges which we have to meet. But in global picture, the thing is changing. Coal में actually लोगों को confidence कम होते जा रहे हैं. And it will also happen in India if we don't be cautious from now on. And there is few reasons which is happening. अभी के समय में electricity भी cheap है, coal भी cheap है, उस पे industry भी बन रहे हैं. But आगे जाके there are 4 key factors why coal demand is decreasing globally. Investor confidence is decreasing. Number 1 is environmental and climate change reason. अभी के समय में no one is a climate denier unless you don't really want to acknowledge what is going on. So एक तो है climate crisis, फिर land degradation issues है and pollution issues है. So these are the some of the things which makes investments risky for future. Second thing is that there are technological changes which are happening, which we did not know that it can also come up. So that can create unforeseen disruptions. जो हमने पहले सोचा नहीं था. Classic example is solar. Now it has become a talk. सब कोई बोलता है, but 10-15 साल किसी को इतना knowledge ही नहीं था solar. So that is something we need. Investors are now factoring in. The third thing is, of course, the government intervention. Because we wrote coal-based power, but at the same time, renewable energy is also being promoted. We are promoting green industries, and most importantly, there are policies and plans to deal with the climate crisis. Government of India is working towards it, but international engagement we have is काफी. We know the Paris Agreement. We saw the COP recently that happened in Glasgow. जहाँ land use transition के भी जिक्र किया गया है बहुत जोर से. Finally, this is very interesting because actually green investments are building the company stocks. Vedanta is working in Jharsuguda and they are building their aluminum smelter now in using a lot of renewable energy. And Vedanta stock has increased because it is a optics, एक message जाता है कि मैं अच्छा काम कर रही हूँ. So in that way, it is one way working in favor of the industries if you do green investments. The second thing is also consumer preference varies. आज 5 साल पहले plastic bottle रहते थे meeting में, आज हम plastic bottle नहीं चाहते. We want glass bottles because we have become conscious. Similarly, we are also becoming conscious climate wise. So consumer preferences can also risk your investments. Then how do we plan a just transition and a green economy? What are the key things that the industry should do? I have very few prescriptions, but we'll discuss that. Number one is green mining, because of course, if a district is going to expand at least in the next 10 years and then continue mining without much closure happening in the next 20 years, mining needs to be environmentally responsible. इसमें आ जाता है scientific mines management, environmental remediation. I'll come to it further in the discussion. क्योंकि area wise कैसे remediation हो, एक जगह pollution रहते नहीं है. And finally, reclamation and repurposing of mining land. The second thing is the industry must consider clean energy production and environmental management, which are two most important things. अभी का समय में we have mostly coal-based power plant. We'll have integrated combined cycle power plants, which are better technologies with lesser greenhouse gas impacts. And if power plants have to go on, maybe technological changes is extremely important to have in the coming years. Second thing is pollution control norms have to be stricter and monitored and implemented. We have pollution control board representation today. We'll take forward that conversation. And of course, fly ash utilization, which I just mentioned. Finally, ये अभी अंगुल में हो रहा है. Actually, JSPL is using produce steel. They're using coal gasification and syngas से produce करते हैं. So that is something already underway, but that is an intermediate step. We think अभी का समय में जो हमको उसको technically gray steel कहते हैं, we should move to green. So how that can be taken forward in the coming years. Green equipment manufacturing can be a key opportunity, Angul, given the land we have and the cheap coal we have. In fact, China today is the world leader because they are producing solar PV, जो भी लगाना होता है, you know, all the equipments that are required for renewable energy because they have cheap electricity and these are energy intensive industries, so वो सस्ते में produce करते हैं और import करते हैं. If India has the opportunity to use cheap electricity in the next 10 to 15 years, we should also think how we use it the best, which also creates jobs, builds our green economy backbone, helps us not to import from China, but to produce our own things. And the Odisha state policy actually favors many of this, like EV, it is already talking about solar manufacturing. So now that has to be implemented and seen through. Green steel, I already spoke of course, not just production of steel by the fuel that we are talking of, but how do we also use scrap? Because material recycling is also an important thing. So that is something will constitute green steel. And then finally, green aluminum, which I gave the Vedanta example of, that the investments are happening. And we hope that NALCO, we don't have a representation today, but takes this forward in Angul and this region. This is an important thing because as we are expanding, material circularity becomes important. So आप कैसे इस more virgin use nahi karke, how do you keep on using, reusing materials? How do you reduce your waste? How do you recycle? How do you use water efficiently? Because industry also requires a lot of water. So all these things need to be factored in. It's just not a, you know, single, I would say not linear thing. That's why I told moving from a linear to a circular model. So full cycle aa jaye cheez. Finally, environmental remediation will be a key aspect of mine closure and decommissioning. Because अभी का समय में we develop environmental impact assessment report based on one project. But जब area में इतना mine आ जाते हैं या industry आ जाते हैं, pollution एक project के हिसाब से रुका नहीं रहता. So you have regional pollution and you need regional remediation. So that's why that is what not all laws cover. And we need to go ahead to think of this, that how cumulative impact can be assessed and environmental remediation can happen accordingly. Because people live in a region, they don't need stay in a spot. Reclamation of industrial land is important because अभी के समय में हम सब जानते हैं कि we go to industrial region, बहुत structure पड़े हुए होते हैं, उसका रंग नक्शा बदल गया, लोग छोड़ के भी चले गए, but the structures are there. So how do we dismantle and what do we do with that land and resources? Disposal करना भी इतना आसान नहीं है because you have waste implications. Many are hazardous chemicals are there, some of hazardous materials are there. So how do you dispose them of safely? And all of this definitely has implications for public health. Second, skilling of workforce will be necessary, as I said, because we are going to have more and more contractual and informal laborers and young workforce. Because Avika, the industry right now does not hire so many departmental workers. And if we do a last 10-year analysis, what comes out is the departmental hiring has been going down steadily. And what is being filled out by the current se ho raha hai, ek to mechanization has grown up, you need less people to do more work. And the second thing is also because departmental hiring has a lot of liability. So nowadays, even Government of India 2018 se has allowed fixed term employment. So fixed term pe aap 5-10 saal ke term pe logo ko le lijiye. So you do not have to have pension liability, healthcare, many of the liabilities that becomes. But and if you see, this is an analysis we did actually of the coal mines that are operating in Angul, you see about 60% of the people are more than 40 years of age, and about 88% of the employee will be retiring in the next 30 years. So we need to deal with a young workforce who needs to be skilled for the next economy. And finally, these are my final 2 points. One is that we need to build on medium and small scale industries, because the kind of labor substitution we are talking of will not only be substituted by large industries. So there should be a comprehensive plan कि हर तरह का industry को कैसे बढ़ाया जाए. And in industries, we also mean natural resource based industries, because Angul mein 85% of land comes under for agriculture and forest. So agro based and forest based industries are very important to develop in these districts and in fact in the region. Finally, social welfare investments, and I have tied into human capital, because you cannot without a good human capital with a fit workforce to work for the future, you cannot build this economy. So there is need for investments in education so that people have better choice what they want to do. People can get better wages. We need investments in improving healthcare support. Of course, if I'm in good health only, I can work. And these regions are polluted, so healthcare is a critical issue. And finally, improving access to basic amenities. Pani, bijli, sarak. Agar pani nahi hai, to you will have health crisis. Agar bijli nahi hai, to padhai nahi kar payenge. So there are many issues. So they are all tied. Actually, they look like social sector investments, but they also help to build human capital. So I'll stop with this and we'll now take up with the panel. Okay. So I'll start with Keshav ji. Is Shambhu ji online? Okay. Okay, I can see. So I have three specific one question, and I'll request all my speakers to first have their 5-minute comments on the key questions that I have, and we can take the round of discussion. So Shambhu ji, I'll start with you first. that there is a large scale expansion of mining activities, as we all know, planned in the coming years of Mahanadi coalfields. Now, considering the area that is critically polluted, what is the plan for Mahanadi coalfields to act to ensure, that the pollution burden is not worsened in the coming years?
Basically, we have adopted the best practices for the pollution control. For example, fog cannons. We are using 40-meter fog cannon, truck mounted, and 100-meter fog cannon that is stationary in the sidings and in the coal stocks. So fog cannons we have adopted in a very big way. Earlier, only water tankers were there. And water tankers and fog cannon, there is a very difference in scientific reduction of dust, because size of the fog cannon is about 20 to 100 micron, the size of the droplets. Whereas in the conventional water tanker, size of the droplet is 1000 micron. But the dust we are facing is in the range of 20 to 100 micron. So similar size of water droplet that can effectively suppress that dust. So fog cannon we have gone in a very big way. Then we are having a robotic nozzle. Then we are having quadrajet nozzle. So and also we are planning for a pulse Wi-Fi type of wave, so that the dust particles are charged and they are agglomerated and they are settled. So all type of innovative thing we are trying to control the dust pollution. And in addition, in all mines, fog cannons are there. In all mines, water tankers, the conventional water tankers are also there. And we will also try chemical dust suppressant. So with this air pollution, we will take care. There will not be any problem. And in addition, the first mile connectivity projects, the total capacity we are generating about 200 million ton, and our requirement will be around 180. So all coal will be loaded only through rapid loading system or silo. Presently, it is being loaded through payloaders. So we are transforming the total technology for dust pollution control. And there will be all continuous air quality monitoring system. So we can see that what is happening. And we will very much try to control the dust within the limit.
Thank you, Shambhuji. I'll come back to you with many more questions that we have.
Okay.
But I'll move on to Ashimji of NTPC, and I'll come back to later, Keshavji, with the labor. Ashimji, NTPC actually has made a the announcement came recently that it is signing, it has signed actually a statement of intent with the Niti Aayog, Government of India, trying to plan its net zero emission pathway. Now, NTPC is actually a big, we all know, employs a lot of people. NTPC's leadership can mean a lot for the power sector in this country. So if you can share what is on NTPC's plan and how they are thinking around it. Thank you.
Am I audible? Hello. Thank you, Shrestha, for really introduction to this panel also. And I'd like to congratulate the team from iForest, Chandra Bhushanji and his team for having really drawn up a very nice topic for discussion as such, because this is the hour in which when Prime Minister of our country also had gone there in 2021 to Glasgow conference and saying that India's 5 Amrits. And I think in that 5 Amrit, if I may recall, I think it was that the non-fossil energy, we said that we'll be bringing it, we will be increasing it to 500 gigawatt by 2030. The second Amrit was that 50% of the energy requirement will definitely come from renewables. And we said that we'll be reducing the carbon emission by 1 billion tons by 2030. And we also said that the carbon intensity, we are also going to reduce it. And we will definitely take it to less than 45%. And we said that by 2070, we will come to net zero. Now, in line with this, I'll just tell you, NTPC has already said that our renewable targets for till 2030, it will be 60 gigawatt. And by 2030, our total capacity will be 132 gigawatt, which corresponds to that in total capacity, it will be around 45% of our generation will be on renewables by 2030. Now, the most important factors that you had asked was that in order to do this, what is NTPC doing? Now you must be knowing that recently we have already had a very, very big impact on coming out with solar. Also, we are going into hydro, which earlier we were not there, but then now since because of the impetus, we have already gone into hydro. And so we are working with hydrogen, the green energy. Also, we are working with carbon capture. And very recently, on the day of independence, the 76th day of independence, you might have really read into the paper that one of our pilot project at Vindhyachal have already started capturing 20 kg tons of carbon dioxide. And along with this, we have already made a 2-ton hydrogen plant. Both along with this will be producing around 10 tons of methanol. So you see, methanol, as you must be knowing, that it is being used for substitution to petrol and diesel in a very different kind of context. Now, my own point is that with this start, which we have already given into the hydrogen, the green energy, which we are talking about, you must be knowing that Prime Minister today, that day in the last Amritka Mahotsav, which was really planned on 30th of July itself. The Prime Minister had inaugurated NTPC's hydrogen initiative in Leh Ladakh also, wherein we are coming out with hydrogen, which will be fueling the buses. We have already started this in another hill stations also of India. So our research definitely there in a much bigger way, in which we are planning to definitely go for net zero, as the country has already stated. We are also going to go for net zero by 2070 in all these measures.
Thanks, Sachinji, but I have more difficult questions for you. No, but not difficult, but I'm saying practical. We need to think of Angul also. Pankaj, please, because, as I said, Tata Steel, we are expanding on the steel industry and given the construction boom and the job creation opportunity. Now, if you can highlight a few points, if you can share that how, as coal we are already talking, but how the other mining practices what are the 3 key issues that going ahead, we are talking of green mining, that must be taken into account as we'll need mineral resources. So if you can reflect on that point.
Yeah, am I audible? So thank you very much. There is a famous shlok in Arth Shastra that cast pashan dhatu naam kritva bhaven sevanam Saddha Chatatha Siddho Das Vishnu Prasadata. When cast wood, pashan, stone, dhatu, metal, these are blessings of Lord Vishnu and should be consumed with gratitude. In Western management practices, we call it resource stewardship. The first and foremost thing is that whatever resources you have, either in terms of minerals or in terms of land or in terms of water, it should be used judiciously, optimal utilization of the resources. And as you were mentioning about the recycling and others. But for the mining industry, other than coal, there are 3-4 things which are very important, and I think these are structural issues. Mining is known for the legacy which it leaves behind. Sometimes abundant area, not forested area. And 2 things I'd like to highlight here. There are certain words which are used very interchangeably, like remediation, reclamation, restoration, rehabilitation. What are the meaning of these words? How these words have been defined in India? Is there any difference between them? Australian framework has a very clear cut definition. So unless you measure where you want to go, you can't monitor. So first of all, we need to decide that this mine has reached a level of rehabilitation. What does rehabilitation means? If this mine has reached a level of reclamation. So these are the different terms which we should define, and then the mines can be prioritized. That so many mines are there in India, and these are the different levels of the restoration, remediation, rehabilitation, and reclamation. The second part, what we do, I mean, from all the quarters, that we follow one brush which is painting all everything. So mining of coal is different than mining of chromite than the mining of iron ore. Iron ores are in hill. Chromite is steeply dipping. Coal and limestone are flat. So what restoration or mine closure you will do in coal will be different than what you will do in chromite and iron ore. MOEF has done certain studies with IUCN, and probably that will help. Otherwise, everyone will say, I'll put water, I'll make the find out area as a water body. But whether that is required or not, that can only be judged with the discussion with the community over there. The third part, community participation in the closure. How my mine will look at the end of the mine. We don't have any consultation mechanism as of now. So these are the 3 things which are practically being done in overseas, but India, I think it has a long way to go. And there are certain case studies where mine area has been afforested. You talked about renewables. I would say mining can also be seen as an opportunity rather than as a problem. Why I'm saying so? As we are pushing for renewables, there are reports that we are putting the renewables on a plant, I can say, the solar power plant, on the area which can be used for agriculture, which can be in conflict with the area required for biodiversity. So the proper planning at a conceptual level, at India level is important, and the mining comes as an opportunity because these are the land which has degraded. And my last point, I must appreciate MOEF and other government authorities. They have come with a system called Parivesh. The Parivesh, you can see where your mine is, how your mine can be mined out. But that can also be taken as a conceptual level where we can see the different mines in that locality, how they are doing the mine closure. This can be adopted because, say, if I have a mine, I am putting my afforestation mine closure at the western part of mine, and I have a neighboring mine who wants to put it on the eastern side, then this will not be contiguous. That may be a forested area, but it will not be serving the purpose of biodiversity. So as of now, I'm limiting my points here.
Thanks, Pankaj. Keshavji, I will come to you now because you are going to deal with one of the biggest challenges of labor. Now, abhi ka samay mein, we have an aging workforce in Mahanadi coalfields. But the PSU is also, I know that there is a lot of pension liability, but we personally believe कि coal PSUs का restructuring होना बहुत important होगा to absorb also people. So diversification of plan in businesses. कि किस और चीज पे, because you already have the expertise in mining. What else can you do? You have a big presence, and PSUs का एक बड़ा वाला component होता है public welfare. Both NTPC, MCL, CIL subsidiaries have it. So what is the plan of MCL to deal with the labor issue? Because you have the public welfare obligation. तो आप ऐसा बिल्कुल छोड़ नहीं सकते कि my workforce is aging, I don't need to think of the others. So can you reflect on that in your initial remarks? Thank you.
Thank you, Shrestha ji, and my fellow panelists, all persons in the audience, and many thanks to iForest for organizing this wonderful program, highly relevant and a matter of tremendous concern for the whole society, for the nation, because whatever positive solutions we can bring here, I'm sure can be replicated or implemented in many other parts of the country. So this is an extremely important event. Now, let me come to the specific question that you have raised as to what we are doing for labor welfare in terms of giving employment, in terms of ensuring employability. Yeah, more about the future. Okay. Okay. Yeah. देखिए थोड़ा ऑडियंस को, जैसे पहले भी बात हुई थी, ऑडियंस को ध्यान में रखते हुए I'll switch over to हिंदी। और दो चीजें मैं बताना चाहूंगा। पहली बात यह है कि हमारा माइनिंग का जो प्रोजेक्ट्स चलते हैं, दे आर, आई मीन इट इज ऑब्वियस कि ये सब लैंड एक्विजिशन करना पड़ता है। तो जब लैंड लूज करते हैं, तो हमारा जो उड़ीसा गवर्नमेंट की जो R&R पॉलिसी है, उसके तहत हम लोग हर साल कम से कम 500 से 600 एम्प्लॉयमेंट देते हैं। तो इसकी वजह से जो है MCL सक्सेसफुली अपने माइंस चला पाता है और जनरली पीपल आर हैप्पी ज्वाइनिंग MCL। एक तो यह है। दूसरा ये कि हमारे यहाँ बहुत सारा काम कॉन्ट्रैक्चुअल तरीके से होता है, जिसमें कि कॉन्ट्रैक्चुअल एजेंसीज एम्प्लॉय की जाती है, उसमें बहुत सारे फिर कॉन्ट्रैक्चुअल लेबरर्स होते हैं। तो जो माइनिंग एक्टिविटीज से रिलेटेड कॉन्ट्रैक्चुअल लेबरर्स हैं, वो सभी उनको हाई पावर HPC वेजेस मिलता है, तो हाई पावर्ड कमिटी वेजेस। तो वो दोज वेजेस आर गुड, दे आर अबव द मिनिमम वेजेस प्रिस्क्राइब्ड बाय स्टेट और सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट। तो उस वजह से लेबर वेलफेयर में हम काफी काम करते रहते हैं। तीसरा ये कि हम लोग स्किलिंग में भी काम कर रहे हैं। तो स्किलिंग में इस साल हमारा टारगेट है करीब 2 से 3 हजार लोगों को स्किल करना, तो उस पे हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं। सो वी आर गेटिंग एसोसिएटेड विद द ITIs, विद CPET एंड सम अदर एजेंसीज। तो इनके NSDC, नेशनल स्किल डेवलपमेंट कॉर्पोरेशन, और तो इनके थ्रू हम काम करेंगे। इसके अलावा हमारा अभी नेक्स्ट कपल ऑफ ईयर्स में प्लान है फॉर सेटिंग अप हाई क्वालिटी स्किलिंग सेंटर इन भुवनेश्वर, तो इस पे भी हम काम कर रहे हैं। और as the mines, I mean, as already pointed out, कि जो अंगुल डिस्ट्रिक्ट में माइंस की जो ग्रोथ है पहले अगले 10 साल तक बढ़ेगी, उसके बाद कुछ साल स्टैग्नेंट रहेगा, फिर थोड़ा डिक्लाइन होगा। तो ये एक्चुअली टाइम फ्रेम फॉर्चुनेटली इतना लंबा है, और कि उस टाइम तक बहुत सारी अपॉर्चुनिटीज दूसरे तरह की आ जाएंगी। ऑलरेडी हमारे कंट्री में, इवन दो we have been among the one of the fastest growing nations in the whole world, हमारा ज्यादातर ग्रोथ जो है सर्विस इंडस्ट्री में, और अपॉर्चुनिटी जो है माइनिंग और इसमें माइनिंग और सेकेंडरी सेक्टर में ज्यादा है, टर्शरी में हमारी ग्रोथ ज्यादा रही है। तो ऐसी पॉसिबिलिटी है कि अंगुल डिस्ट्रिक्ट में धीरे धीरे हम लोग सर्विस सेक्टर का अधिक से अधिक कुछ ना कुछ करें, जैसे कि हाउसिंग थोड़ा बढ़ सकती है, एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशंस वहाँ सेटअप हो सकते हैं, रेप्यूटेड एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशंस की ब्रांचेस, थोड़ा टूरिज्म डेवलप होगा जब ये जो माइन वॉइड्स फिल करके उन पे फॉरेस्ट डेवलप करेंगे, लेक्स डेवलप करेंगे, तो इस तरह की पॉसिबिलिटीज बहुत सारी रहती हैं अभी। तो ऑलरेडी इन पे थोड़ा थोड़ा काम हो रहा है जैसे जैसे। और बीच में एक बात आई थी कि ये माइन वॉइड्स में जो फ्लाई ऐश, तो ऑलरेडी हमारे यहाँ एक पर्टिकुलर माइन में पूरा फ्लाई ऐश भर के उस पर टॉप सॉइल डाल के पूरा हमने फॉरेस्ट वगैरह लगा भी दिया है, एंड इट इज अ टूरिस्ट स्पॉट। सो सच थिंग्स हैव बीन डन इन अंगुल। और एक चीज और आपने पूछा था कि डाइवर्सिफिकेशन प्लान, तो डाइवर्सिफिकेशन प्लान हमारा ऑलरेडी है, और बेसिकली जो लार्जर कोल इंडिया ग्रुप है उसमें मतलब सोलर डाइवर्सिफिकेशन है, तो उसमें अराउंड 5 to 6 गीगावाट्स का सोलर सेटअप करना है, सोलर प्लांट मैन्युफैक्चरिंग का प्लान है. I mean, these are in relatively preliminary stages, but very serious consideration going on. और हमारा ये इसके लिए भी है, we want to diversify to aluminum side. So this will open up new opportunity.
Thank you, Keshav. I'll take leading questions. Ashimji, now the question to you is, NTPC Limited is doing a lot of investments in green power. Good. But the question for states like Odisha, Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh is that this is the coal that has been used to produce power and, support growth of the country. But यहाँ कोई renewable energy का investment हो नहीं रहा है. There is a 10 megawatt solar plant in Talche, कान्हिया block में है, और उसके आगे कुछ बड़ा भी नहीं. There is not much sentiment around it. So, but it is important. So what is NTPC's plan and what are the opportunities? If you can briefly focus on that NTPC should do in the coal areas like Angul.
हमारा जो 10 मेगावाट का भी सोलर प्लांट था, because we had spare land available with us within the power station and we have utilized that. दो उड़ीसा में देखिए सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट है सोलर पावर लगाने में जो सबसे बड़ी चीज देखी जाती है वो इंसुलेशन लेवल. मीन्स आपके जो सन से जो है पूरे दिन में आपका कितना परसेंटेज रहता है. नॉर्मली वी हैव सीन दैट जैसे आज के दिन में 18,000 to 19,000 इंसुलेशन लेवल कहलाता है. ये एक ब्रेक इवन पॉइंट होता है. जबकि हमें जिस पार्ट में अंगुल में हमने अपने स्टेशन में बनाया वहां पे कम था, बट हमें कोई यहाँ पे प्रॉफिटेबिलिटी नहीं देखना था. हम लोगों ने बनाया और उसका पीपीए भी हो गया एंड वी स्टार्टेड सेंडिंग दैट 10 मेगावाट टू पीपीए. नाउ माय ओनली पॉइंट इज कि ये करने के लिए आप बिलीव करिए कि इन दिस हमारे दिस इज कॉल्ड ईस्टर्न रीजन 2. आई हैव ऑलरेडी सेट अप एन ईस्टर्न रीजन committee in which I have got around 8 people. We have already surveyed each part of Odisha and we have given because Odisha का जो renewable purchase obligations है that is huge and that is going to be because अभी उन्होंने खाली 450 क्या कहता है मेगावाट वो भी उन्होंने इम्पोर्ट किया है because हमारे जो गुजरात और महाराष्ट्र में जो पावर स्टेशन सोलर आ रहे हैं उनसे उन्होंने ये लिया. हमने उनको दिया है कि 2030 तक यहाँ पे मिनिमम 8,000 मेगावाट सोलर का कैपेबिलिटी उड़ीसा को करना है. करके वेस्टर्न पार्ट ऑफ उड़ीसा का पूरा एक नेटवर्क हम लोगों ने उनको हमारे जो आपके जो यहाँ पे एनर्जी मिनिस्ट्री में जो हमारे क्या कहते हैं सेक्रेटरीज हैं उनसे वी हैड 2 राउंड्स ऑफ डिस्कशंस और उनको हमने ये कहा है कि यू प्लीज कम फॉरवर्ड एंड लेट अस मेक ए पीपीए. एक्चुअली द प्रॉब्लम इज दैट उड़ीसा का गवर्नमेंट का जो थिंकिंग है उनका ये है कि आगे में भी जो आएगा बिकॉज वी विल नॉट बी नीडिंग द पावर. बट आपने देखा होगा गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने रिसेंटली जो रिन्यूएबल परचेज ऑब्लिगेशंस में उन्होंने कहा कि हाइडल उन्होंने कहा विंड और अदर देन दैट जो कंटेंट अराउंड 37% आपके जो टोटल मेगावाट है उसमें आपको रिन्यूएबल्स करने हैं. इन लाइन विद दैट वी हैव ऑलरेडी गिवन देम ए प्रपोजल और उनको हमने नॉट ओनली सोलर हमने उनको रिजर्वायर बेस्ड सोलर के लिए भी बोला बिकॉज इन उड़ीसा ऑल अराउंड द प्लेसेस यू मस्ट बी सीइंग Hirakud there are so many good reservoirs dams are available. We have already given to them that इसके ऊपर बिकॉज यू सी इन एनटीपीसी कायमकुलम ले लीजिए हमारे बाकी जो भी पावर स्टेशन है वहां पे हम लोगों ने 50 से 100 मेगावाट के सोलर ऑलरेडी बनाए. और मैं आपको ये कहना चाहता हूँ अभी रिसेंटली हमारा ये भारत विश्व महोत्सव हो रहा था इलेक्ट्रिसिटी का एंड आई वाज हैपन टू गेट इन टच विद द एनर्जी एंड योर इंडस्ट्री मिनिस्टर मिस्टर पीके देव. And then he called me to his office because I also was telling the same thing and he said, अभी मैंने उनके साथ 1-to-1 बात किया है and I tell you he understood the entire game and he said, गोस्वामी जी आप मुझे एक ब्लूप्रिंट बना के दीजिए, मैं अभी कुछ दिनों में फिर उनसे मिलने वाला हूँ. He has asked for a blueprint and he said that he is going to discuss with the chief minister as well. So my only point is, he is one person and I just saw him in him that he is very much interested. I told him that the western part of Odisha में insolation level काफी high होगा. Another thing मैडम क्या है, इसमें दो चीज है. NTPC wants एक PPA होना चाहिए. If NTPC is going to come with the solar power station, वो खरीदने वाले होने चाहिए. So that is one. And second we said is government के तरफ से transmission lines capability होने चाहिए to export that power from there to that place. So these are the things. बाकी we have already given them a platform. We are waiting for them to talk to us and tell us how they want to go about it. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I'll just have one more question and then I'll wait for a few questions from the floor. One question to you, Keshavji, because this is a contradiction right now. MCL is going to improve his environmental performance कि road से transport नहीं करेंगे, हम rail से transport करेंगे. And our study has shown that nearly 56,000 workers are involved in coal transportation, largest in informal employment, but it's also nearly 3 times the formal workforce engaged in Angul plants. Formal नहीं बोलना चाहिए. Now, in a way, it is good for the environment, but it's bad for labor. Is there a plan for NTPC to retrain and provide any support for this laborers? Because this transition is happening now. All the baad mein band hoga. How do you plan to address this? Brief comment of yours. Thanks.
ये देखिए, ये जो रेल वर्सेस रोड, ये जो है थ्रू आउट कन्फ्लिक्ट चलता रहता है, क्योंकि रेल से ट्रांसपोर्ट करना ऑब्वियसली एनवायरनमेंट फ्रेंडली है, एनर्जी एफिशिएंट है, देयरफॉर कार्बन यूटिलाइजेशन के हिसाब से बेटर भी है. तो दूसरा, जो मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एनवायरनमेंट और दूसरी स्टैट्यूटरी एजेंसीज हैं, उनकी भी ये रिक्वायरमेंट है कि भाई मैक्सिमम ट्रांसपोर्टेशन रेल से ही होना चाहिए. ये तो करना ही होगा. लेकिन जो ट्रक्स का जो मतलब जैसे आपने कहा 56,000 वर्कर्स आर इन्वॉल्व इन कोल ट्रांसपोर्टेशन बाय रोड. तो इसमें देखिए ऐसा है कि ऑल टुगेदर बंद नहीं करना चाहते हैं, लेकिन जो लॉन्गर डिस्टेंस है उसका जो है शॉर्टर डिस्टेंस हो सकता है. एक बात. दूसरी बात ये है कि एडिशनल माइंस खुल रही हैं. नाउ विद इन द माइंस जो है फेस से लेके स्टॉक तक ट्रांसपोर्ट करना पड़ता है कोयला, वो रोड से ही होता है जनरली. मतलब जो माइंस में जो टेम्पररी कच्चा रोड्स होता है उसके थ्रू होता है. सो इंस्टेड ऑफ the tippers plying on the highways, we would rather have them in the mines. So their work will get shifted to another location. That's.
I'll come back to my question. I have one more, but if anyone from the audience has a question, very short questions targeted, or questions only, not observations. Thank you, because of the time.
My question is to MCL and both NTPC. First is to MCL. सर मैं पूछना चाहती हूँ कि जब आपका माइन वैकेट हो जाता है, उसमें माइन से कोल निकल जाता है और वो यानी कि वो डेड माइन जैसा कुछ होता है, तो उसमें हमेशा ये प्लांटेशन का कुछ होता नहीं है, नॉट पॉसिबल ऑलवेज. तो उसमें उस लैंड को सोलर पैनल पीवी सेल के जरिए उससे सोलर जनरेशन के लिए यूज कर सकते हैं या नहीं कर सकते, और उसका कुछ प्रोविजन है या नहीं एमसीएल में?
देखिए ऐसा है कि माइन जब वॉइड हो जाता है तो उसको एक तो रिफिल करने का ऑब्लिगेशन रहता है जनरली. ठीक है, तो रिफिल दो तरीकों से हो सकता है. जैसे एक तो ये कि फ्लाई ऐश पहले डाल दिया, उसके बाद टॉप सॉइल डाल दिया, और उसके बाद में उसको प्लांटेशन कर दिया. दूसरा ये कि या तो जो भी ओवरबर्डन निकाला था वही पूरा भरा. तो इसमें क्या होता है कि जनरली बिकॉज एक बार सॉइल निकाल लिया तो लूज हो जाता है, ओवरबर्डन पूरा भरता नहीं, तो थोड़ा सा छूटेगा. नाउ whatever space is available, it can be used for both solar as well as for plantation. So options are available और जहां जहां हमारे project में fit हो रहा है, हम solar का कर भी रहे हैं.
क्योंकि सोलर के लिए लैंड चाहिए होता है और नॉर्मली एक्विजिशन ऑफ लैंड इज आल्सो ए प्रॉब्लम, बट माइंस एरिया में जब वो लैंड
हाँ, तो ये लैंड हमारे पास रहता है और ये इसको ये सोलर में यूज करेंगे, इसको ऑलरेडी कर रहे हैं कुछ हद तक.
And my second question is to the NTPC. Sir said that the buyer NTPC is interested to produce generation, but some buyer is also needed. But buyer is interested if the price is reasonable. As per my knowledge, now Gridco is signed a PPA with NTPC for the 200 megawatt solar with the price of 2.5 rupees per megawatt. But when we are talking about the floating solar or some that price is to be quite higher than the conventional solar power, and that high cost is definitely impact the tariff, normal tariff, and tariff maybe goes high. That's why state government should also be concerned on that, because purchasing high power, that the tariff imposed to the people also goes high. And second is the evacuation of the power. As a technical person, as I know, there are two transmission systems. One is intra and interstate. Intrastate transmission has no. Okay. Interstate transmission has no transmission charges, but interstate has. So the state also that concern on that.
Yeah, madam. Ma'am, I think you have asked about two questions basically. First, you said about the price of the tariff from solar. Now, I can tell you one thing, that you must be also knowing that at one point of time that this was around 3.75, then it came down to 3.5, 3, and then it is slowly coming down. But I can tell you another aspect to it, that there, like Gujarat, Rajasthan, and all these places where we have got very good solar potential. So there the prices will definitely be in that region. But as far as Odisha is concerned, when the insolation level is not good, the price will definitely go around more than 3. And I can tell you that very fact as of now. Now the point is this, that madam, it is a simple equation of efficiency of the solar system with respect to how much solar is available in the system. Now, if I'm going to come out with some of the power station, obviously there has to be a balance. A cost feasibility index has to be made. And in that line, I am saying that if you want to see the better aspects of solar power, so if we can equate that, so all the state government these days are coming out with this requirement. It is not that you cannot solely think that if the same, because yes, thermal power, no doubt it is 120, 130 as far as the variable cost go by. Fixed cost, we do not basically take that into account. So that cost have to be absorbed somewhere. So I think it will be the initiative of both the public sector as well as the state government to come forward and really get into a solution mode, rather than thinking that which will be then the best interest of the people concerned. Second question which you said was transmission line. Now you see, for all these solar installations, normally we are using this 132 kV transmission lines. So what intrastate transmission line you are talking about is all 400 kV and above. So there are locations in western part of the Odisha as well where we are intending to, because their insulation level is good, there the transmission network is not there, which we have already brought it out and given it to the energy the department of the state in detail, that these are the things where the development of the state has to come in. See, either somebody will have to export that. So that I think these are the two questions which we had in mind. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so
yes,
जो पहला प्रश्न था आपका कि माइंड आउट एरिया में सोलर पावर प्लांट कर सकते हैं कि नहीं, माइन क्लोजर में कैसे दिखाएं इसको। तो हर एक माइन में एक कंसेप्चुअल प्लान बनता है जब आपको माइन लीज मिलती है, और उस कंसेप्चुअल प्लान में आप ये भी दिखाते हैं कि जब आपकी माइंस बंद होगी तो वो किस स्वरूप में बंद होगी। फिर हम माइन क्लोजर प्लान बनाते हैं, और इसके बाद एक प्रोग्रेसिव माइन क्लोजर प्लान होता है, जो माइन क्लोजर प्लान के आप समझिए 5 इयर्स रिव्यू, और इस तरह से हम आगे बढ़ते हैं। कोल सेक्टर जो है वो नॉन कोल सेक्टर से थोड़ा पीछे चल रहा है। इसका रीजन ये भी है कि नॉन कोल सेक्टर में कुछ गलतियां पहले हो गई थी और हाईलाइट हो गई थी दून वैली में पहले भी। तो उसके चलते मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ माइंस ने एक फ्रेमवर्क शुरू किया था, स्टार रेटिंग। सारी माइंस की रेटिंग होती है स्टार के हिसाब से, और टाटा स्टील की सुकिंदा माइंस में पहली बार लॉन्च हुआ था। और उसमें यह भी प्रावधान है कि अगर कोई माइन अपने माइंड आउट एरिया में, क्योंकि जब आप माइनिंग करते हैं तो एक एरिया से माइंस मिनरल निकाल के फिर उसको रिक्लेम करते हैं, तो वहाँ पे आप सोलर प्लांट लगाएंगे तो आपको ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा अंक दिए जाएंगे और आपकी स्टार रेटिंग में परफॉर्मेंस अच्छी होगी। तो हमारी एक माइंस है नोआमुंडी आयरन ओर माइन है, वहाँ 3 मेगावाट सोलर पावर प्लांट है, और वो जो टाउनशिप है वो इलेक्ट्रिसिटी पॉजिटिव। तो ये अभी सिलसिला शुरू हो चुका है और धीरे धीरे कोल में भी आ रहा है।
Thank you. Bijay ji, last question for you because we have to close the session. Sorry about it.
Yeah, I have a question. So, can I put it?
One question.
I thought he had to go for I got a miss. Acha. So, Shambhuji, if you can kindly address this, 2 important questions. Because I think you are also dealing with Balanda mein similar issue.
Yes,
Thoda
yes, yes.
specific.
बताइए।
हाँ.
बेसिकली वो जो बोल रहे थे वो क्लियर नहीं था, मैंने आवाज नहीं आया उनका मेरे तक।
देखिए, एक चीज वो कह रहे थे कि भाई एग्रीकल्चरल फार्मर्स के लैंड लेने के बाद में वहां माइनिंग होती है, इट बिकम्स ए नॉन एग्रीकल्चरल एरिया। अब क्या है, जो माइनिंग खत्म होने के बाद में जो लैंड बचता है, कैन इट बी मेड, क्या आप उसको दोबारा एग्रीकल्चर कर सकते? तो इसमें देखिए ऐसा है कि जनरली फिर से एग्रीकल्चर करने के लिए, एग्रीकल्चर जैसे आप लोग बेहतर जानते होंगे, थोड़ा टाइम लगता है, पूरा सॉइल होना चाहिए, फर्टिलाइजर डालना है, प्रैक्टिस करना है, कोई एक पर्टिकुलर। अब इसमें क्या है कि पहली बात तो ये कि चूंकि ये प्रॉपर्टी गवर्नमेंट की हो जाती है, तो इसमें नॉर्मली हम लोग प्लांटेशन ही करते हैं, और प्लांटेशन में वो फ्रूट बेयरिंग प्लांट्स पे हमारा एम्फेसिस ज्यादा है। उसके दो फायदे होते हैं। एक फायदा ये है कि उसकी वजह से थोड़ा फ्लोरा फौना दोनों ही चीज अच्छे से डेवलप हो जाती है, वहाँ चिड़िया बिड़िया जानवर वगैरह सब आने लगते हैं। दूसरा ये कि उसको अगर हम कुछ वो लीज वगैरह पे दें तो वो कॉन्ट्रेक्चुअल बेसिस पे कुछ लोगों के लिए उसमें एम्प्लॉयमेंट भी आ जाता है, थोड़ी कमाई भी हो जाती है। तो एज सच लार्ज स्केल एग्रीकल्चर करने का जिस एरिया में माइनिंग हो चुकी है वो फिजिबल नहीं है। दूसरी बात ये कि हम लोग सेपरेटली CSR में बहुत सारे ऐसे प्रोजेक्ट्स करते हैं जिसमें कि जो किसान लोग हैं उनके प्रोडक्टिविटी बढ़े, उनकी इनकम बढ़े, उसके लिए हम लोग सैकड़ों किसानों के साथ में काम कर रहे हैं और उनको उसमें मदद करते हैं।
Close, Vijay. You are a journalist, you know how to get the panelists their answers. Okay, so I'm closing this session because we'll take forward more labor question, all this in the forwarding session, in the essence of time. Thank you very much. We are leaving with 3 important questions from this session. In fact, the biggest is mining land जो बंद होंगे, उस पर हम किस तरह के industries develop कर सकते हैं कि लोगों को नौकरी मिले. Agriculture and forest is a very big issue in many of these districts. So what is the simultaneously can happen? We also need to think of environment क्योंकि उसके labor का health का भी issue आ जाते हैं. So the next panel will address labor issues, community issues, and in just transition planning, what do they think are the top priorities for them? Thank you. I'll end with that. I'm starting on the next panel. तो थोड़ा lunch के पहले थोड़ा धीरज रखिए. We'll have it good conversation, not too long. I would like to call upon, as my colleagues are changing the names, आप लोग थोड़ा podium पे आ जाइए. मैं एक एक करके बुलाती हूँ. ब्रजकिशोर जी मुझे आपको दिखाई दे रहा है, आ जाइए प्लीज. SP बेहरा जी आप आ जाइए. सौभाग्य जी आप आ जाइए. सपना जी प्लीज आप आ जाइए. सुनाई दे रहा है? तो जब तक चेयर आ रही है मैं थोड़ा इंट्रोडक्शन दे दूं जो 4 लोग बैठे हुए हैं. आप लोग ब्रजकिशोर जी से you all got introduced in the morning. सौभाग्य जी, he is the leader in TAC, major labor union leader in Angul Talcher. सौभाग्य जी हम लोगों को बहुत मदद किए थे हमारे सर्वे में and to engagement with the workers. We have SP Behra ji who is from Hind Mazdoor Sangh, and I would like to have his observations. We'll have your observations, SP Behra ji. Okay. So he is also the total MCL ka joint secretary, he is just mentioned. So we'll have his observations. We have Sapna ji. Sapna ji is from the Foundation for Ecological Security. Organization जो अभी बहुत सालों से big presence in Angul district, but also in other parts of the country. And welcome, Sapna ji. So we have very distinct voices in this session. My colleague Chinmay will give a very brief introduction on the kind of people's engagement we had and what are the key issues they raised. And now what can be done will be taken forward by the panelists in the discussion. Thank you. Chinmay, very short.
Presentation. Why isn't it showing us there? Is it linked? It's coming. My name is Chinmay. I work for iForest and I was part of the team which conducted this study. और मुझे मालूम है it's lunch hour, but it's also voices of people which we will capture in this session. So I would request your patience for half an hour so that we can briefly go through that and also understand कि लोग क्या समझते हैं जस्ट ट्रांजिशन के बारे में, कोल फेज डाउन के बारे में और उनके क्या एक्सपेक्टेशंस हैं आगे जाके इससे, उनके लिए क्या रहना चाहिए, what are their needs, their aspirations. This session is important for two reasons. One is कि ये study में this part played a very important role because just transition is about people. And second is कि आगे जाके जब just transition के लिए planning होगी, people's voices will be equally important in that planning. So what we try to do is try to go by a method because we have tried to provide a blueprint and capture people's voices accordingly. Or we have a panel here which will be able to talk more about it. But what I'll do is I'll give a brief presentation on what exactly people said in Angul and at the state level as well about what they think about just transition and how it should be planned. First is, why do we need people to be part of it? Policy hai, there is an energy transition which will happen. हो जाएगा, coal है अभी, आगे जाके renewable आएगा, उसके jobs आ जाएंगे. तो where do people fit in there? Technically, they are a very important component because they will be the ones impacted by it. So we have workers here. आप लोग में से बहुत लोग हैं जो civil society का part है. We have worker unions here, and we also have local community members जो इससे directly जुड़े हुए हैं, whose livelihoods also depend on it. So they need to be part of the process, to be told and to build a support for this, firstly. दूसरा ये कि एक aspiration होता है. When we go to the ground, we are all caught in our own social and economic realities, but everyone has an aspiration to do better, earn better, have a better livelihood. And when a transition planning is happening for the betterment of the people, I think those aspirations really matter and they must be captured. And that has been a very established part of planning processes across the globe when it's looking at communities as well. And when you'll have a long-term stakeholder engagement, it will also minimize a lot of hostility towards which people develop because they've not been part of the process. उनको समझ नहीं आ रहा है क्या हो रहा है, उनके fears होते हैं. Those can be actually essayed and a planning process where people are involved and are aware कि क्या हो रहा है can be evolved. So that is largely the need. Now this is the matrix for consultation in Angul that we had. हम लोगों ने बहुत सारे stakeholders से बात करी, as many as we could think. At the government level, हमने state और district level से बात करी. Obviously, district collectorate was supportive, and we had a conversation with a lot of departments at the district level to understand कि what is the situation. उसमें agriculture भी था, forest भी था, industry भी था. State level पे बात करी हमने, mines department क्या सोचता है, energy department क्या सोच रहा है, Odisha livelihood mission किस तरह से आगे ले जा रहा है इस areas में, क्योंकि it's not just about only mines and industry, it's also about the livelihood mission that is going on, women's empowerment, women livelihood, SHG's group functioning there. Public representatives से बात करी हमने, PRI members or ward members थे, and we were lucky enough कि उस समय new elections थे, so we were able to capture their aspiration also for their constituencies in some ways. And we spoke to Braj Kishore ji as well. We spoke to the local politicians involved there as well. उसके अलावा इंडस्ट्री से हमने बात की. I think industry also was very important to capture क्योंकि उनके थ्रू में ये भी पता चला कि वो किस तरह से इशू को आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं, वो कैसे देख रहे हैं आगे, क्योंकि काफी सारे लेबर चेंजेस जो हैं होंगे कि किस तरह का लेबर होगा, किस तरह के वर्कर्स इन्वॉल्व होंगे, वो इंडस्ट्री कैन ऑलरेडी प्रिडिक्ट मच मोर. Third is the business associations, because there's a lot of induced economy there. जो बहुत सारे businesses हैं वहाँ पे, छोटे छोटे retail businesses हैं जो इस पे depend करते हैं just because of the economy there. So we spoke to them. Labor unions, of course, they're part of our discussion here as well. And labor unions were a very important part because they were able to also help us understand the change in the kind of labor, the nature of labor and how it's changing, and what do they expect going ahead around it also. What kind of, and whether or not certain safety nets can be provided to the workers going ahead, and what will they need. Workers themselves, because at the end of it all, the aspiration that we talked about comes from people who are working, who want to work, what kind of life they want for themselves, what betterment they want, and going ahead, wo kis tarah ka kaam karna chahenge. That was one more thing. Local communities we spoke to. Local communities largely because Angul sirf Talcher nahi hai. Angul is 80% rural district. Jo Talcher mein bhi in fact bahut sare log hain who are from agrarian families and they are working in the industry. Apart from that, you have a vast rural area, rural stretches, which may not have been a part of the industrial story so far, but will want to be going ahead in some way, and not just the industry around mines or green industry only, but also around agriculture or forest going ahead. Then we had the civil society organizations. I think Odisha in that sense has many organizations which take up the issues for the people, but are also part of an implementation process as well. So they also handhold communities in a way, and they know how the communities are functioning. They also understand the needs in ways. So they were our important, very important stakeholders as well. And we have Swapna ji, who's been part of this process as well. We had many interviews as well, and there were many issues that came up, but I'll focus on the 4 key themes that emerged out of it. One was we tried to capture what is the perception on coal phase out. We are all talking, industry is all talking about it, government is all talking about it, but do people know कि ये होगा कि नहीं होगा? वो क्या सोचते हैं इस बारे में? Second was job and income issues, कि अगर ये होता है तो what happens to the jobs and क्या होगा, किस तरह का job होगा, what kind of challenges will the workers face. Third was कि what kind of economic diversification can happen in the district, कि district का potential क्या है आगे जाके, कि और किस तरह के jobs यहाँ evolve हो सकते हैं. And fourth issue, it was more like an issue which came up, which was a concern which people talked about, was कि everyone had a sense of this feeling that yes, we have livelihoods through coal, but there's a huge environmental challenge it has presented, and that is something that needs to be addressed going ahead. So these were the 4 things that came up. I'll quickly run through that. I think we have our panel, which will be able to detail out way more on this. Yeah.
And have in conversation and
Yes,
interject between.
exactly.
You stay on the podium.
Yes.
I think that's the best way. So people can also hear, from them.
As much slides
हाँ,
then we can.
and we can keep on interjecting between perspectives. I think I'll do it that way. So, there are 4 things जो we have highlighted, जैसे कि लोग coal phase out के बारे में क्या सोचते हैं, लोगों का environmental pollution, climate crisis के बारे में क्या सोच है, and what do they want? उसका threat क्या लगता है, वो क्या चाहते हैं if a planning happens. Now these are the 4 key issues. मैं panelists से बात करना चाहती हूँ और इसके आगे भी. First, I'll go to the labor union. Saubhagya ji is there, and also I have SP Behra ji, and 2 actually represent 2 different labor unions. Saubhagya ji, आप दोनों से है, and you both can respond to it. आप जैसे बात करना चाहते हैं one by one. कि सबसे बड़ा क्वेश्चन अभी का समय में in today just transition is that how do you formalize informal worker. मैं नया इकोनॉमी तो बना रहा हूँ, लेकिन वहां जाके फिर भी informal worker का इशू रहेगा या नहीं रहेगा. That is number 1. Number 2 is that what role can the labor union play in the just transition. क्योंकि विदेश में जो होता है लेबर यूनियन का बहुत बड़ा रोल है. हमारे देश में लेबर यूनियन थोड़ा डिफरेंट है. We have a political labor union as well. So how do you think what are the 3 key aspects? मे भी सौभाग्य जी आप बता सकते हैं कि लेबर यूनियन का रोल क्या हो सकता है. एंड एसपी बेहरा जी से मैं जानना चाहती हूँ कि हाउ टू फॉर्मलाइज द वर्कर्स. What can be done to formalize the informal workers? Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Friends, ये बहुत बड़ा सब्जेक्ट है। उसमें अभी जो गवर्नमेंट का रूल है, गवर्नमेंट जो फ्रेमवर्क बनाया है, अभी जितना प्राइवेट सेक्टर को एनकरेज कर रहा है हर जगह में। माइंस पहले सब फॉर्मल वर्कर का था, अभी सब माइंस जितना ऑपरेशन है सब इनफॉर्मल वर्कर्स हो गया। अभी नया रूल चेंज हो गया, एमडीओ प्रोजेक्ट, माइन डेवलपर एंड ऑपरेटर्स, ये सारे ओनली मालिक लोग पर टन लेगा, प्रोडक्शन हो करके आकर के पिटअप में बैठने से पर टन कितना पैसा वो देगा, वो सारे काम वो करेगा। तो उसमें ही वर्कर का जितना कॉन्ट्रैक्ट वर्कर बढ़ जाएगा। वो भी रिकॉर्ड में दिखाया है कि 60,000 अराउंड कॉन्ट्रैक्टर वर्कर तालचेर में, और टोटल 170,000 टोटल इन्वॉल्व्ड विथ दिस जॉब। लेकिन ये जितना रूल पुराना था, अभी कॉन्ट्रैक्ट लेबर एबोलिशन एक्ट भी बंद हो गया। नया रूल में है कि सारे काम कॉन्ट्रैक्ट को दे दो। रिसेंटली 4 सितंबर में एक नया रूल चेंज होने के लिए पीएमओ ऑफिस से गया है मिनिस्ट्री को कि नया रूल एमडी प्रोजेक्ट को कैसे रेगुलेट करेगा। तो उसमें कॉन्ट्रैक्ट वर्कर बंद नहीं होगा, कॉन्ट्रैक्टर बढ़ेगा। कोल इंडस्ट्री में 6.5 लाख रेगुलर वर्कर थे, अभी 2,30,000 होगी रेगुलर वर्कर्स, मतलब 1/3 अभी होगी। तो इसलिए ये बंद नहीं होगा, ये बढ़ेगा। और जितना कॉन्ट्रैक्ट वर्कर सब है उनका जो बेनिफिट मिलना था, अभी हमारा डायरेक्टर पर्सनल बोले कि हम एचपीसी वजह से दे रहा है, प्रैक्टिकली ग्राउंड जाने से हर जगह में नहीं मिलता है। वेरी रेयर पीपल आर गेटिंग दिस एचपीसी वजह से। ये एक नया सूत्र है। और जितना भी कॉन्ट्रैक्ट बढ़ेगा तो इतना वर्कर का लॉस होगा, वर्किंग क्लास का लॉस है। वो वेज नहीं मिलेगा, उनका जो फॉर्मल बेनिफिट है वो भी नहीं मिलेगा। यस मैडम।
थोड़ा बता पाएंगे कि वी ऑल नो दैट दिस विल इंक्रीज, लेकिन इसको फॉर्मलाइज करने का कोई अवसर अभी बन रहा है या नहीं? इज देयर अ प्रोसेस कि इनको थोड़ा यू गेट देम अंडर द यूनियन, ऐसा कोई प्रक्रिया चालू है या अभी इसके ऊपर कोई विचार नहीं है?
हेलो, पहले तो ये है कि हम लोग एमसीएल में काम करते हैं, एमसीएल में यूनियन करते हैं। ये एमसीएल में हर साल देखा जाता है कि जो प्रोडक्शन है उस हर साल उसका बढ़ता है। और हम लोग देखे जब 92 का बात बोल रहे हैं, जब एमसीएल बना 92 में, उसका पहले भी 20,000 वर्कर था एमसीएल में। आज भी डेट में भी 20,000 वर्कर है, लेकिन प्रोडक्शन जो है वो 32 मिलियन टन से आज 168 मिलियन टन हो गया। इसमें कॉन्ट्रैक्टर वर्कर जो ये वर्कर वो भी ऑलमोस्ट 20,000 का आसपास आज का डेट में है। जैसे बता रहे हैं आप, इसके लिए यूनियन कोलिनियल लेबर में हाई पावर कमिटी बना, उसमें रेट फिक्स किया गया, और जो माइनिंग रिलेटेड का आदमी है उसी को मिलता है। और बाकी जो है सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट का जो रेट फिक्स है जो गवर्नमेंट से आया है उसी को मिलता है। और जो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट का भाई कुछ ये है। ये जो कॉन्ट्रैक्टर वर्कर्स है जो है, वो लोग भी बहुत सफर करते हैं। उन लोग को हम लोग को यूनियन में लाना चाहते हैं। यूनियन में ये करके उनका जो सोशल सिक्योरिटी है, जो प्रॉब्लम्स है, जो लाइवलीहुड जो भी है, उसको हम लोग देखने की कोशिश करते हैं। ये बहुत टफ चीज है कि 20,000 कॉन्ट्रैक्टर वर्कर आज का डेट है, उसको पेमेंट बैंक का थ्रू में पेमेंट करना, और उसका जो सोशल सिक्योरिटी पीएफ है, पेंशन है, जो बाकी रहने का है, एजुकेशन है, मेडिकल है, उस सब को भी हम लोग देखते हैं। उसको उनका फैसिलिटी तो हम लोग प्रोवाइड किया, मैंने कंपनी भी प्रोवाइड किया है, लेकिन ठीक है वो सफिशिएंट नहीं है, लेकिन उसको हम लोग वो लड़ाई चलता है, वो उसको हम करेंगे।
ठीक है।
One minute.
जी।
हम बेहरा जी से हम थोड़ा ऐड करने के लिए चाहता हूँ कि अभी जितना रूल है देश में, ये इनफॉर्मल वर्कर को फॉर्मल नहीं कर सकते, अभी नहीं हो सकता, और इनफॉर्मल वर्कर बढ़ेंगे। कुछ वर्कर केस किया है कि सिमिलर नेचर जब में फॉर्मल होने के लिए ये हाई कोर्ट में जीते हैं, लेकिन अभी ये सुप्रीम कोर्ट तक चला गया, उसमें 50% वर्कर क्रॉस्ड 60 इयर्स एज एंड उसमें अराउंड 20% डेथ भी हो गया। ये वर्तमान सुप्रीम कोर्ट में ये पेंडिंग है, करीब करीब 10 साल हो गया ये मैटर का। तो इसलिए इनफॉर्मल वर्कर फॉर्मल नहीं हो सकेगा। थैंक्स।
थैंक यू बेहरा जी। सपना, आई हैव अ क्वेश्चन फॉर यू बिकॉज ब्रज किशोर जी शुरू में बात की थी। सपना जी, मुझे आपसे जो सवाल है कि क्लियरली इनफॉर्मेलिटी विल रिमेन, तो हाउ कैन अदर, एक चीज है कि अंगुल जैसे डिस्ट्रिक्ट में दिस इनफॉर्मल वर्कर्स, उसको जितना भी कम पैसा मिले इन मेनी टाइम्स कॉन्ट्रैक्चुअल को, दे डू नॉट वांट टू गो बैक टू एग्रीकल्चर और फॉरेस्ट, क्योंकि दिस इज क्विक मनी इन सम वेज। Do you think that there is an opportunity of strengthening the other sector, जैसे कि agriculture and forest based, so that the informality people also go for this informal job, किसको वहाँ कोई opportunity नहीं मिलता, because forestry sector is so poorly developed, 3 महीने 4 महीने कमाने के लिए मिलता है, but they don't have work for the rest of the year. So how can these sectors be strengthened itself to reduce the desperation of people, so that we don't have so many desperate people going for low wages? If you can share your comments, thanks.
Thank you. If you see the report, जो रिपोर्ट आप लोगों ने बनाया है, उसमें आपकी जो स्टैटिस्टिक्स है कि अभी भी अंगुल डिस्ट्रिक्ट के 25% लोग ऐसे हैं जो बहुत गरीब हैं। अंगुल एक बड़ा पिकुलियर सा डिस्ट्रिक्ट बन गया है, हाईएस्ट जीडीपी है, हाईएस्ट रेवेन्यू अर्निंग डिस्ट्रिक्ट है, फिर 25% लोग वहाँ पे इतने गरीब कैसे हो सकते हैं? तो ये हम हमेशा से बोलते आ रहे हैं कि अंगुल का जो किस्मत है वो एक विक्टिम ऑफ एवरेज है। आप नाल को एनटीपीसी गणिया का इनकम को ऐड करके एवरेज कर देते हैं पर इनकम, पर हेड इनकम पे, और हम लोग सब कोई अपने आप रिच बन जाते हैं, जो कि कहानी सही में सही नहीं है। तो एक मास पॉवर्टी सिचुएशन वहाँ एग्जिस्ट करती है, एंड एसेंशियली बिकॉज ऑफ दिस कि आपका 70% एरिया में फॉरेस्ट एंड एग्रीकल्चर है, और सिर्फ कुल मिला के कितना भी एस्टिमेशन कर लीजिए, आने वाला 25 साल का भी एस्टिमेशन, 30 साल का भी एस्टिमेशन, सुबह जितना भी बात होगी, इतना सारा इंडस्ट्री आने वाला है, सब मिला के भी मैक्सिमम टू मैक्सिमम 5% एरिया में अंगुल का माइनिंग होगा, उससे ज्यादा नहीं होगा। 90%, 95% एरिया में आपका इन्वेस्टमेंट क्या है? देखिए, एग्रीकल्चर में इन्वेस्टमेंट क्या है, फॉरेस्ट्री सेक्टर में इन्वेस्टमेंट क्या है, कितना प्रतिशत हमारी इरिगेटेड एरिया है? गवर्नमेंट डाटा से 26%, on-field data says it's not more than 5%. Then how we really build those muscles for people working in agriculture and forestry sector, and with a very clear mind कि इंडस्ट्री की तरह एग्रीकल्चर को क्यों नहीं बढ़ाएं, फॉरेस्ट्री को क्यों नहीं बढ़ाएं? अगर वो एक फोकस अटेंशन होता, उस तरह से इन्वेस्टमेंट होता, उस तरह से इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर क्रिएट होता, उस तरह से मार्केटिंग अपॉर्चुनिटी क्रिएट होता, आज अंगुल का जो नाम है कि एक इंडस्ट्रियल डिस्ट्रिक्ट है, अंगुल का एक नाम ये भी था कि हाईएस्ट मैंगो प्रोड्यूसिंग डिस्ट्रिक्ट है। अंगुल का मैंगो प्रोडक्शन में हाईएस्ट है ओडिशा में, मेघालय अंगुल। 100 से ज्यादा वैरायटी के मैंगो अंगुल में मिलता है, कोई बात नहीं करता है। अंगुल में फॉरेस्टेड रीजन्स में से कम पोटेंशियल है। अब अंगुल का छोड़ दीजिए, कलाहांडी में हमने 6 विलेजेस, 6 पंचायत में काम किया लोगों के साथ। 6 पंचायत में दे कुड अर्न a revenue of 6 crore. 6 crore, which is way beyond what your MCL and NTPC or any other industry will pay them. Just from one product, that is Tenduli. Why can't we really look at Angul from that angle? Why can't we really think Angul's potential on natural resources? Why can't we really think about mining world kind of investment kaise hoga? Why can't a fishery project be around that? Why are we looking all in everything is to be converted again into a circular economy mode? जो industry का जमीन खाली होगा उसमें और एक industry लगाएंगे, क्यों? Why can't it go back to the people? Why can't it go? I think what honorable member of assembly told, I think I really appreciate the Bapu in the morning was saying कि it's about peoples. It's about people of Angul. And it's people, it's not about the 10% population which lives in all these industrial town, but it's the 90% people who lives in the villages. मुश्किल वो है कि अगर स्किल की बात कर रहे हैं, हम किस तरह की स्किल की बात कर रहे हैं? एग्रीकल्चर में वापस जाएंगे तो स्किल की भी जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी, कोई इन्वेस्टमेंट जरूरत नहीं होगा, क्योंकि एवरीबॉडी नो हाउ टू डू एग्रीकल्चर। वहाँ इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की डेवलपमेंट चाहिए। प्रोवाइड अस वाटर। we have experimented with Angul in about some 10,000 15,000 hectares of land, where we created a potential for going for a second crop. Migration from that 6 panchayat have stopped, 0. Not a single person is migrating, because they could really create a second opportunity in the field only by creating water infrastructure. Why can't the DMF fund be invested on that? Like DMF का पैसा वहां क्यों नहीं खर्चा होगा? 90% जमीन पे आप दूसरा खेती बनाने का प्रोविजन कर दीजिए। फॉरेस्ट से जो प्रोडक्ट निकलता है उसका वैल्यू एडिशन का इंडस्ट्री लगा दीजिए। आपकी अंगुल की पॉपुलेशन जितनी यहाँ इंडस्ट्री में 300 रुपए में 400 रुपए में पर डे में ऑल ऑर्गेनाइज लेबर सेक्टर की तरह कोई मायने भी नहीं है लेबर के हिसाब से। They will all come back. They will all come back because this is something that the skill that they know how to do it. They don't really require one additional infrastructure for skilling. ये not bolt tight करना, ये project चलाना, ये surface miner चलाना नहीं चाहिए ना उनको। They can all, and this has been historically proven. और इसमें कोई ऐसा हैरान होने वाली बात नहीं है। I think across globe if you see, एक टाइम था जब हम बहुत कॉपर की माइनिंग करते थे। कॉपर was considered to be very high value mining. बंद हो गया ना? People shifted from copper. अभी होगा कोल बंद होगा और people will shift from coal. ये बहुत नया चीज नहीं होना चाहिए। It's not something very coming from the out of the world thinking. ये हो रहा है, वर्ल्ड में होगा, हर चेंज में ये होगा। पर पहली बार शायद ऐसा हो रहा है कि किसने पूछा लोगों को अगर चेंज हुआ तो क्या होगा, क्योंकि जब हम बदले थे खेती किसान मजदूर से इंडस्ट्रियल वर्कर में, हमें किसने पूछा नहीं था। पर इस बार शायद पहली बार हो रहा है कि किसने हमको पूछा कि अगर बदलेगा तो आप कैसे बदलोगे।
Thank you, Sapna. Thank you for the support. That's Kishore ji, I'm getting on to very question जो सपना जी ने छोड़ा है कि अंगुल में अगर हमें क्लीन एनर्जी ट्रांजिशन, जस्ट ट्रांजिशन, पीपल सेंट्रिक डेवलपमेंट करना है, तो सबसे अभी का समय में इसके लिए बहुत पैसा लगेगा, लेकिन शुरुआत हम कर सकते हैं डिस्ट्रिक्ट मिनरल फाउंडेशन फंड से, DMFT, जो सपना जी अभी ने। एंड डिस्ट्रिक्ट मिनरल फाउंडेशन में सबका प्रावधान है। आप बिजली भी दे सकते हैं, आप पानी भी दे सकते हैं, आप स्वास्थ्य केंद्र भी दे सकते हैं, लाइवलीहुड भी दे सकते हैं। You as an MLA, you have a very powerful position and I've heard you in DMFT meeting. इसलिए मैं बोल रही हूँ, you are people's voice. आप, how do you think you can influence or what are the 10 things? आप 3 चीजें बता सकते हैं हमें जो आप DMFT के पास लेके जा सकते हैं to start just transition efforts in Angul अगले DMFT मीटिंग में।
ଆମ ପାଖରେ ବହୁତ ସାଧନ ରହିଛି କିନ୍ତୁ ଇଚ୍ଛା ଶକ୍ତିର ଅଭାବ ରହୁଛି। ଇଚ୍ଛା ଶକ୍ତି ମାନେ DMF ଗୋଟେ ଡିଷ୍ଟ୍ରିକ୍ଟ ମିନେରାଲ ଫାଉଣ୍ଡେସନ ର ଫଣ୍ଡ ରହୁଛି, ତାକୁ ଆମେ ଅର୍ଗାନାଇଜ ୱେରେ ଆମେ ବିଗତ ଦିନ ମାନଙ୍କରେ ଲାଇଭଲିହୁଡ ପାଇଁ କାମ କରୁଛୁ, ସ୍କିଲ ଡେଭଲପମେଣ୍ଟ ପାଇଁ ବି ଫଣ୍ଡିଂ କରାଯାଇଛି ଏବଂ କୋଉମାନେ ସିଭିଲ ସର୍ଭିସ ହଉ, JEE, OJEE ଏଥିରେ କୋଉମାନେ ଆଚିଭ କରି ସେମାନଙ୍କୁ ଇଏ ଦବା, ପିଲାମାନଙ୍କୁ ଟ୍ରେଣ୍ଡ କରିବା, ଏସବୁ କାର୍ଯ୍ୟକ୍ରମ ଚାଲିଛି। ତା ଭିତରେ ବଡ ଜିନିଷଟା ହେଲା ଯଦି ଆମେ ଏଇ ଦେଶରେ ଯୋଉମାନେ ଆମର କାମ କରୁଛନ୍ତି ଯେମିତି ସେମାନଙ୍କୁ ତ ସେଇ ଅନୁସାରେ ସେଇ ଅନୁପାତରେ ତାଙ୍କର ହାଜାରୀ ସ୍ଥିତିରେ ଯୋଉଭଳି କାମ କରୁଛନ୍ତି ତାଙ୍କୁ ସେତିକି ବି ପ୍ରାପ୍ୟ ମିଳୁନି ପରମାନେଣ୍ଟ ୱାର୍କର ମାନେ। ଏବଂ ତା ସହିତ ଯୋଉ କଣ୍ଟ୍ରାକ୍ଚୁଆଲ ୱାର୍କର ଅଛନ୍ତି, they people victimized by company also. ବାରମ୍ବାର ଗୋଟେ କଥା ଉଠୁଛି ସେଠି ପିଲାମାନଙ୍କର ମାସ୍କ ଦବା, ଡଷ୍ଟ ଯେମିତି ନହବ, ତାପରେ ସେଫ୍ଟି ଆଇଟମ୍ସ କିଛି ନାହିଁ, ରୁଲ୍ସ ରେଗୁଲେସନ୍ସ କିଛି ନାହିଁ, ତ ସେମାନଙ୍କୁ ଯୋଉ HPC ରେଟ୍ ଦିଆଯାଉଛି ସେ ବି ପର୍ଯ୍ୟାପ୍ତ ପରିମାଣର ହଉନି। ତେଣୁ ବିଶେଷ ଭାବରେ କଣ୍ଟ୍ରାକ୍ଚୁଆଲ ୱାର୍କର 80% प्रोडक्शन रो हिस्सेदारी है कॉन्ट्रैक्चुअल वर्कर, सेमानकर भी सेथरे एबे कहि कि MCL देइचंती कॉन्ट्रैक्चुअल वर्कर पिला मानकू 25% आरक्षण करचंती DAV स्कूल रे। एना गोटे पिला छकुची जेतोला एक्सीडेंट हो जाउची, नष्ट हो जाउची, दिन थिला आमे 32 लाख डिमांड करिक भी एमसीएल कर्तृपक्ष मोड नेइछु जे एक्सीडेंट हला फाटल एक्सीडेंट हला जेतु तार संपत्ति तार घर संपूर्ण भाव रे परिवार भांगी पड़छन तांकर परिवार संसार सब चलिया पई 32 लाख दिन थिला आमे करथिलु किंतु माननीय केंद्र सरकार आसिले कल्चर रे गोटे मीटिंग करले सीएमडी डायरेक्टर पर्सनल एवं सीधा सड़क दिल्ली गले सेटा को 32 लाख टाको 15 लाख कर देले माने खटिबार लोक कॉन्ट्रैक्चुअल वर्कर एवं प्रोडक्शन दबा कॉन्ट्रैक्चुअल वर्कर एवं तो नष्ट हो जाउची से पिला को 32 लाख दिया जातला आज परिवार टिके भूल रहिबो सेटा कमे दिया गला तो एभली परिस्थिति जहाँ होची याको कंस्ट्रक्टिव वे रे न निया जीवो ये तो लाइवलीहुड सहित लोक मानकर बहुत बड़ ये रोची गोटे बहुत बड़ डिफरेंस बेथरे रोची जोड़ा विगत दिन रे कहै छी जे एते तारतम्य ऑफिशियल्स मानकर अधिका बढ़ी दरमा वर्कर मानकर कमी जाउची दरमा एभले भी जेबीसीसीआई मीटिंग रे भी फिक्स करा जाउची तो जति आपण देखिए सेठिकार आखपाख लोक ये गाड़ी मोटर कौन करचंती तो ये जो परिस्थिति जो समस्त किसी लोक किसी लोक लक्षपति कोटिपति भी आम आम देखी आखि सामने किंतु समस्त पारनी जो जमी अच्छी से जमी को आम नो टेक्नोलोजी इज्राएल देख तो पूरा मरण अच्छी मरण अच्छी साउथ मरण अच्छी କିନ୍ତୁ ସେମାନେ ଗଛ ଲାଗି ଫଳ ଫଳିଲେଣି ପାଇଛନ୍ତି ତାକୁ ଆମେ ନୂଆ ଟେକ୍ନୋଲୋଜି ଆଡପ୍ଟ କରିବା ସେଥିରେ ଧାନ ପରେ ସେ ରବି ଫସଲ କରିବା ପନିପରିବା କରିବା ଏବଂ ତା ପାଇଁ ଯାହା ସପୋର୍ଟ ଦରକାର ତାକୁ କେନାଲ ପାଣି ଦେବା ଯଦି ଯୋଉଠି କେନାଲ ସମ୍ଭବ ନାହିଁ ମେଗାଲିଥ ପଏଣ୍ଟରେ ଆମେ ସେଠି ପାଣି ଯୋଗାଇ ଦେବା ତ ଏଇ ଯୋଉ କାର୍ଯ୍ୟକ୍ରମ ଗୁଡ଼ିକ ଯଦି କରାଯିବ ତାହେଲେ ସେଠି ଗ୍ରାମାଞ୍ଚଳ ଲୋକମାନଙ୍କୁ ଉନ୍ନତି ହେବ କାହିଁକି ନା ଯାହା ଲୋକମାନେ ଏଠି କାମ କରୁଛନ୍ତି ସେ ଲୋକ ଅନ୍ୟ କାମ ବି ଭବିଷ୍ୟତରେ ବି କରିପାରିବେନି ତେଣୁ ଗ୍ରାମାଞ୍ଚଳକୁ ଷ୍ଟ୍ରେନ୍ଥେନ୍ କଲେ ଯାଇକି ହେଇପାରିବ ମୁଁ ଯୋଉମାନେ ବିସ୍ତାରିତ ହେଉଛନ୍ତି ତାଙ୍କ ପାଇଁ ମୁଁ ସବୁବେଳେ କହିଥାଏ ଯେ ଯୋଉମାନଙ୍କର ଜମି ମିଳେ ସେତିକି ଜମି ଆପଣମାନେ କିଣିକି ଦେଇ ଦିଅନ୍ତୁ ସେ ନେସନ ପାଇଁ ସାକ୍ରିଫାଇସ୍ କଲା କିନ୍ତୁ ତାର ନେକ୍ସଟ ଜେନେରେସନ ଅନ୍ଧକାର ହେଇଗଲା କାହିଁକିନା ସମସ୍ତେ गोटे गाँव रे जो पाठ पढ़ती 5-10 जन किए डॉक्टर हूँ किए इंजीनियर हूँ किए आईएएस हूँ आईपीएस हूँ किए सॉफ्टवेयर इंजीनियर हूँ 5-10 हजार गाँव रे चाष बास से गुजराण भेटती एजुकेशन दिखती करती कार्यक्रम करती समाज में कौन प्रकार कार्यक्रम है योगदान रहे तो ये सोशल लाइफ का एक जल सेक्शन द्वितीय गोटे से 5 दिन परिश्रम कला से 5 दिन जो परिश्रम कला फल को कष्ट है मनीष को भी कष्ट है चाष संपूर्ण प्रोडक्शन आसला से परिश्रम करता जी खर्च करता जी निजर परिश्रम जी गाई बंधर परिश्रम जी जिन मिसाई देला से सब क्षतिग्रस्त है तो से जो क्षतिग्रस्त होती आम कम कर कौन ना जब घंटा टे कम करे से 1000-1100-1200 ने कथा से हूँ 500-600 भितर चार्जेस फाइनान्स चार्जेस ड्राइवर चार्जेस अच्छी 500-600 टका नवा कथा आज पैटरी से हूँ 1100-1200 टका भी जाऊँगी
I'll close the session with that because मुझे सबको भूख लग रहा है तो I think सब हम बातचीत खाने पे भी कर सकते हैं. But एक चीज हाँ स्वागत है coming. एक चीज I just want finally because you have सब you have to organize the community to take this forward and we'll end with that. Saubhagya ji, how will you organize the worker? Bas one line, Saubhagya ji. So our I'm so sorry about it, but contractual worker, if you want to. Oh, I did not know. अच्छा, मुझे समझ नहीं है. I thought you raised your hand.
No, that's no. नहीं, एक्चुअली हमारा जो विधायक जी उधर बैठे हैं, he is the right man to organize the contract workers, and he is doing the best thing in India. That is Odisha. This community, not which supported in our time. This committee has been formed, and they are getting that benefit. मेरा एक छोटा ये हमारा एमएलजी और झारखंड से कोई के फ्रेंड बोले बोले डायरेक्टर पर्सनल केशव राव जी कि जो लैंड प्रॉपर्टी है एक्चुअली लीज में एमसीएल ला रहा है गवर्नमेंट से और कुछ जमीन प्रॉपर्टी खरीद करने के लिए एमसीएल किसको पर्सनल आदमी को नहीं दे सकते. ये प्रॉब्लम है. चेंज करने से ये कल्टीवेबल लैंड के लिए दे सकते. जिसका जमीन गया है उसको फिर हैंड ओवर मिनिमम 50% और 1/3% उनको हैंड ओवर कर सकते हैं. मेरा लास्ट जो है 1 मिनट में खत्म करो. हाँ, मेरा ये ऑस्ट्रेलिया में एक जगह हम गए थे. मेरा एक रिलेशन है ऑस्ट्रेलिया में है. हमको बोले कि हम चलिए 3 सिस्टर्स जाएंगे. हम सोचा कि 3 सिस्टर्स क्या है. मैं बहुत क्यूरियस हो गया. तो हमारा तालचेर में 3 सिस्टर्स मतलब ये जो हिंगुआ ठाकुरानी ये तीनों भूमि है. 3 सिस्टर्स हम पूजा कर रहा है. तो उधर जो 3 सिस्टर का पिक्चर हम दिखा कि हमारा जैसे पिक्चर सेम पिक्चर ऐसा दिखा. बोले हाउ इज इट. उधर सारा ऑस्ट्रेलिया में हिंगुआ देवी कहाँ आ गई. तो इसलिए हम हिंगुआ जब गया 3 सिस्टर्स हमारा बच्चे उधर लेकर के गए. वो मालूम नहीं क्या है. उधर जब पहुंच गया हम देखा ये कोल माइंस है. साला कोल माइंस को 3 सिस्टर्स कैसे बोल रहा है. 3 सिस्टर्स एक एरिया है वो पहाड़ वाला एरिया है. उसका नीचे 44 कोल माइंस. ये सारे माइंस बंद है. वो टोटल माइंस में उस टाइम में 42 माइंस में 6000 वर्कर काम कर रहे थे. अभी ये माइंस बंद हो जाने के बाद उधर 10,000 वर्कर काम कर रहा है. ये कोई एक सर इसलिए हम हमारा डायरेक्टर पर्सनल चाहते हैं कि वो जाकर के देख लीजिए क्या होता है. उधर सिटी डेवलप किया है. ये सिटी में ओनली होटल बिजनेस खाने का और होटल का बिजनेस है. उधर करते हैं स्टीफेस्ट रेलवे लाइन. हम सोचा सर स्टीफेस्ट रेलवे लाइन क्या है. वो जब बैठ गया हमारा डुली जो अंदर जाता है माइंस के अंदर वही डुली में हम बैठ गया. वो नीचे उतर दिया माइंस का फेस में. उसको एडवर्टाइजमेंट करते हैं स्टीफेस्ट रेलवे लाइन. घूम घूम कर जब गया 3-4 माइंस हमको दिखाया. ओनली डेड माइंस कुछ नहीं है उसमें. लेकिन माइंस का अंदर 10 फीट का नीचे हमको ले जाता है. उधर घुमा लेते हैं. तो हमारा भी डिफरेंट जगह में कोल माइंस है. एक भी जगह हम अभी तक मालूम नहीं इंडिया में एक भी जगह डेवलप किया है कि इको टूरिज्म के लिए. तो इको टूरिज्म डेवलप करने से ये बहुत एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेट होगा. ये जो कोल माइंस जितने हैं हर जगह में हम लोग को कर सकते हैं इसको. ऐसा एडवर्टाइजमेंट कर हमारा डेरा माइंस करीब 500 फीट एडवर्टाइजमेंट है. 500 फीट का अंदर आप 1 कप चाय मिलेगा. उस टाइम में आपको ये 500 रुपया में सेल करने से भी आदमी बाहर से आकर के अंदर जाएगा. ऐसा वो भी है. उसका जो टाइम ऑफ से वो है आपका कैंटीन है. आप जाने से कुछ खाएगा कुछ खरीद करेगा कि रास्ता भर वो जगह है. तो इसलिए हम चाहते हैं कि थोड़ा ये लाइन में अभी से शुरू करना चाहिए. एंड एमसीएल इज द बेस्ट कंपनी, हाईएस्ट प्रॉफिट मेकिंग कंपनी, हाईएस्ट प्रोड्यूसिंग कंपनी. तो ये एक जगह कम से कम इको टूरिज्म में डेवलप करने से अल्टरनेट एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेट हो सकता है. थैंक्स. थैंक यू मैडम.
Yes, yes. See, this is what you once have a community meeting because we do FGTs for 3-4 hours. ऐसा नहीं होता. But मेरा गुजारिश है कि they are all there. Please discuss with them during lunch. क्योंकि I can also get only 4 people, and we are talking of a 14 lakh population. So I would request you to please take the conversation. जब आप lunch करेंगे इनसे बातचीत कीजिए. Maybe next round after lunch we will open up to the floor everyone to speak. But it is also showing one thing, and I'll end with that कि अभी का समय का जो लॉ है माइन क्लोजर का भी है, लेबर का भी है, इंडस्ट्री का भी है, इट इज नॉट सफिशिएंट टू डू जस्ट ट्रांजिशन. उसमें कॉन्ट्रेक्चुअल ही रहेंगे, इनफॉर्मल भी रहेंगे, माइन के ऊपर पेड़ पौधा भी लग जाएगा और पोल्यूशन भी होता रहेगा. सो वी नीड मेजर रेगुलेटरी रिफॉर्म्स एंड दैट इज व्हाट विल कम बैक इन द लास्ट सेशन कि गवर्नमेंट इंडस्ट्री रिफॉर्म क्या हो सकता है. हम तो मांगते बहुत कुछ है लेकिन कानून नहीं है तो कुछ हो नहीं पाता. So what kind of changes that the state government can bring in the next 5 to 10 years to actually address all of this? I'll thank with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have 2 counters for lunch so that there's no crowding. एक इधर अंदर की साइड है, थोड़ा एक बाहर की साइड पे रहेगा. तो no, I am. They are.
आज्ञा लंच पाई दीटा काउंटर अच्छी, गोटे भितरे गोटे बाहरे. भितरे भिड़ हेले आज्ञा बाहरे लंच काउंटर अच्छी.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I will request everyone to come back with their desserts to their chairs. They can have their desserts
We are starting our final session for this event. So please settle down, everybody. We'll just start in the next 5 minutes. And any of your friends or acquaintances who are still outside, please, I request you to please request them to be back in the room. Jaldi shuru karte hain, taki then we can wrap up in time also. Yeah. I think I'll also take this time to invite our panelists for this final session. हाँ हाँ I'm going to start the session. If last call, if the iForest team to get back people. Diksha. We are starting the final session. We didn't keep any presentation. इसमें कोई presentation नहीं है कि after lunch presentation no one wants to hear. So it's also big picture policy, जो will taken up in discussions with the panelists and through the moderator that I'm going to introduce all of them, and then we'll have more question and answer. जो थोड़ा देर से शुरू होने के वजह से we had to reduce session timings throughout the day, but we hope that we have a very conversational session because it is also our last opportunity to speak together. So I'll invite the final session, jo actually it is about policies for just transition. Now it's a very wishful big thing because policies ek din mein banta bhi nahi hai and policies don't get implemented also in one day. So this discussion will be going ahead. But what we expect from this discussion today is the message that can be taken back to the government कि अगले 5 साल में या 10 साल में what are the things at least that can be started. And that's the policy discussions that should start. Also, what are the kind of policies that are already in place, because there are many policies in place which can further be strengthened. हर बार नया कानून बनाने की जरूरत नहीं होते हैं. You can also strengthen laws. So that will be the main focus of the discussion. So I would kindly request the moderator of the session first, Shubhashish De. He is the director of Climate Policy Program at Shakti Sustainable Energy Foundation. Shakti is actually a leader in promoting clean energy, renewable energy, and in fact now working on just energy transition. So how the energy transition process can be inclusive. So thank you, Subhashish, for joining us today. I have Siddhanta Das ji. Siddhanta Das ji is here. Yes, thank you. Siddhanta Das ji actually is a very senior person, and I'm very happy Siddhanta ji is here among us today.
Siddhanta Dashi has played a major role in Odisha government pollution issues, climate issues, as well as been part of the Ministry of Environment, Forests and Climate Change as the Digi Forest. So Siddhanta ji, in fact, is there to represent the the kind of coordination that the center and state needs to have this process going in the coming years. So thank you, Siddhanta ji, for joining us. The third panelist whom I would like to call upon is Mamata Swainji. She is an ex-professor at Ravenshaw University. And we thought that we should have someone from the academics joining us today because Odisha values good research. And that's why they supported our research. And Mamta ji has worked extensively on climate resilient agriculture. And we all have been talking about not just coal industry transition, but we need to boost other economic sectors as well in the process. So, and improving resilience of the local community is going to play a big role. So Mamta ji, thank you very much for joining us despite your busy schedule. And I know you have been traveling, but thank you very much. I have Swapna Sarangi ji, who joined us in the earlier session, but Swapna ji, I'm calling you up again on the stage and when we were discussing, because I had questions for her, because Swapna ji is working in local community development on both agriculture and forest resources. And Swapna ji and Giri Bhai knows each other very well. Why Giri Rao ji? Giri Bhai of Vasundhara can't join, he has fever. But Giri Bhai has always throughout been there for all our work. So I hope Sapna ji takes forward the conversation that Giri Bhai could have shared. And I know they both have been knowledgeable and they both work in the same fashion. Finally, I would like to call Nihar Ranjan Sahu ji. And I'm very happy that as a Chief Environment Engineer of the Odisha State Pollution Control Board, Nihar ji could join us today. In fact, the member secretary was told him that Niharji will give you the best possible inputs when we contacted him earlier, and the member secretary himself would have joined earlier. He has a family situation where someone's demise has happened. But Niharji, thank you very much because I had a very good conversation with you, and we hope today in the panel you can share some of the thoughts that we had during discussion. Shubhashish, it's all up to you from now. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen and respected delegates, the dais. I hope I'm audible. Thank you for confirming. Now, the last session today, and I would like to have this session more as an interactive session rather than a one-way panel discussion. What we are trying to do here is that we would like to understand that how long-term planning process within the governance mechanism can help equitable and just transition for the climate action which is required in Odisha in particular, and then maybe this learning can be also percolated for other state governments going forward. To set the context of this discourse, as I understand, a layperson working on just transition for little over a year, is that what we want at the end of the day is that the workforce who are currently working in energy allied industry segment, or rather fossil fuel allied industry segment, be it coal or petroleum products, they should be instituted in a livelihood which would be sustainable not only for them but also for their family members, which includes better health, better living condition, and so forth. At the same time, we also need to be mindful that the future generation of workforce who are going to add up in next 10 to 15 years of time, they also are skilled in a way that they can be repurposed for non-fossil fuel based jobs. Easier said than done. Now, coming back to the state of Odisha, there is a lot of diversity in the state. At one end, we know Odisha as one of the largest coal mining state Within the country, mining or rather coal mining provides to almost around 3% of the state's GDP. There are other mineral resources which are also mined in Odisha. Odisha is known for its industries, its power plants. At the same time, Odisha is also a state which has a large forest cover. To give you a context, and most of you would be knowing, but still I'm repeating the fact that if you consider the neighboring states, many of them are also mineral rich. Jharkhand around 29% is forest cover, West Bengal around 13-14%, Bihar around 8% has forest cover, whereas Odisha's forest cover is almost 40%, 39 point something. The only other state which is little bit ahead of Odisha in terms of forest cover is Chhattisgarh, which has almost 44%. Why I'm saying that, one end we are talking about Odisha and Odisha's need to move into mitigating activities, but at the same time, you also need to understand at a state level, the Odisha also acts as a large carbon sink. And there are a lot of opportunities or livelihood opportunities, income generation opportunities going forward from the large forest cover which Odisha has. Now, coming back to the workforce, and we have heard a lot during the initial sessions about the workforce, but at the end of the day, we also need to understand that whether the current mode of development has been able to cater to the need of the upcoming workforce within Odisha. The answer is both yes and no. Yes, we know that it's an industrial state. It has a lot of mining activities and ancillary activities. So it absorbs a large amount of population who are working in these industries. I'm not going to get into the condition of working at this point of time. Most of the contractual as well as unorganized sector laborers are working in maybe conditions which are not expected out of them. But at the same time, Odisha is one of the few states from the eastern part of India which supplies a large workforce to other states. The states like Haryana, Maharashtra, Gujarat, Tamil Nadu, Delhi, large workforce comes from Odisha, along with other states like Bihar, West Bengal, Uttar Pradesh, and so on and so forth. So it's not that the current developmental trajectory has been able to address to the workforce related requirement within the state. And it's not only the case of Odisha, but it's an universal truth that there are few states in the western part or southern part of the country who are doing much better. And then there are a lot of geopolitical reasons behind that. What I meant to say is that it provides a sweet spot for the state of Odisha to make that change and make that change in a way that the governance process or the government's policy making process steadily moves from the short-term perspective to a much long-term perspective, which Chandrabhushan has also talked about, that we have around 30 years to make that progress. We can't really predict what is going to happen in next 30 years, but take those 5 years block and move ahead and make these 6 blocks of 5 years so that the policy making process is in sync and in a continuous process. It's not that something is happening right now and then after 5 years we are going into a different trajectory altogether. Changes will happen, but those changes should not be something which is always inorganic. So with that context in place, I would first like to request Mr. Nihar Ranjan Sahuji. So I have few questions which I received from the organizers and few I will ask myself. Now, the first question which I have for you is that the key factor for just transition planning is the environmental remediation, considering the legacy waste which gets generated because of the mining activities. Now, there are a lot of roadblocks and we have discussed many of them in the earlier session, but what would be the ideal plan for the government of Odisha to overcome those challenges? Over to you, sir.
Yeah, it's good that you asked about remediation of mining areas, particularly. In fact, some few of the concerns were also raised in the earlier session about remediation. I think someone explained it very nicely. We call it remediation, restoration, and kind of thing. We use different kinds of words, and particularly in for mining industry, we use restoration of land. And then our director, person from the MCL, or I think he explained that what they do is they do kind of a plantation and stabilization. That's I mean, in a nutshell, if you look at that is primarily are being done, but that is that doesn't make the land productive. So what happens is for the posterity, that kind of land is not available. So this is the current situation. That means the remediation or restoration, whatever you are talking in terms of, it's not happening. Then question is why it is not happening? Do we have enough law, or we lack in implementing things? That's basically the question. If you look at the law, the law says that they have to prepare some sort of a mine closure plan and a progressive mine closure plan. Now, how robust, what are the requirements, what are the codes? Those details are not available. So what happens, we end up making a plan, we call it mine closure plan, but it's actually a plantation plan for future plantation, nothing more than that. But what I can sense the vibes in the earlier session is that the people, they want this land to be economically more productive. Maybe people can start living there. Maybe people can use those water bodies for fishery, or maybe they can use, I mean, they can make some sort of livelihood out of those land which have been lost to mining. Because what is happening, the transition in case of Angul is now the current set, the sets of mines which started opened in 70s, they are going to close, like Balanda, Jagannath, and few of the mines, they are likely to close. And we are going to open up new areas. That means new lands will be disturbed in near future. And so what will happen to whether this can be restored and remediate, all those things, I think there is a gap in regulation. I mean, there is a lack of clarity in regulations that how it should be done. So that I think it must be discussed in a in a deeper sense, and possibly we can bring about some more sort of policy or guidelines which can bring more clarity to this, and the lands can be used gainfully in future.
Thank you, Mr. Sahu. My next question is for Mamta ma'am. Now, the key factor for just transition planning in Angul will be increasing the resilience of the local community. Considering that Angul, almost 80% of the people are dependent on our rural population, and many of them are dependent on rain-fed agriculture. And because of climate change, we see the pattern of rainfall is changing. What measures do you feel need to be taken at the state level, at the district level, the kind of resources which needs to be mobilized? We have heard about the availability of district mineral funds, maybe in going forward, something coming from the GST credits also, but mostly from the perspective of rural community, what kind of changes do you perceive needs to be there to actually build the resilience of the community?
As you know, Angul is situated in the mid-central tableland of Odisha. So in case of climate change impact on agriculture in Angul district, mostly the temperature will increase, variability in rainfall will increase, and also rainfall will decline. And also that is the climate-induced natural disasters like drought, flood, and cyclone. Its actual frequency, duration, and also severity, intensity will increase. So in case of Angul, as you know, there are two main rivers, that is Brahmani and Mahanadi. So there will be flood, as well as also there will be drought, because only in case of Angul, only 30%, nearly 30% of the net zone area is irrigated. So therefore, in case of Angul, the impact of climate change will be mostly due to the drought condition. That is because the farmers, they are practicing that is rainfed agriculture, that dependent on rainfall, which is mostly erratic, and due to climate change, also the variability in rainfall has increased. So it will have impact on agriculture, the crop yield will decline, and also employment will decline, and then all that is it will create food insecurity problem. So it will also adversely affect the rural livelihood. So in this case, there is a need for a climate resilient agriculture. What do you mean by climate resilient agriculture? That means the farmers should be motivated to cultivate drought resistance or flood resistance seed varieties, and also like it also affect the livestock sector. So therefore, that is also that is climate that is different breeds which can resist that is high, that is the heat, as well as the that is excess rainfall, or that is deficiency in rainfall. So this should be taken into account. And so there is a need for huge investment in irrigation. In case of Angul, the major source of irrigation is surface irrigation, that is canal irrigation. And there are only two medium irrigation projects, that is Derjong and Auli. And also within the surface irrigation, tank irrigation is the most important source in Angul. Also, farmers depend on that is groundwater, that is well, dog well, tube well, bore well, so all this. So as you know, in case of Odisha, the irrigation service is very poor. The farmers, they do not get water in time, in adequate quantity, in a dependable and predictable manner. So therefore, there is need for improvement in irrigation service, the quality of irrigation service. So now most of you must be knowing that government of Odisha is implementing participatory irrigation management. The farmers are encouraged or motivated to form water resource association or Pani Panchayat. So they will take up the responsibility of that is operation and maintenance of the canals and distribution of water among themselves, so and also collection of water charges. So there is a decentralization or a democratization of irrigation water. And likewise, also land, forest. So there is a government is putting a lot of emphasis on community participation or people's participation in land management, in water management, in also forest management. So therefore, there is a need for community participation because, as you know, most of the common property resources, they actually are, they need cooperation among the farmers for optimal utilization of those resources. Otherwise, it will lead to free rider problem. And then second is which I will always emphasize, in spite of taking different precautionary measures, or what you can say preventive measures, if there is crop failure. So therefore, in that case, the crop insurance will come to the rescue of the farmers. The farmers should be motivated to insure their crops. Most of you must be knowing the government is implementing the Prime Minister, that is Fasal Bima Yojana, PMFY, that is since 2016 in Odisha. And this is a area-based yield insurance scheme that is a shortfall in yield from the guaranteed yield in the particular defined area. In that case, all the farmers cultivating the defined crop in that particular area will get the compensation on the same rate, in the same rate. So it is not individual based, it is area based. And also farmers also in Odisha had introduced weather-based crop insurance scheme. In case of PMFI, actually it's in case of compensation or indemnity depends on yield estimation. And you must be knowing that yield estimation is very difficult because it depends on crop cutting experiment. It is a time-consuming process. So it takes about not more, that is, it takes about 1 year that the farmers has to wait for 1 year to get compensation or indemnity. But in case of weather-based crop insurance scheme, the loss is estimated on the basis of the rainfall data. If there is excess rainfall or there is deficiency in rainfall, the farmers will get compensation. So in that case, the government has to collect weather data from the meteorological station. It is very easy. There is more transparency, more objectivity, and it is verifiable. That is the rainfall data. So therefore, then within 3 months, the farmers are getting the compensation. But unfortunately, government of Odisha has withdrawn WCIS, weather-based crop insurance schemes. It is a must. Actually, there must be different insurance product, not only area-based product, which is a time-consuming process. And you must be knowing, there is a news that farmers are actually protesting because they are not Shasya Bima, they have not got the Khati Puran finance, they have not got the compensation. So that is there. So therefore, what the farmers has to insure their crops, because in case of any crop failure, event of crop failure, it will provide economic support to the farmers, it will stabilize their income, and also it will encourage them to use yield stimulating inputs like chemical fertilizer and high yielding varieties of seeds, and also it will restore their credit eligibility after crop failure, because they will be able to repay the loan. And the fourth is the need for disaster assistance will decline. And that is very important. They will don't, because you have paid the premium, the farmer has paid the premium, so he is entitled for compensation when there is actually, if there is flood or there is drought or there is pest attack or plant disease, which are non-preventable risks. So therefore, it is very important that farmers should be motivated to insure their crops, so that in the event of any natural calamities, they will get compensation, and also they can actually, it will provide resilience to the agrarian economy. So, but unfortunately, in case of Odisha, the coverage, only 20% of the farmers have insured their crop. The area coverage is only 20%. So therefore, there is a need to convince the farmers about the benefits of insurance, so that they will ensure that come forward to insure their crops. So there, and also what is very important is actually there must be community participation, and there must be an integrated approach. In case of Japan, it is not the Department of Agriculture, it is Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry and Fishery. So there must be an integrated approach. So because of actually climate change, these three sectors are worst hit. One is agriculture and the forestry, and also there is fishing. So these three sectors. So therefore, there is a need for integrated approach: forest, water, and land. So all these are actually you have to have an integrated approach, so that there must be coordination between the departments, and also the problem can be solved. And what is the most important is actually we will have a very long wish list. But what is very most important is there must be a political will of the that is party in power, and second is bureaucratic commitment, and third is there must be farmers should be organized to form association. They must protest if actually they are deprived of their entitlement. So therefore, I always emphasize that the Odisha government is actually pioneered in bringing out many reforms. Power sector number one, water resources sector number one, so and then forest also number one, climate change action plus number one state. But nothing is percolating down to the poor. Why? So that is very important. There is a need for administrative reforms. Your vehicle may be very good, but you need a good driver. And the driver is the bureaucrats, the executives. And therefore, there is a need for administrative reforms. And what type of administration? There is responsibility fixation and accountability and transparency. And to ensure that, first you reform the Odisha Service Code, the conduct rule. Then only your all policies can be implemented, otherwise no. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, taking forward from where Mamta ma'am has ended, and I would leave it to the last speaker, Mr. Das, because of his rich experience in bureaucracy, both at state and the central level. But before coming to him, I would like to come to Swapna ji. You had have a rich experience in working on ecology and forestry. My question for you is that management of forest resources by involving the local community is very important. And since Odisha is also very rich on forest resources. Now, from the perspective of Angul in particular and Odisha as a state in general, what are your observations on community-based forest resource management? Whether it's possible, and if yes, how to take it forward?
Yeah, I think Odisha is one state where communities has demonstrated that they love forest. If the अगर आज यहाँ पे जंगलात की जमीन बढ़ी है, इसके लिए बहुत सारा क्रेडिट तो कम्युनिटी के लोगों को जाता है, क्योंकि फॉरेस्ट कंजर्वेशन रूल आने से पहले, एक्ट आने से पहले, डिपार्टमेंट के बनने से पहले उड़ीसा के लोगों को जंगलात उनकी जिंदगी के साथ कितनी जुड़ाव है वो पता है। इनफैक्ट 1930, 1920 से भी लोग ऐसे गांव के पास एविडेंसेस है, रिकॉर्ड्स है जहाँ पे उन्होंने जंगल को प्रोटेक्ट करना अपने आप से शुरू किया था। बहुत बाद कंजर्वेशन फॉरेस्ट का रूल आया, फिर अभी जॉइंट फॉरेस्ट मैनेजमेंट आया। फॉर्चुनेटली अभी कानून भी है फॉरेस्ट राइट एक्ट के तहत, जिसमें लोगों के पास कानूनी तरीके से जंगल के ऊपर अधिकार उनको मिल सकता है। तो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ उड़ीसा हैज बीन थिंकिंग अराउंड दिस आइडिया कि अभी एक सोच भी चल रहा है कि 2024 तक एक स्टेट बनेगा जिसमें फॉरेस्ट राइट का एक्ट के तहत जितने भी बेनिफिशियरी हैं सबके पास हक चला जाएगा। तो एक मिशन फॉरेस्ट राइट एक्ट के ऊपर भी बात हुआ है। पर क्या हो सकता है, मेरी पिछले 2 साल की जो एक्सपीरियंस रही है कोविड के टाइम पे, किसी को नहीं पता था कोविड क्या है, कभी किसी ने देखा भी नहीं था, सुना भी नहीं था कि ऐसा कुछ बीमारी होती है। बट लुक एट 2 years डाउन द लेन, वी हैव स्टिल सम पीपल हु आर सिटिंग विद अ मास्क ऑन। अब सारे बच्चों को भी पता है कोविड अप्रोप्रिएट बिहेवियर क्या होता है। एवरीबडी वर्क, द गवर्नमेंट वर्क, द मीडिया वर्क, एवरीबडी वर्क टू बिल्ड दिस एंटायर नरेशन की कोविड अप्रोप्रिएट बिहेवियर क्या होता है। सुबह उठो, शाम को मोबाइल खोलो से लेके रात के न्यूज ऑफ करने तक सबने बता दिया कोविड में करना क्या है। आप इनफैक्ट बिकम डॉक्टर, प्रिस्क्रिप्शन भी हमने लिखना शुरू कर दिया। तो ये होता है व्हेन यू बिल्ड दिस नरेशन। आप जहाँ पे आईपीसीसी का रिपोर्ट उठा लीजिए, पूरे वर्ल्ड की जितनी भी रिपोर्ट्स देख लीजिए, बता तो दिया है कि वी आर सिटिंग इन अ कार विदाउट अ रिवर्स गियर। एक ऐसे गाड़ी में बैठे जिसका रिवर्स गियर है नहीं। क्लाइमेट क्राइसिस हो रहा है और 1.5 डिग्री टेम्परेचर से बढ़ेगा 2050 तक, तो शायद आधी आबादी खत्म हो जाएगी बिकॉज ऑफ व्हाट मैडम सेड कि डिजास्टर होगा, ड्रॉट होगा, साइक्लोन होगा। एंड उड़ीसा हैज बीन वन ऑफ द ब्राइटेस्ट केस। हर साल हमको एक कहीं ना कोई विजिट कर ही जाता है, हुडुड, फनी, इतना अच्छा खासा नाम के लोग हमें विजिट कर ही जाते हैं, वेदर वी वांट देम और नॉट, और आते तो जाते हैं। तो ये एक तो है कि हमें बताना पड़ेगा, ये पूरी एक माइंडसेट बनानी पड़ेगी कम्युनिटी के साथ कि रिवर्स गियर नहीं है। हम प्लांटेशन कर सकते हैं पर जंगल नहीं कर सकते, हम पानी बचा सकते हैं पर रिवर नहीं खड़ा कर सकते। ये नेचर को करना था और नेचर ने किया है, अब उसको बचाना जरूरी है। अब पूरे सुबह से मैं बात सुनती आ रही हूँ कि रिक्लेमेशन होगा, वहाँ प्लांटेशन होगा, पर जंगल नहीं वापस आएंगे ना, इकोलॉजिकल फंक्शंस नहीं हो एस्टेब्लिश होंगे। पानी बच जाएंगे पर नदियां तो नहीं खड़े होंगे। तो अब जितना नदी बचा है, जितना जंगल बचा है, उसको बचाए रखना है और उसके साथ कम्युनिटी को जोड़ना जरूरी है। कानून बना है जंगल अधिकार अधिनियम, तो उसके वो अपने बात रख सकते हैं कि हमारा गांव का आने वाला 100 साल, आने वाला 50 साल कैसे बने। और उसमें ये पूरी कहानी आप उनको समझाइए ना कि क्लाइमेट से क्या होगा, आपके गांव को बारिश कितनी होगी, कितनी टेम्परेचर बढ़ेगी। किसी ने बताया नहीं लोगों को कि आपके यहाँ 1 डिग्री टेम्परेचर बढ़ने से आपको क्या नुकसान होगा। कि आपके यहाँ 100 साल का हमने डाटा एनालिसिस किया अंगुल का, 100 साल में बारिश 1200 से 1400 mm के बीच में हुआ है। बिल्कुल हुआ है तो कमी तो हुआ ही नहीं, बारिश तो हुआ ही उतना। हुआ क्या है कि 74 डेज का रेनी डेज था, अब वो घटकर 62 डेज हो गया है। प्रॉब्लम क्या है कि सितंबर और अक्टूबर में 10 दिन में 300 mm बारिश हो जाती है। और हमने कभी प्लान नहीं किया, ये बात किसी ने ग्राम पंचायत तक पहुंचाया नहीं कि पंचायत में ये बात रहे कि यार तेरे गांव में अगर 300 mm की बारिश हो जाएगी तो तू पानी बचाएगा कैसे। तेरे जो तालाब खड़े हो तो 2 से 20-30 mm की पानी को बचाने के लिए था। तो 300 mm पानी बचाने के लिए तेरे पास स्ट्रक्चर चाहिए, वैसा इन्वेस्टमेंट एनआरजीएस में होना चाहिए, उस तरह की प्लानिंग होनी चाहिए। तो ये तो करना पड़ेगा कि क्लाइमेट एक्शंस अगर सोच पे रहेगा, उस पर चर्चाएं होंगी और बड़े स्तर पे चर्चाएं होंगी तो कोई फायदा नहीं है। इसकी पूरी कहानी पंचायत के पास जानी चाहिए, जितने भी इलेक्टेड मेंबर्स है स्टेट के। और अच्छा हुआ कि स्टेट एक ऐसा स्टेट है जहाँ 50% महिला भी हैं, तो ये जिनके साथ ये रोजमर्रा की जिंदगी से पानी खेत कल्याण की उनको ज्यादा नॉलेज है, उनको सिर्फ ये समझाना जरूरी है कि ये कम हो रहा है, घट रहा है और आपको और 5 किलोमीटर आगे चलना पड़ेगा। अभी 5 किलोमीटर चलो और 5 किलोमीटर चलना पड़ेगा, तो आई एम श्योर दे विल डू वंडरफुल वर्क। पर ये समझाना जरूरी है कि ग्राम पंचायत प्लान जब बने, ये पूरी डाटा सेट पंचायत के पास पहुंचनी चाहिए। यकीन मानिए जब हम काम कर रहे हैं, डिस्ट्रिक्ट तक भी अटलासेस नहीं है, डिस्ट्रिक्ट का इन्फॉर्मेशन को लेके भी अटलास नहीं है। एक कलेक्टर जो सुबह बैठे थे सर, उनको शायद पता भी नहीं होगा कि उनके कौन से पोटेंशियल एरिया में कितनी इरिगेशन हो रहा है, मैप पे नहीं है। कहाँ हम ब्लॉक और उसके नीचे पंचायत की बात कर रहे हैं। जरूरी है आज के तारीख में ओरसा के सारा has been part of Orsa, and I'm sure you will be able to talk about it, how critical the information has become. इन्फॉर्मेशन पंचायत तक पहुंचे, ब्लॉक तक पहुंचे, तो वो सोच करके प्लान बनाएंगे, तब ये कुछ क्लाइमेट एक्शन प्रूफिंग का काम सही में हो पाएगा। पैसों की कमी है नहीं, फ्लैगशिप प्रोग्राम से, NRGS है, आपकी DMF है, आपकी वाटरशेड प्रोजेक्ट चल रहे हैं, काफी सारा कुछ, और कंपनीज बैठे हैं जिनकी CSR ग्रांट्स भी है। तो ये हो तो सकता है, पर किसी ने सोचे समझे तरीके से करे तो होगा। जो एक और चीज के बारे में हम सुबह से शायद टच नहीं किए, एक छोटा सा चीज मैं सामने रखना चाहती हूँ कि लोग सोचते हैं जंगल बचने से होगा क्या, इकोलॉजिकल सर्विसेज होगा। गांव के लोगों के लिए जंगल रोजी रोटी है, खाना पीना मिल जाता है, पर कहीं पे हमने ये नहीं सोचा कि एक इंटरनेशनल पॉलिटिक्स भी चल रहा है। अब जंगल की कार्बन भी बेचे जाते हैं, किसी की समझ नहीं है क्या है कार्बन स्टॉक, कार्बन मार्केट क्या चीज है, डॉलर में पैसा कमा रहे हैं लोग। आई थिंक प्राइम मिनिस्टर स्पोक अबाउट इट इन 15th अगस्त कि अब हम बाहर कार्बन नहीं बेचेंगे, हमारे यहाँ पोल्यूटिंग कंपनीज कार्बन खरीदेंगे। अगर मेरे गांव के पास 100 एकड़ जमीन है, उस पर अच्छा जंगल खड़ा है, मैं एस्टिमेट करूंगी कितना कार्बन उसमें बचा, उस हिसाब से मेरे गांव को पैसा आएगा। क्योंकि आपकी जो पॉल्यूशन है उसको घटाने के लिए मेरे गांव का जंगल उसको मेकअप कर रहा है। वो वैसा वाला कुछ सोच भी है, और हमें हमें किसी ने इसके बारे में बताया नहीं, इसके बारे में कोई उतनी जानकारी नहीं है। फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट हैज बीन डूइंग समथिंग अराउंड इट की रेड प्लस की कुछ प्रोजेक्ट्स होगा, पर ये अगर नरेशन है, ये ऐसा हो सकता है सही में, तो ये तो एक अदर इकोनॉमिक अपॉर्चुनिटी बन गया गांव के लिए कि आप जंगल बचाओ, और जंगल बचाने के लिए कार्बन से भी आपको पैसा मिल सकता है। तो हमको पूरी सारे एवेन्यूज ढूंढने पड़ेंगे ताकि ये गांव के जो लोग हैं उनके पास कुछ ऑल्टरनेटिव्स बनाने का, नरेशन बनाने का सोच रहे। खेती आप इनफैक्ट आई वाज जस्ट टॉकिंग टू बापू भाई इन द लंच की 90% जमीन में अगर अंगूल की डबल खेती की स्कोप हो जाती है, आपको बस उतना ही इंश्योर करने की डबल खेती बन जाए, उसके बाद फार्मर्स लोग खड़े हो जाएंगे, उसकी इंडस्ट्री बन जाएगी, उसकी वैल्यू एडिशन की यूनिट्स बन जाएगी। उड़ीसा लाइवलीहुड मिशन से इतने सारे महिलाएं एक साथ जुड़े हुए हैं कम्युनिटीज बेस्ड ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में, उनकी SSG बनी हुई है, वो बना लेंगे कुछ ना कुछ उसमें से और जुड़ जाएंगे उसमें। लोग वापस नहीं आएंगे कोई इंडस्ट्री में। मालिक बन के जो किसान पैदा हुआ है वो कभी किसी के यहाँ नौकरी करने क्यों जाता है? क्योंकि यहाँ जम नहीं रहा ना, ये बिजनेस में उसको नफा नुकसान हो ही नहीं रहा है। तो इसको तो प्रॉफिटेबल बनाना पड़ेगा। फॉरेस्ट बेस्ड इकोनॉमी हमको बनाना पड़ेगा, एग्रीकल्चर बेस्ड इकोनॉमी बनाना पड़ेगा। एक इंडस्ट्री की तरह इसको अगर हम नहीं सोचेंगे तो शायद हमारा ट्रांजिशन जस्ट नहीं होगा। थैंक यू।
Thank you, Swapna ji. That was really passionate about you to elucidate about what the ground realities may be at this point of time. Before I come to Siddhant sir, I would like to sum up the points which were made by the earlier speaker, and the reason is that my leading question to sir would be actually dependent on what the summation is. What we have understood that Odisha had been pioneer in or leading state in terms of developing plans, the plans which are quote unquote maybe better than many of its peers. Forest conservation is something which is natural to the people of the state of Odisha, and that's one of the reasons that the forest cover has been also increasing over the years. In Odisha, but at the same time, another point is that there are certain regulations which are in place for remediation of the environmental loss which happens because of mining. New regulations or more regulations might be required, but things are moving in the right direction. But at the same time, we require an integrated approach. Somewhere the policy into action is missing. We have also heard that when we talk about integrating climate actions at the panchayat level or at the block level, many of the actions which might have been designed at the top in states, bureaucracy gets completely diluted or missing. We have also heard about the new opportunities like green credits coming from the forest cover, which Odisha has. So with all of this in perspective, my question to you, sir, is that as I understand that the Odisha's climate change action plan is going to end next year, and we might be in a process of developing a new plan. So how the new plan can be strengthened so that the contours of developmental as well as climate need, which we have heard throughout the day today and more so during today's the current panel discussion, should be integrated to make this transition more equitable as well as just for the vulnerable community. Over to you, sir.
I think since you have made a very broad and this topic, I'll speak from there. Hello, can you hear? Actually, this topic which you are talking, this is a very, if you ask me, what is the single most important or single most critical thing that we are facing in the world over? It is the global warming due to climate change. So it's the thing, something which we have to, all of us should understand this. And we're talking of the climate change action plan, as Madam has said, that is Odisha was the first place to do that. I'm quite happy. In fact, I am one of the authors of that climate change action plan, which I prepared. Nihar was also a part of that. I think Swapna was also in that thing. So we prepared this plan sometime in 2010. We started. It's basically, I'll come to that. Before that, I was also in Government of India as Director General of Forest. I was also involved in the climate change action plan in Government of India also. So first we have to understand why this climate change and what is global warming. I think most of you will know, but for the completeness of the thing, and since we are discussing, I will talk of this why global warming is happening. See, Earth is the only planet, at least known planet, which is surrounded by an atmosphere. No other planet has that. So whatever solar energy that we receive, a part of it is trapped due to the greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. If the greenhouse gases were not there, then Earth would be like something 50 degrees during the day and minus 30 degrees in the night, like your moon or other planets, Mars, whatever you can say. So then it will be unlivable. No life form would be possible. So Earth is livable because the atmosphere keeps it warm and cozy, and there are greenhouse gases, your main greenhouse gas being water vapor, carbon dioxide, methane, and all those things which you know. So what is happening? See, if you see, in the 17th, 18th century, we started this industrial revolution, particularly in the European countries, and we started burning fossil fuel. We burned coal to generate energy, and we started releasing carbon dioxide. So the volume of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere kept on increasing. Initial years, nobody could notice anything. And if you see, all our climate change things have started coming only after 1970. In the 70s, when we had this Rio, then Stockholm and all that, we started. Before that, in fact, you will be surprised, in Constitution of India, there was no word called conservation. It was protection. So all your acts, whether it's Air Act, Water Act, Forest Conservation Act, Environmental Protection Act, all over the world have come in the last quarter or the last 30 years of the last century. Before that, it was no issue. Because the carbon dioxide that was being released in the from 1800 to 1900, 1700 was so negligible. In fact, from 1900 to 1950 was also negligible. We never felt it. We only started feeling the pinch that there is something is going wrong in the 1970s. So we had these conferences. So what has happened? The concentration of carbon dioxide is increasing. So now what has happened? It is increasing at a very fast rate. So it increased from 270 parts per million in the pre-industrial era. Now it has reached 420. But it has From 400 to 420, it has taken only 6 years. And from 410 to 420 in just last 2 years. So what is happening? So now, since there is a carbon dioxide is more in the atmosphere is trapping more energy. So that is, Earth is becoming warmer. So that we are becoming, that is we are having these droughts, we have more cyclones and everything. So all this change, all the climate related changes are happening because of the global warming. So what is the global warming happening? In the last 100 years, that is from 1900 to 2000, the temperature of the Earth increased by half a degree Celsius. Just half a degree Celsius, and we started feeling the pinch. From 2000 to 2015, the temperature has risen by 0.61 degrees Celsius. What we managed in 2000 in 100 years, in just 15 years, it's more than that. So now the question is that by the year 2050, the temperature rise will be by 2 degrees. And by the year 2100, it will be 4 to 6 degrees Celsius. So now the question is, what's the big deal? Yes, it's a big deal. Because with our current knowledge, both in scientific and technical knowledge, we cannot handle a situation if the temperature goes beyond 2 degrees Celsius. So the world community has been deciding that we have to restrict the temperature rise to 1.5 degrees Celsius. Already 0.5 degree has been exceeded in the last century and 0.61 in the first 1.5 decades of this century. So we are left with how much? 0.6, 0.5, 1.1. We are just left with a narrow buffer of 0.4 degrees Celsius. And the rate at which we are increasing by the year 2030, in just how many, 8 years, we'll be breaching this 1.5 degrees. So we really don't know. So the whole world community is very concerned. And particularly when the bigger culprits or the bigger developer, if you see the climate change thing is happening, the global warming is the carbon footprint. How much carbon dioxide is emitted per person per year? It is about 16 to 17 in the developed countries like USA, Europe, Australia, and all that. In India, it was just 1 degree Celsius, 1 ton per person per year by the year 2000. Now it is 2. So the question is that per capita, India may be very less, but in absolute terms, we are very high, and it has doubled, and it is still increasing because we have a strong development agenda. But when a country like America withdrew, when Trump became the president, he said, no, I don't care what is climate change. So America withdrew. They wanted to only go for that. And that itself would have contributed for about increase of 0.1 degree or 0.2 degrees. Anyway, now luckily America is back. But India took leadership in 2015 when in the Paris UNFCCC, India took over the leadership and said that India is going to sequester 2.5 to 3 billion tons of carbon dioxide equivalent in the forests of the country. Okay. This is a very, very bold and very ambitious statement. By the year 2030, we are going to sequester 2.5 to 3 billion tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. Of course, India is in a good position in the sense that despite what people believe, India is amongst, not only amongst the top 10 countries as far as the forest area is concerned, but also amongst the top 10 countries where the forest area is growing. India is only among the 10 countries in the world where the forest is a sink. All other forests are sources. When the forest is degrading, it releases more carbon dioxide than it absorbs. All right. So India's at present rate at which we are increasing our sink, we are seeing, if we do this by the year 2030, we will sequester 1.91 billion tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. All right. So we will fall short of the target of 2.5 to 3 billion tons by 0.6 to 1.1 billion ton. Okay. So that is how to do that. So with that in view, there has been policy discussions have been made. So also, so the main thing is that two policies. One is the adaptive, the other is mitigative. In fact, in India did that. Then I'll come back to that. When I was in the Secretary Pollution Control Board way back in 2010, the state, Odisha was the first pioneer state to prepare this climate change action plan. So we identified what are the mitigative issues and what are the adaptive issues we should handle. So sector wise, we prepared. And then also which are the low hanging fruits, which we should immediately tackle. So accordingly, we prepared the climate change action plan, and the Government of India also prepared the climate change action plan, which has 8 missions, all the solar mission, so all those Green India missions, so many missions are there. So now in 2015, the country has announced that we are going to absorb by the year 2030, 2.5 to 3 billion tons.
Sir, I have a request from the organizers that we are running short. So if you could conclude maybe in next 4 to 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'll finish that. And that's coming to them. So keeping this in mind, we are keeping this thing that we are going for the climate change action plan. That is why we prepared this plan. Okay. So this is the thing which Odisha made this thing. So there are two things. One is you adapt to the climate change. The other is that you mitigate. And here I will give one example that also we did it when we were in the Pollution Control Board and NALCO. Again, we are talking about Angul. There is a thing, we took up a thing called a sequestration. Carbon, it's not that the forests only sequester, there can be other biological entities. So we took up a project in NALCO to sequester carbon dioxide from the thermal power plant of NALCO to grow algae. And this was a pilot project, and this pilot project was taken up in NALCO, and it was hugely successful. You see, your plant community that can sequester carbon dioxide at the rate of 1 to 2 tons per acre per year. Here by algae, we actually achieved an average of 32 tons per acre per year in NALCO. And this has been widely acclaimed all over the world, but it was a pilot project, but we could not take it over now. Now, fortunately, German Aerospace Agency, they wanted to do it. So they are now in collaboration with Jindal Steel and Power Limited. That's also another plant in the Angul area. And Kharagpur IIT, they are going to produce siliconized silicon carbide, one carbon negative product from this algae. But in the bargain, now JSPL itself has come up that we want to absorb the carbon dioxide which we are releasing to the atmosphere. For producing steel, as on date, we produce for every ton of steel that is produced, 2 tons of carbon dioxide is released. So they want to convert 1 million tons of carbon dioxide annually, which is very, very ambitious, but the project has already started. We are now targeting to achieve at least 2 lakh tons of carbon dioxide absorption from the JSPL plant in the coming years. So these are the things which are good things which are happening, because carbon dioxide absorption can only be the direct mitigative measure for retarding the climate change due to the global warming. And since it is happening in Angul, the pilot project was also taken up in NALCO and Angul, and also now Jindal Steel and Power is taking up in the same area. So I hope we will be able to do that. I'm open to questions because it's a very vast topic. That's what. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I believe we don't have a lot of time left for follow-up questions, so I would open up for the floor to ask questions to the esteemed panel. I see one hand, rather 3 hands. So the gentleman in the back and then the gentleman here. Just wait for the mic to be there and please introduce yourself and then ask the question.
Myself, Pradeep Mahapatra. I work with the organization called Udyog. And its Udyog is also working for this community resilience and adaptation. Yeah, very good thing that this Siddhant sir, he has brought out very pertinent question, because he is the pioneer in preparing the climate action plan. And it's the way we are talking this transition. I think the transition term for whom and what? People should be they should be get out of this, or this company or corporate should be get out of this, or this they should make the transition. This is one. Second thing, India is sir, it's yes, is a flag, very good thing. India is in a powerful position starting from this COP 25th. And now it is only this, only because of India, 26 COP was not materialized. Shrestha, she has already flagged out carbon phased out or carbon phased down. This is only the what term it is phased out only because of this. President of IPCC cried and it got failed. And it's probably during this November 27th is in Egypt, more investors are coming. $3 trillion is expected to come developing countries to mitigate the carbon. And it was not, then it's nothing can happen. And it's because it needs investment. It's not only the way Siddhant sir told, it needs the technology and it needs also this investment so that it's sequestration or absorption. Both can also be addressed. But how it is possible? Social capital building within this mining area.
Sir, can you just,
shall I cut it, sir?
sir, can you just be little bit brief?
That's why unless go to the context, it's very difficult to cut it short. So it's that's how do it, because this Swapna she has flagged a very good thing. Either you should do with this resource or you take these issues. Resource is there and issues is there. And the resource is mining. And within the mining area, people are being starved. Below the poverty line, nutrition, education, health crisis there. Because its resources there, mining is there, and people are reeling under several crises. If it is resource, how that can be addressed well? She has well flagged. Carbon credit and agroforestry, this is another area that need to invest more rigorously so that community will get benefited and factory as well as that benefited. And this is the type of the way we are talking about this technology and innovation will be there. It's what Siddhant sir flagged, this technology. That should have, if BJ or green algae is another question. Why we should bring this innovation? How precipitation or the technology can be added there so that emission or the absorption that will be addressed. However, community also get the benefit and they will be the shareholder of this project. This is one. Second thing, inclusiveness. Unless there is inclusiveness, the way we are talking about GPDP or this community or the panchayat, unless there is a interconnected, it cannot be, and it will be possible if pollution is only this issue. This whole program chain has to be considered. It's one program. It's not only the pollution. Why pollution? What are the critical areas need to be there? Then it has to be whole thing that we
sir,
so I'm closing it down and it's leaving to colleagues here.
Sure. Before we respond to this question, there are two parts to it. One is on India's negotiation. I am not sure whether we are the right panel to deliberate on that negotiation in COP26, and the second was on the uses of resources in a more prudent way. Before we answer those questions, if there is any similar kind of question, the gentleman here had one question. So if you could, sure. Yeah, please go ahead.
पहले जो लैंड एक्विजिशन था वो 100 इयर्स का था, बाद में 50 इयर्स हुआ। अभी माइनिंग एक्टिविटीज इतना फास्ट हो रहा है तो लैंड एक्विजिशन का जो पीरियड है इसको 20 इयर्स 30 इयर्स ऐसा भी कर सकता है क्या नहीं? और एक अभी टोटल कोल इंडिया सॉरी MCL ओडिशा में 33,000 हेक्टर्स ऑफ लैंड एक्विजिशन किया। ये माइनिंग ऑपरेशन हो रहा है हार्डली 10,000 हेक्टर्स हार्डली। बाकी अब उनका पास अभी बचा है 23,000 हेक्टर्स लैंड बचा है, फिर भी नया लैंड के लिए वो अप्लाई कर रहा है। ये गवर्नमेंट ऑफ ओडिशा कैन सजेस्ट देम कि इतना मान लीजिए कि 2000 हेक्टर्स वो रिफंड करेगा तो अगेन 2000 हेक्टर्स विल बी गिवन एज न्यू माइनिंग। ये हो सकता है?
Well, I am not well qualified to answer questions regarding land acquisition and period of land. But ମୁଁ କେତେଟା ଜିନିଷ ମୁଁ କହିପାରିବି ଯେମିତି କି ଫର ଏକ୍ସାମ୍ପଲ ଆପଣ ଯୋଉ କହୁଛନ୍ତି ଲ୍ୟାଣ୍ଡ ଆଗରୁ ଯୋଉ ନଉଥିଲେ 100 years ପାଇଁ ପୁଣି 50 years ପାଇଁ ଏବେ ଦେଖୁଥିବେ ଆପଣ ମାଇନ୍ସ ଗୁଡାକ the mines are growing larger, bigger and bigger, so the productions are more, so the life of mine is actually coming down. So one aspect is it is now possible যে mining quickly ହେଇପାରିବ ଏବଂ it can be given back, so that is one of the reason why it is being done. से जगह definitely आमे जमती I think in my turn जोटा मु कहली आपनको कि it's very important आमे जतले mining सारी की सेटा को पुणी again it's to be given back, it must be given back in a way जोटा कि सेटा गोटे माने economically productively गोटे use हे परिबो by the people, community, government जे भी करू कोन करू, that has to be decided. Actually से संबंधी जो rules by regulations से किसी clarity नहीं, so किसी clarity आनिया पड़िबो. So that is the thing regarding अपन जोटा कहे जो excess land. I think I am not qualified जे केते कहार केते land दरकार से माने केते land नौचंती से जो assessment गुडा का होची definitely I am sure that following due procedures in consultation with the people, in consultation with other stakeholders करिकी समाने decide करथुबे, survey करिकी करूथुबे. So से विषय किंतु मु अधिका किछ कहि परिबे जे समाने excess land फेरेबे कि न फेरेबे and all that. Thank you.
What Mr. Mahapatra is saying, I'm telling on that. You see, you have made a statement which are factually correct, so I don't want to read that. But what you are saying, you see, Government of India has made a policy which is very clear that India is going to go ahead with these development goals, keeping the climate concern in mind. They want to be leaders in the climate change, but at the same time, they say that we don't want to snub the aspirations of 1.3 billion people. So they will continue with that. So the development agenda of the country will be there. Now the question of this, what you are talking about, this community. See, community is one is very clear. Both Odisha is a leader there, also all over India, that this community participation in forest management is a thing which is absolutely now accepted thing. So then how to this carbon thing? So there are the carbon sequestration is by two ways. The natural forests, you see, in a natural forest, more carbon is stored in the soil. Suppose in a dense, you take of a dense semi-deciduous forest, a semi-evergreen forest, or mangroves, or the 70% of the carbon dioxide is in the soil or the subsoil. The biomass, tree biomass is around 30%. So the idea in the natural forest is to qualitatively improve so that there is a better moisture conservation there. Catchment treatment plan is the buzzword. Second thing is that grow more wood, use more wood. So this is a wooden thing. It has a zero carbon footprint. If you use a steel table, it has huge carbon footprint. You will extract mineral, then melt it, then burn it and mold it. Every stage you are releasing carbon dioxide. Here the carbon is stored in a tree which has matured and we have made that. So now the idea is that outside the forests, you grow more trees and use it as a resource. It's a renewable resource and it's a zero carbon footprint resource. This is how the communities at all levels will be associated, involved and get the benefits of the carbon thing. And now, of course, countries thinking of that, the carbon credit, We'll go to the communities. We don't know what is the thing. It's a very, very early days to say, but this is something which at least we can say we are going the right direction. Yes, forest should go beyond forest. You see, forest is for conservation, beyond forest is for wood.
Thank you, sir. I have time for just one more question. There was one hand from the back. If he still wishes to ask the question, please. Or otherwise, anyone else? Sure. I had cut down you to speak fully. So if you have any other points to make, we have another 3-4 minutes. So, sir, if you wish to. Yes, yes.
The way we are talking it is nature-based solutions, watersheds, catchment treatment, agroforestry, and it's more. I'm not talking about the rights, because the other options are there where the community itself they get benefited well, they can engaged well, get the income, and it's as well as this corporate or companies or this mining, the people will also be benefited. So that it's if the community or this landowners or community or anybody will be the shareholder for this nature-based solutions, I think there will be a co-creation of more opportunities, and both will create the opportunity to take the benefit out of it. So they take this coherence and it will be the part of the co-creation. So it is the greater advantage for both to take the benefit and raise the income. Moreover, skill building and reskilling, it is also important how to rejuvenate the resource base and the income. The way we are talking about, no one left behind. We should take this also this question as the part of this SDG, because there are 3-4 frameworks that are framed only to address the SDG. Within the UNFCC is also part of it, Sendai framework is also part of it, there is UN Habitat also part of it, and that can also be addressed altogether. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. So with no further ado, I would like to conclude today's final session. And thank you all esteemed panelists for their time and sharing their thoughts, and the people in the audience for your kind listening and interactive questions. Thank you.
Okay, I think, we are reaching the end of the program. I'm not going to take much time of yours. Again, we have had a long day today, a little chaotic because of rain, late start, late lunch, but I think we have had a very, very rich discussion with everyone. And I think this is what the endeavor for today's meeting was, to bring people to discuss things from various perspectives. Whether it was what, Siddhantaji said, wood is good. The agenda of wood is good, grow wood outside. The agenda of local community resilience, the agenda of climate insurance, the agenda of coal phase down. We have discussed everything. And actually just transition is about everything. It is not just about looking at how do you reduce carbon dioxide emission. Just transition is about how do you reduce carbon dioxide, increase more jobs, get better resilience in the community, do better in forestry. Everything else will come together if you want to transition to an economy which is green, which is sustainable, which is economically, vibrant. So this is what our endeavor was in doing this report. The report is out, but the work has just started because this is really a big report. Every chapter of this report is befitting a meeting like this. Every chapter. We could have taken chapter on industry and we could have done a whole day meeting. We could have taken a chapter on social infrastructure. We could have done a whole meeting on forestry, on environment. Our idea next is to discuss over the next few months parts of this report. We will do a meeting in Angul. And as Deputy Speaker said, I think there is need to talk about just transition in other parts of Odisha as well. This is a new topic. It requires more debate, discussion. We require more civil society organization, government organization, industry to come together and talk about it. This is what we are going to do. This is the beginning of the journey. As I said, transition is not happening tomorrow, but planning and discussion for transition can happen today, should start today. This is what we need to do, and this is what we are going to do. So with this, I would like to thank the team which has done the report, Shrestha, Chinmay, Disha, Diksha, everyone else who are here, who have worked on the report, Orpo, Sashwat, Mandvi. So I would request all of you to give a big hand to the team which has organized this meeting. Okay. I would like to thank all the panelists who were, who participated in each and every session. Every session, brought out some very interesting facts for us. Many of the things that we need to also incorporate in our future discussion and debate, which is important. So I would like to thank all the panelists. And lastly, I would like to thank all of you. You have been a very good, participant in this meeting, and therefore give a big hand to yourself. Okay. With this, thank you very much. Hope to see you soon. Thank you. Bye-bye.